Let it ready. Let it down, down, down. Let it
feel eccentric, 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 eccentric. Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? 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 Do you feel eccentric, 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 eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel... Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric?
Here in the moment, two hearts will connect. Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series, live from Moscow, Russia. And here is your host, Ifya Shocks the Butler.
Здравствуй and welcome to week 2 of the League of Legends European LCS Summer Split. I'm Ifya Shocks the Butler and we're on the road coming to you live from the MDM Palace in Moscow, Russia. Over the next 3 days, we're sure to see some amazing games here on Gambit's home turf. But first, please give a huge welcome to my co-host, Vitaly Vodnev.
Thank you! Привет! Привет, Москва! Привет, весь мир! Мы ведем нашу прямейшую трансляцию из Москвы, Московского дворца молодежи, где 3 дня подряд будет происходить замечательное, грандиозное событие. Между прочим, первый чемпионат СНГ по League of Legends.
This weekend, get ready for 12 huge matches as all 8 pro LCS teams go head-to-head on the Rift. But that's not all. There's some serious gold at stake when we bring you the finals of the first ever regional CIS championship.
Ну что ж, друзья, сегодня вы увидите замечательные 8 потрясающих матчей от профессиональных команд. Но кроме этого, нам еще есть что показать. Ведь кроме европейского чемпионата у нас сегодня первый чемпионат СНГ. И именно эти матчи заинтересуют наших русскоговорящих зрителей.
Now later on today in the LCS, we'll see the rematch of Ninjas in Pajamas against Fnatic. Evil Geniuses will face off against Meet Your Makers, and the undefeated Team Alternate will battle Gambit on their home turf.
Ну что ж, друзья, интереснейшие матчи среди профессионалов пройдут сегодня. Мы увидим повторный матч между ниндзя в пижамах, которые поборются с командой Fnatic. Злые гении будут лицом к лицу столкнуты с командой Meet Your Makers. И, конечно же, последняя команда — это Gambit, которая встретится на своей территории с командой Alternate.
I suppose that's an applause for Gambit. Now, but before we get to our LCS matchups, it's our special coverage of the Regional CIS Championship. Here's how it breaks down. 4 top teams from the Commonwealth of Independent States and the Baltic nations have made it to the semifinals. And now, it's time to find out who'll take home some potentially life-changing prizes. Keep in mind that the team who puts up the win not only gets $20,000, but earns a seat at this year's International Wildcard Tournament at Gamescom, which means a chance to advance to the World Playoffs.
Ну что ж, друзья, команды, которые сражаются в лиге CIS, это региональная лига СНГ, имеют сегодня замечательный шанс стать не только богатыми, но еще и счастливыми. Главный приз — $20 000 США и, конечно же, возможность поехать на финал чемпионата и там уж показать себя во всей красе. Вот такие призы ожидают участников нашего чемпионата.
Absolutely a lot on stake, and we'll have all the amateur action for you at the top of each day, so you can kick off your weekend with one semi-final best of 3. Today starts with Instruments of Surrender versus Only Gragas, and tomorrow it will be Good Team Multi-Gaming versus Gaming Gear EU. The winner of these 2 best of 3 matches will compete against each other in the CIS final roundup on Sunday.
Ну что ж, друзья, сегодня вы увидите интереснейшие матчи, в которых будут участвовать следующие команды. Instruments of Surrender сразятся с Only Gragas. Поддерживайте команды. Завтра будут потрясающие сражения. Good Team Multigaming против Gaming Gear EU. Ну и, конечно же, победитель этих матчей будут между собой сталкиваться в финальных сражениях, которые пройдут в воскресенье, друзья. Следите, не переключайтесь.
And of course, we want to hear what you have to say about anything LCS. Tell us what you think about the matches this weekend. You can send us your thoughts at LOL Esports, #LCS, and we might just read your tweets live on the show.
Не забудьте, что постоянно ведется Твиттер, трансляция и все ваши вопросы, пожелания, предложения ждем по адресу @LolEsports. Или не забудьте добавить хэштег LCS. Ждем ваших твитов.
And don't forget to check out lolesports.com, where you can find all the standings, the match schedules, team info, VODs, and much more.
Ну и не забудьте про наш ресурс lolisports.com, где вы всегда сможете найти актуальную статистику, посмотреть видеотрансляцию и найти всю интересующую вас информацию. Голосуйте там же за любимые команды.
And we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be Instruments of Surrender versus Only Gragas. Don't click that mouse.
Ну что ж, друзья, после небольшого перерыва мы вернемся, и вы увидите потрясающее сражение между командами Instruments of Surrender, которые сразятся с Only Gragas.
Sometimes you feel electric. Sometimes you feel eccentric. Sometimes you feel electric. Sometimes you feel eccentric. Sometimes you feel electric. Sometimes you feel eccentric. Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Sometimes you feel electric. Sometimes you feel eccentric. Sometimes you feel electric. Sometimes you feel eccentric. Sometimes you feel electric. Sometimes you feel. Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric?
My name is Valentine. I am AD carry for Instruments of Surrender team.
I'm playing in team only Gragas. My name is Make Me Split. I'm playing support role.
It's a bit nervous because when you play at big stage, you got a lot of viewers, fans. They all shout. It's hardly.
Well, it's really scary to play when a lot of people see you, they screaming for you.
We're practicing a lot hours with my team, and I think we're prepared for it.
Team Instrument of Surrender is a good team. We haven't played much with them, but we know their play style. Also, I've played with some players like the support Dimonko and the jungler Fonko. And I think it will be a very good experience to show what we can show to them.
The team on Gragas is pretty good. I think they all dangerous because it's team and win, not only single player, win team.
It's really hard to become a great team in Russia. This tournament will really help us.
Russian servers invite more players from Russia and near countries like Ukraine, Belarus and others. So I think we will see some pro teams in next year.
In the future, we'll have some strong teams and we will show how Russia is good.
Welcome back, everyone, to Moscow, Russia. We're about to get into our first semifinal of the Regional CIS Championship, so let's meet our teams.
Итак, друзья, мы ведем нашу прямую трансляцию из Москвы, Россия, МДМ, где прямо сейчас стартуют полуфиналы нашего регионального чемпионата League of Legends. Давайте повстречаем команды.
First team is the team that's playing on the blue side. Give it up for Instruments of Surrender.
Громче, громче, друзья.
And on the red side, it is only Gragas. Seems we have a clear crowd favorite here, so it's time to head over to our commentators. Our Russian stream will be listening to Alsi and Shesha, and for the English stream, it's D-Man and Joe Miller. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and here we are. We're here in Moscow. It's been a long time coming, but we finally do get to do an event in Moscow. It's going to be great to see Gambit live in front of this audience. Even just in the little intro video, you could get the feel. They were like, yeah, as soon as Alex and Diamond came on the screen, they were cheering for them.
And just to prove all your Redditors wrong out there,
we're back.
We're back together.
That's
it was all
my
drama
fault.
for nothing. It was Demon. I don't know. He was spreading the false rumors over
In fairness,
Twitter.
we're not meant to be back together. It's just that Trevor's not actually here right now, so he's going to be joining us tomorrow. So we get to cast again.
Yeah, we love it, and I'm sure you guys, hopefully you guys at home are in with that one as well. So I think it's about time we checked out the two teams that we've got ready to face off here in the CIS Regional Tournament.
Yeah, so the first team is going to be Instruments of Surrender, who seem to be the underdogs, judging by the little crowd cheer there. Of course, on the top lane, it is going to be Snake. In the jungle will be Fomko, Warhunter in the mid lane, and Nixar, who I'm going to be calling Nikasaur at some point in this cast, is the AD carry, and Dimonko will be the support.
Yeah, as you said, it seemed like the crowd were really cheering here for only Gragas, their opponents in this one. So we'll see if that all works out to be true, although I do know that the bottom lane of Instruments of Surrender are very, very popular and have been around for a long time here in Russia. So we'll see about that one. Let's have a look at their opponents for this one then. It's, of course, only Gragas starting off in the top lane with Nike. They have Mirror End in the jungle, Turn the Slayer in mid lane. That would have fit into your puns earlier on in the Spring Split. Dayruin as the AD carry, and Make Me Split as support.
Yeah, it is actually pronounced Make Me Split. We've checked that one out. So
we had a few
before
problems getting out
Make Me Split. We were like, is this some sort of, what's going on here? But no, they were like, no, it's just Make Me Split.
Make Me Split.
Make Me Split, of
That's
course.
what we were settled on. So we had a little bit of a talk to the Russian casters, because we can be honest about this, we don't get to see these teams from the CIS almost at all, actually. I mean, they are playing for in Go for Lols, both in the regular European and the CIS version of that. But, you know, on the top level, when it comes to amateur tournaments and what have you, we don't get to see a lot of these guys. So it's going to be very interesting, I think, for everyone in Europe and North America, around the world that are tuning in, that have not really been used to seeing these guys play. And what we've heard is actually really promising, at least from my and Demon's point of view, which is these teams like to be very, very aggressive.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see. We were told like average 30, 35-minute games. These are going to be quick games, I reckon, and when the fight happens, they go all in. We'll see whether that translates to being on stage, though, because remember, this is probably their first real showing, especially in front of the big audience they've got now. There's around about 1,600 people in the crowd, and then, of course, the hundreds of thousands of you guys at home that are going to be watching this. You know, these guys, this is a pressure situation that we always talk about it when there's a new LCS team that comes along. We had it just last week when Darker came in and stepped in for Edward and replaced him, and then stepped in for him, completely replaced him. For Gambit, obviously these guys, you know, there's a lot of pressure in this situation, which is why when you do get these teams that sometimes break through, they don't always perform well, when normally they'd be absolutely brilliant online.
Well, we're going to get into Champion Select here, so let's see what we're going to get first of all. First ban out here for Instruments of Surrender is going to be Zach. Pretty standard ban if we look at the whole scheme of things. Very, very popular in both the jungle, and we've seen him, of course, in that top lane. Wicked, in fact, has been the one who's been running that Zac so far in the summer split of the LCS. Rise taken out along with Jace, and again, two extremely popular champions right now that are usually either in the bans or in the picks.
Well, we saw Jace was, 100% picked or banned, I believe it was. And the 2 games he did sneak through, I believe he won. I may be incorrect. I think there may have been 3, and one of them did lose. I'm not too sure. Shen also very popular again, being banned out. We're expecting a lot of bruisers in the top lane, we've been told. Pretty much Jarvan, we've been told, if he gets through this ban phase, so if he's not using this last ban, may well be the first pick, because he's very, very popular in the Russian scene right now. So we'll see how that works out. There is the final ban. It is Lysandra. And look at that Fomko straight away. He was not happy with that. So I think Warhunter maybe wanted that for Instrument of Surrender, though. That probably means that they've been checking out, doing their history. And it is actually going to be Malphite in the top lane. So full-on bruiser. Will that be the mid laner, though? We did see a couple of mid laners. Hell, we saw Peke going in the top lane as full AP. Yep. We saw, I think it was Wicked that ran it as full tank, which actually, I never got a chance to mention this last week that Wicked was playing it. I remember IPL 5 when he played it, and he's like, I never, ever, ever want to play that champion again. He got forced into it, didn't he?
They convinced him. I think we can say that he would go, that he had to play that one. Of course, Kha'Zix was left open, picked in there straight away, and this is another thing that came up, and it's not too far away from our normal sequence of events. Kha'Zix is usually going to be not in the picks left open, or if, then he's going to be obviously taken out in the first round. They went with the Sejuani as well there for the jungle. Right now, they're hovering over Teemo. Not going to rule it out at this stage, but I'm pretty much going to rule it out at the same time.
Not going to happen, not going to happen. As, you know, unless he wants to be on the Teemo Die stream, maybe that's what he's looking towards.
That is a great stream, by the way.
Great bit of streaming. There is the Jarvan pick, and it will be the jungle Jarvan. And there is also the Draven. We've been told about Nixar in that lane, saying he pretty much will go Draven. He's similar type of style to Hosan, so we're expecting to see some pretty crazy aggression in that bottom lane.
Right now it looks like, well, it was fast in there for only Gragas as well. Zyra and Varus, another very, very popular combination that we're seeing coming out time and time again already in the summer LCS split for, you know, the 1 week that we've had of it at least.
It's a very similar lineup to Meet Your Makers actually so far from only Gragas, which is OGS by the way. And ironically, they don't actually play Gragas.
No, and that's we kind of wondered about that. So where does the name come from? Only Gragas means they only never play Gragas.
Yeah, we were like, Russian logic. That's what you get right there. Nami, of course, has been a popular pick over in the CIS regions, and that will get selected. It's going to be the support alongside, but it's looking like Kale in that mid lane, so that means Malphite will be on the top, and Jarvan, of course, in the jungle. We were told Jarvan sometimes is actually played in that top lane, so maybe they'll do a switch with Malphite, but I can't imagine.
No, I think it will be a Jarvan jungle there coming in. I mean, if you look at what they've got in there, the Malphite to go right in on top of them, the Jarvan's going to get involved, the Tidal Wave with Nami, plus the bubbles, let's not forget, to pull them up in the air. The Kale and the Draven at the back just hammering away. On the other side here, for only Gragas, they've gone for a Cassiopeia, which is another one which, you know, she appears here and there. You know, we saw her a couple of times in the spring split, but we didn't actually see her. I know exactly why you're laughing. I know exactly why you're laughing right now. If you've seen the Darian the Snake Man video on Reddit, I knew that came into your head straight with that one. If you've not seen that, you should definitely check it out. It's strange.
It's quite funny though. I mean, everybody has a game face, I'm sure, at some point, but Darian's was on the show and got picked up. But ironically, it was Gambit that actually have done that video as well. Like, they're sneaky, those guys. They'll happily take the Michael out of each other. But looking like some pretty aggressive strats here, some team strats. This is kind of an all-in for Instruments of Surrender. I'm actually disappointed we haven't got Sona, by the way. Because there's no
she has an
instrument. There's no instrument
I suppose,
there.
Yeah. They did briefly switch Jarvan to the top lane and then switched him back with Malphite at the last second here. So I was trying to point that out, but well, you were right in not picking it up because they were just, I think, trolling the other team. Are they going to switch? No, they're not going to switch that one. So it will be as we thought, with that Malphite in the top lane, the Jarvan in the jungle, and of course that Kayle in the mid lane, which, you know, in the spring splitters, at least in Europe and in North America as well, we did see her quite a lot. Up till now, though, not really made that much of an appearance.
Yeah, it used to be a very strong pick, and of course with that ulti, if you can land it in the right place, especially if, say, I don't know, Draven's going to get focused, you'd expect from this team, because the damage is actually kind of lacking a little bit from Instrument of Surrender. When you compare it to what only Gragas have got, you've got the Varus, the Cassiopeia, and the Kazakhs are all going to be really dangerous threats. Szechuan is going to be up in your face. Zyra is going to be poking from range. So it's interesting team comes from the two. You can see this is the great stadium we are in. And the teams are up on the stage in lights, cameras in their faces, everything. Really pulling them in an alien environment, I feel, here. Yeah. But they've got nice comfy chairs, at least. They've got nice comfy chairs. We've already had a whine about that because they're comfier than ours. We've not got comfy chairs. We get treated unfairly. I'm going to go with that one in terms of sitting arrangements. But we are in game then. Instruments of Surrender versus only Gragas. And there's no Gragas on the field, which is probably going to throw us off at some point. But we've heard about this early aggression or constant aggression, but also that they like to get stuck in at level 1. Well, straight away, Nixar getting caught out. That's going to be a ward getting created out. And can they get on towards Zyra? There has to be backed away, and really the help of Cassiopeia to keep him at range there, but already having to back off. And did get the ward down in the bush, so technically mission successful for only Gragas. Yeah, really bit of a crazy start to that one, but no first blood coming in, and not quite the one that we were promised by our Russian commentators. Don't worry, we've already told them if we don't get those aggressive games, blaming you entirely. We're going to blame them entirely for that fact. But something tells me that this one will be a very, very enjoyable game to be watching. So 1 minute 15, it looks like Instruments of Surrender are still quite keen here on at least getting those wards down, one in the curved bush on the bottom side of the jungle. So overall, it seems like a bit of face-off at the start, but just that standard, get your wards down, and let's get on with the start. Yeah, fantastic stuff. So they have, which means, yeah, they are going for the switch. I'm just looking at the map right now, the mini-map in the corner. It does mean they want to go 2v1. I was just thinking Malphite versus Kazakhs actually works quite well for Instrument Surrender, but they are choosing instead to send Nixar and Dimonko up towards that top lane, which means he's going to be up against Nike on Kazakhs. It does mean Fomco's also going to get a lot of help on this blue buff start. Remember, we are on 3.7 patch here, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, not 3.8, which you'd have watched on the North American LCS last night. It is the 3.7 patch, which does mean that Alistair is available, but Jax is not. Yeah. As you guys in the public domain will have realised. There's a little problem with that one. But as it stands, you do see also Snake down in the bottom lane with Malphite against Dayrun, which I'm going to call Dayum at some point because it's someone I play with. And alongside him is Make Me Split. Make me split, man. Make me split. Make me split. Yeah. But the mid lane, of course, as you just mentioned, Kayle versus Cassiopeia. Definitely a setup we've not seen in a long time, back when Ocelot used to play Cassiopeia all the time. Yeah, that was a long time ago, as we are going to see you in the top lane. Nike is going to go down for that first blood. He was very, very low there, and nothing he could really do to save himself. However, he did get the kill just afterwards, which is always a bonus in that scenario. And Mirror's Edge also taken very low in that jungle there, but he will take down the red buff eventually. So that is a one apiece. I don't really, I mean, the advantage technically would still go with Instrument Surrender because they did get, of course, the assist as well as the kill, but more importantly, the kill did go on the AD carry. That's very important. They went for the double Doran's though on that back to buy. Tyria the Goddess was picked up by Nike, so he's going to be happy farming, honestly, in that top lane, as long as his jungle doesn't shove that lane out too long, which I can see him doing in the minimap. So, thanks, mate. We all experience that one. Probably not at this level quite so much, should that happen. Let's have a look down the early CS here, and Snake is having a couple of troubles with those Malphite auto attacks here underneath the turret, and actually missing quite a lot of CS, and you can never really underestimate that there in that scenario, because that's the CS that he should be getting from a 2 versus 1 lane that he's not been able to pick up. Well, and you compare it, because obviously the AD carry at the top has just dived in for the kill, but he did die, so which means actually, in terms of gold, it's probably worked out fairly even between them. He's only at 9 CS to 24. We do see Fomco getting caught out in that jungle. They had good ward coverage, actually putting a lot of damage down on him. And if that grasping roots would have landed, he would have been in trouble. In the mid lane, though, they are going into towards turn the Slayer with that ignite running. Water might be able to turn this one back around on him. Thought about it with that jungler. Oh, he's going to flash free. He's got aggressive. He has picked up the kill. He might be able to turn this back around again. He's still got enough mana if he can land that slow. One more poke, though, for Mirror's End will try and take him down. He does back away. Fantastic stuff. Full on aggression from Warhunter. They weren't lying about these Russians.
Yeah, really fantastic play there. He knew that he had enough health to get the kill. As we see here in the top lane, Nike again going very, very low. And Nixor actually had to burn his barrier for that one. As again, Warnter in the middle. This guy, of course, used to play in the Mouse Sports lineup previously, so he's not a total stranger, I guess we can say, to top-level play. But he's certainly pulling off some great moves from this one. Top lane, as we said, Nike has had some problems. That's going to allow some free damage from Instruments of Surrender onto the turret.
And the two solo laners, or the top laners, which they'd normally be, which is Kha'Zix and Malphite. In this case, it's Snake and Nicky, are both having problems, and they're actually at the same CS. So while they're both being shut down completely, it's not really a massive problem between the two. It's kind of even split. We do see Nikasor in the top lane. I'm just gonna call him Nikasor. Why not? Be done with. So moment of fame, but in the game instead of a spotlight move.
Well, we see the first turret going down here of the game. That will go over to only Gragas as Dayruin and Make Me Split managed to take that one down. As I said before, these two players have actually been together for a very, very long time and are really popular in Russia. Apparently played a practice game that was streamed against Gambit where they did really, really well against them, and that's kind of where things built up for them. It looks like, though, we will see the answer when it comes to turrets here in the top lane as well.
Yeah, that top turret is going to go down, and Nike doesn't want to stick around too long because that Aqua Prison will be thrown straight towards him if he gets too close. And that is a turret apiece. In terms of gold, you can see just 300 between them. That is all about that one kill, and they're going to go in once again. They do manage to get the slow. Very nicely done there. Straight away puts the ultimate on it. He can tank the turret for days, and Warhunter picks up another kill in that mid lane.
So nicely coordinated there. Flash used from the Jarvan to get in Fomco, and well, the ultimate coming out of Kale. As soon as he hits level 6, they're able to pick up another kill for him there, and that's the Kale at 2-0 now. Obviously we'll start to pull ahead in terms of the farm from this one, but right now it's all about those kills that are giving him the gold and the advantage.
And the ping's going down from Instrument Surrender on the Dragon, so we may see them make their move for that one. We do see the top laners both backing off. You can see that only Gragas have rotated round, so they've sent Dayrun and Makama Split up towards the top, which means Dragon is completely free for them, really, honestly, because with those two players up there, they're not going to be able to react to this quick enough, but they may be able to trade, get the turret down. You can see they're pushing for it right now.
Yep, let's see if we are able to get one. That's an interesting pickup there from Kale. Gone in for the Spirit Stone at the start, which you know, we've not been seeing that much Kale recently, but the Kale that we have seen when Spirit Stone's been in the game has certainly not been going that route. Up to the, and now I'm going to test myself, Spirit of the Elder Lizard.
We'll see, we'll see. He's got Sorcerer's Boots now, though. Look at Snake. Snake's the only one with teleport in the game at the moment. He's actually holding them very much. There's the Unstoppable Force coming in. It's Dayrun they're going to target on. You can see Warhunter comes around. He's already used the flash, but he's going to go headlong into Jarvan. Fomco uses the slow Cataclysm on him. He can't get out of this one because the slow has already gone down. Meanwhile, Make Me Split's getting dived on the top there. Warhunter going towards him. He backs away, and that is the AD carry going down. Very well executed gank there from Instrument Surrender.
Yeah, so nicely done. Actually, Warhunter wasn't quite quick enough to pick himself up an assist from that one, but doesn't really matter. Jarvan has managed to pick up the kill, and that is another big bonus for them. The blue buff is available, and as you would expect, Warhunter is going to work himself down there, pick that one up, and get himself off back in towards the lane. Let's have a look at Cassiopeia, see if she got that blue buff in there as well. Yes, she did. That was given over by the jungler Mirror End, of course, on stage 1 this time around. And in the bottom lane now, we see that Nixar is going to go in heavily on towards Nike, and he's catching those spinning axes nicely, and he gets him very low. No kill, though, just yet from Draven.
And Dimonko had literally just stepped away at the top to put that ward down. If he'd have been there, landed the Aqua Prison, that would have been a kill. It is 4-1, though, currently. And the kills just coming up to the 9-minute mark. Warhunter, there's going to be a flash, misses the ultimate, both flashes out of it. Very well played, Turn the Slayer finally turning some of that aggression onto Warhunter, but again, he manages to slip away.
Yeah, Mirror End coming through, and they may want to try and put a bit of damage down onto this bottom turret. And Tell you what, make me split here. He is pushed fairly heavily up this lane. You need to be real careful. If one of those bubbles is able to land from Nami, who not quite at level 6, so doesn't have the tidal wave just yet to get in there, that could be very dangerous stuff on them. Meanwhile, Jarvan has come around to this mid lane, but we will actually see Muren coming in from the side, but the knock-up is there. Surely they can finish this one off. One more hit will do it. Fomko picks that one up, and to be honest, Muren is going to have to back away from this right now. Did use the ultimate in there, but it wasn't enough to stop another kill coming down.
And they're straight away backing away because only Gragas are sending 2 members up from that bottom lane who themselves, like you said, had pushed a little bit out far there, but Fomko is just going to hold off this lane. Now he's got that double buff on. It does mean by a little bit of free reign for that bottom lane to keep on pushing through. Let's see whether Fomko is going to defend this one out there. He's only got a couple of minis. He could slide in for this one, knock them away, but he's happy to just play it very cautiously. There's the ultimate coming out from Nixar from the bottom lane. A little adventurous, thought maybe they could go for it there, but instead just played it cautiously. And they continue to get a lot of free farm in this bottom lane. It's actually gaining his CS back on the day run as he would. The advantage he gained from the start. Different builds between the two though. Vampire Acceptor being picked up by Nixar compared to Berserker Greaves, and with the home guards on them already.
Yeah, really interesting choice from that one. Obviously wants to get himself back into that lane as quickly as he possibly can, as he was forced back a couple of times. And he's going to get a nice little wave here as well, which will really propel his lead back up there to almost 20 CS, which is definitely not bad. He's a kill behind Draven at this point, so we'll see how that one all works out. We just saw Jarvan actually coming down to this bottom lane, and Day Ruin will decide, you know what, not having a piece of that one, I'll just back away. But they need to protect this turret.
They do need to protect it. The turret is going to be in trouble, and you can see already that the jungler of Mirazend for only Gragas, only gaming? Well, they are technically only gaming, but it is only Gragas. I was kind of expecting one of them to be like this big fat dude that comes out. It's like a bit of a Gragas lookalike. This is the guy that we named the team after. It does mean, though, Instruments of Surrender are going for that dragon, and honestly, they're going to pick it up because only Gragas not anywhere near this one, and perfectly timed by Instruments of Surrender. That stretches their gold lead to just over 1,000.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what we're talking about, only Gragas is not anywhere near that. That doesn't obviously make any sense in English, but that's because that's the team name in this one, of course, for OGS, as we are going to see Unstoppable Force coming in. There's the knock-up. The wave comes out as well. Mirror End is now going to be trapped inside that Jarvan ultimate, and there is the ultimate from Kayle and a heal, and Instruments of Surrender combining everything perfectly there underneath the turret to pick up 2 kills. Brilliant.
That was so good. The ultimates after ultimates after ultimates, all so well layered. Nobody pressured it there. That was simply a case of the Unstoppable Force, then the Cataclysm. Actually, I don't even think the Cataclysm, yes, it did come in there.
Right at the end.
And then the wave came riding through, and then still in the invulnerability coming out from Warren to just to save him, making it that perfect fight. And the tower, of course. 7-1 in kills now. That's stretched it to 2,000 gold lead, 2 towers apiece, because the top turret did go down to Nike. So that actually gave Nike a lot of free farm. And if you look at the CS difference, it is actually quite big between the two. You can see it's actually Nike's gained that advantage because he's been on that top lane free farming the whole time. He has managed to get himself a 700 gold lead over Snake. But really, they're playing a bit of a different game right now. In terms of the mid laners though, Warhunter, he's been the man that's been looking for the kills, and you can see it's obviously showing in terms of gold. He's got himself around about an 800 gold lead. Nike is going to go up that top lane. You can see a big juicy wave that he wants to clean out, and he is going to be farming very quickly now. I think he's just completed the Muramana. If we can check the items, the Manimune, sorry, which will be ticking over to Muramana. No, he didn't go for it. Slammed the BF sword straight in there, no probs.
Yeah, and we've just seen the double ward there in middle, which kind of tells me they're not really under any pressure. That kind of tells me that they're, you know, a little bit flustered at this point, only Gragas, considering what's happening to them. And we have seen the Spirit of the Elder Lizard picked up as, you know, I went in there for a lucky guess, which I often do and fail, but apparently this time I got it right, which is one up in my own book of happiness.
You're on the wavelength with the Russians.
That's it. I've been here 2 days and I already feel part of them. Haunting Guys picked up on the other side there for Cassiopeia. Obviously, to be honest, Turn the Slayer not really had the best game of his life so far. 0-4-0. We saw him trying to pick up that kill onto Warhunter where he flashed in, threw the ulti down, was about half a mile away from him because Warhunter flashed at exactly the same time as well. So that's going to improve from him. We can see Nike here now coming towards this top lane. But the problem is that Snake is so far ahead at this point. Or I say ahead, he's actually behind in CS, but if you look at his items there, I mean, you just don't kill that kind of Malphite.
And we're talking about Snake on Malphite, not Cassiopeia, just to confuse things.
Yeah, that's true as well.
But yeah, I mean, as you talked about, Turn the Slayer, he picked Cassiopeia into the Chaos, so obviously felt something was there, but it turns out that Warhunter has the better of him right now, and apparently this is actually a pretty fierce rivalry between these two as well.
Yeah.
So I think Warhunter's going to be very happy with the way it's turning out for him. Mirazend, he's been trying to create the plays, but every time he turns up, he's simply in a defensive move, trying to protect his mid laner, and backfired on him so far. So what are Instruments Surrender going to do? They have the advantage. Are they going to start being aggressive? You'd see they got that ping ward down near the red area. Dayrun also, Dayrun might be get caught out here. As you can see, Fonko is nearby. He's in the tri-bush ready and waiting. We do have Dimonko and Nixar on Draven and Nami there ready and waiting. If he doesn't back away now, he is going to be a dead man.
Yeah, he's still hanging around. I'm not sure if they actually know that he's there. Nixar and Dimonko going to come in now. I'm not sure that they've seen Jarvan coming off from the side here. Either way, it is going to be a very much turret push. His mirror end is waiting here as well at the side, and he's going to come into the brush. There is Fonko, and to be honest, Instruments Surrender are so far ahead from this one, they should be able to lock down the kill. The flash away from Sejuani and the Stranglethorns that actually came out, but look at Snake, he's teleported in for this one. Let's see if they can finish off from this. There's the ultimate out of Draven. Cataclysm goes down. Dayrun is a dead man. Good ulti from Cassiopeia, but the ulti comes out from Kayle to keep Snake alive under the turret, and here's a big support battle between Nami and Zyra, which Nami, of course, comes out on top of, and that is another 3 kills for nothing.
And another fantastic play from Instruments Surrender. I get my name out, get my words out eventually, but immediately 5 members of the team just collapse in and around them. They knew that what they had planned there, and they pick up all the kills and the tower. Fantastically performed. The ultimates went down at perfect timing. Wards are on top of a ward there, so didn't get away from that one. But the invulnerability again used brilliantly timed, didn't use it too early, just did enough to block the tower hits to save him, and they walk away for a 3-for-0, no problem at all. What has this created for only Gragas? Well, not a lot, honestly. Knight was off at the top there, but again, he's just building up that farm. Maybe, just maybe, he's going to become a problem late game, but it doesn't look like they're going to get that far so far.
No, and that's the funny thing about it, is that it's a 4,000, less than 4,000 gold after 16 minutes and 20 of this one. Obviously, we did see a dragon being picked up by Instruments of Surrender. That'll be coming back up into play in just about 45 seconds. But, you know, I totally lied earlier when I was talking about Kha'Zix being behind, because, quite frankly, he's outfarmed him by a country mile at this point. 5.3 to 4.2, but across the board, that is literally the only person that is ahead right now for only Gragas.
Yeah, there's definitely some hurting going on, and now the blue buff is going to get pushed on. Aqua Prison lands on towards Make Me Split. Make Me Split is in trouble. He's dead. No problem there. Fonko comes in, lands that big javelin, and just spikes him down. It was not even close, and that, you know, with the dragon just about to spawn, perfectly timed again. They knew exactly what they were doing, and this is only going to stretch their lead. There's no way they're going to come around that corner. They would be mentally challenged, and instead it is going to be another dragon, which means that gold lead is going to stretch to 5,000.
Yeah, and it was a case of him trying to come down. He's got a pink ward in his inventory there. He was just trying to get that around by dragon just to see.
Down.
And, you know, gets caught out, and there's not much you can do when there are 4 or 5 there after you, especially since they've got those items nicely built up right now. We are seeing a tier now built in there for Cassiopeia, which you have to feel is coming fairly late into this one now. 17 minutes and 40 before that tier will be picked up and started to be spammed away. Of course, can stack it very quickly with the Cassiopeia, but maybe a little bit too late on that front. So what have we got going on right now? That last dragon, of course, was taken by Instruments of Surrender. That gives them now almost a 5,000 gold lead, and you can see that only Gragas have started to put a few wards down by Baron. They're a little bit concerned that one will go down, but honestly, right now, the distance that Instruments of Surrender are ahead in this game doesn't really merit a Baron.
And the fact that they are only at level 10 and 12, you know, they're putting the wards at Baron already, they realise how far behind they're thinking they might even just risk it here. We might be able to catch them out, try and turn it around. That's about the only thing they can do. Remember, this is a best of 3 as well, so this is just the first match. You can see in the top there, 0-0, first game of the day. And we'll see who gets through to the final. Of course, the second match, the semi-final tomorrow, will be also starting off at the exact same time as today. All the matches for the CIS, which is the Commonwealth of Independent States, and ex-Baltic states as well, I believe it is. They're also in there because there is a Lithuanian team happening tomorrow. They're also part of it because they did very well. In fact, actually, they are one of the favorites to get through, so we'll see how they do tomorrow. But so far, I'm really impressed with Instrument Surrender. Their team fighting is very much on a different level to only gaming so far. Only Gragas.
Yeah, definitely. There's not really much more to say about, you know, how this game has gone up until now. It's started off well. The combinations that Instruments of Surrender have put down in those two scenarios that have really merited it up till now have been pretty much bang on the mark. Perfect. They've not lost men from it. We see the ultimate coming out of Kale in both situations to save Snake right underneath the tower with a clutch heal in the first one as well. So they seem to be right on the mark when it comes to team play at this stage of the game. Right now we see them starting to push into towards that inner turret. Is Jarvan just making a beeline there over for Kha'Zix, who says, nope, not having none of that, I'm going to jump away.
Straight away leaped off them, that one. And, well, you know, you can see there, no matter how strong they are, it is very, very hard to push against them. Oh, they've walked straight into this one. Look at the ultimates layered on. That's going to be Stranglethorns. Will it be enough to defend them? No, Make Me Split gets dropped straight away. Mirror's Head goes down. They are going to finally pick up a kill. Kha'Zix goes leaping in for it. Is it to his doom, though? They are going to turn this one around. He's going to jump away. There's a spinning axe following him in there, and he is going to be the only man to survive. Knight jumps away from that one, but again, they all walked headlong into an unstoppable force. Big tidal wave coming washing through and just melted them all.
Yeah, and they've been, as you said, perfect, everything. You don't usually see this, you know, in more than one or two fights a game where the ultimates perfectly line up for you. You know, it's usually that kind of fight that wins or loses you a team fight, or obviously the team fight itself, but that loses you the game. And right now they've done 3 in a row. They've all been bang on. That one again was a 4-for-1. They lost the Jarvan. No. Who did it? Yeah, it was Jarvan that died in that one. He was right there at the front, which, you know, at the end of the day, he's 4-1-9 right now with 95 CS coming out of the jungle, which is more than his top laner, Malphite.
Yeah, well, they would have got the full bounty for it, but honestly, you know, in comparison to losing 4 members, it's hardly going to make up for it. But that's why Nike jumped in for it. He did manage to get the kill and got out again, and maybe he's the saving grace. Like we said, the amount of times he was just disappeared in that top lane farming out, because that's what he needs. He needs to get those few items in before he can start popping people, rushing for the last whisper maybe now. We'll see whether he goes with that one. Warns is just backing away from Nike, so Nike's starting to get himself involved now on Kha'Zix, but honestly, has he left it too late? 15-2 down in kills. They still have the top and middle inner turret though. The bottom one was the only target they went for, but they're going to slide straight in.
Yeah, and look at Turn the Slayer. He's got his ultimate off, but honestly, he was really, really slow to react to that one. Jarvan sliding straight in onto him. And, well, they managed to pick up another kill for nothing there. Yeah, all right, he took a bit of damage, but they've got double heals from himself and from Nami as well that can get him, even with high cooldowns there, back up towards that full HP. And right now, you see the wards coming in there, trying to clear out the jungle. Baron, of course, is available, but we talk about it all the time. They're 16-2 up in kills. They're almost 6,000 gold ahead, 4-2 in turrets. Do they really need to risk this one? As we are going to see Nike in there, and he jumps off.
Jumps away straight away. We did have the support of Make Me Split, but didn't manage to land any stuns. Look at Snake though, he's down this bottom lane. The inner turret already went, and he's going to be shoving on towards that inhibitor turret soon. The rest of the team are ready and waiting to try and set up the gank here. It's going to be Mirror's End. They do go for, but instead Make Me Split will do. He's a target, nice and juicy in his Pomco that picks up the kill on him. Snake now on towards Dayron. Dayron is not going to be able to get away from this one. You see Knight jumping in the back. He's trying to put what he can. He's actually keeping the AD carry busy. He does go down, and now it's going to be running through. Nixar's going to come in and clean house here. Pomco is simply delaying the inevitable. He's not going to follow up on it. I don't believe it.
Yeah, they're all ridiculously though there. And Fonko, you know, he'd done a lot of damage underneath the turret. He's one thing that I think stopped him getting that kill is he went for a knock-up, which actually Dayrun, he missed. I'm not going to say Dayrun dodge, because that would actually be a little bit too kind in the wrong place, but he missed the knock-up, which would have got him that kill there in the end. Nonetheless, no, it's another big collection of kills coming out for Instrument of Surrender. They lose just a one-man once again from that. And if you look down where the kills are, they're so nicely spread amongst the whole team. I mean, even Nami 2-0-11, Draven at 5-1-7, Kale 3-1-13, Jarvan 6-1-10. at this point of things as well. And, well, just to even bring that point even further home, if you look at the goal between the two teams and across the board, it's still only Kazakhs that actually has a lead. The junglers is where the real big difference is. 3,000 gold.
3,000. It's a big chunk, and even the supports actually now look at it. It's around about 1,500, 1,600 gold between those two guys. So it's starting to build up. It's becoming a problem. It's 6,000 gold across the team. That's about to stretch as well because again another dragon picked up by Instrument Surrender. So far have taken every single dragon in the game. And 4-2 in turrets. They are still slow on the turrets, remember. It's only 24 minutes gone, though. I mean, we've had 21 kills in 24 minutes. That's not bad going so far, so maybe we weren't lied to. It is a very aggressive game, but they also said they'll either go, you know, if they start going 0-2, 0-3, they'll go 0-10. it's just going to slide that way. Oh, Fomko, ward put on his head, and the rest of the team going to react to this one. Mirror's may get slide on. He will. He gets the knock-up. Cataclysm on towards Dayron, and straight away we see the blade spinning axe coming straight towards him. Dayron in all sorts of trouble. The vulnerability put onto Fomko. They were trying his best to get him down. Mirror's gets slid down. That's going to be another kill picked up by Nixar. They're going in towards Turn the Slayer. He backs away. They're going to go straight for this mid turret.
Yeah, and that's the best decision there. Cassiopeia's trapped off, completely zoned out away from this middle lane, and Instruments of Surrender probably can have this middle turret. They just need to be careful of Knight. He's the only one to really stop them. Gets caught in the bubble, unstoppable force. He's a dead man. Well, there came the Stranglethorns in the end, but honestly not really much that they were going to do to help his teammate out, and that is the inner turret of the middle lane taken down by Instruments of Surrender. They may even go and have an in-hit turret.
They may well go for it here. They're already tanking it up. You can see them going in there, but great play from Dimonco, landing Aqua Prison and instantly creating a kill on Nike. And honestly, he's the only person that could stop the wave pushes now because he's the man that's got those void spikes to try and take him down, and that is an inhibitor all picked up of simply a moment of opportunity created by Fomko right down in that mid lane.
Yeah, and basically Fomko has been really the man of the hour. He's been the one to kick things off there, and you saw the combination that he ran with. You saw the ultimate come out of Draven, which did pretty much the entire damage as they set up another trap, and there is Fomko coming out, and that is a very dead Varus very quickly as Nami is now on a killing spree. Don't say that too often.
I think Admiral Akbar was screaming at them there, it's a trap. Instead, they got caught out and they went straight headlong into it. Are they going to go for Baron? I don't think there's no reason to go for Baron, honestly. The 26 minutes gone. They just poke it in. It's another trap. Look, they're setting another trap, and Magma Split might well trigger it. It's going to come around that corner. Will he be able to get in towards it? No, they're going to start the Baron off. Why not just go for it? I mean, honestly, there's nothing at all that Hungry Gagas can do about this one. This Baron is going their way.
Well, it's basically Kazakhs here who's got a remote chance of getting in. We see the ward put down, so it sees, okay, Baron's at half HP, let's stick another one in there. Now down to a third. Do I jump in and try and steal this one away? Chances are pretty slim as he throws the void spikes in there, and it's nicely smited down by Fomko, who, for my money, has not really made much of a mistake at all during this game.
Yeah, Mirror End was just not having any of it. He was like, I am not charging in on that. There's no way. I haven't got flash. I can dash across, but that would be me dead. Maybe worth it to try and get the Baron steal. That's the only thing that was ever going to save them in this game so far. They're 10,000 gold behind now, and, well, 18 kills behind as well. 6-2 in turrets with that super minion charging up the mid lane. I expect to see Instrument Surrender making a possible surrender from only Gragas in a few moments' time.
Yeah, I could see that coming out as well. We always hear that you should...
1,200.
Yeah, Draven, who's got 719. Infinity Edge Bloodthirster on him right now, so yeah, he's pretty much steaming away. 1225 is hitting those minions for with the crits. Right now, only Gragas trying to push out whatever they can in that top lane and bottom lane, but it is going to be Instruments of Surrender moving themselves up the middle. That's a good grasping route coming out, catching, I think, 3 of them overall with that, which... always a bonus to get that kind of thing down, but if it's not followed up, it's not really worth anything either at the end.
Yeah, well, they're just going to rotate straight towards his top inner turret, and honestly, Nike just tried to push it out as much as he could, but with that wave there, they're going to take this one down, no problem. You can see the tankiness of Snake. He can just walk up and take those turret hits while they take it down. That's exactly what they're going to do. That's a turret going down very, very quickly. Dayron trying to use that piercing arrow to try and clear the wave, but frankly put, there's only 3 minions there. They're not too worried about that because super minions are coming in that mid lane. Bottom lane is also being pushed itself, so this is all Instrument Surrender need to focus on. It's the unstoppable force.
Here they go. This could be the last fight of the game, and again, everything combining in nicely. We will see Sejuani try to chase away, but already we see 2 men dead, sorry, and now Dayruin goes down as well. Actually, Instruments of Surrender getting a little bit low there. They were kind of spread out, didn't all go on top of each other like in the previous fights, but the fact is they are going to be pushing straight here through for the victory. It was a surrender in the end, and Instruments of Surrender pick up game number 1 here over only Gragas. A fairly simple turn of affairs, if we're honest about it in the end. 28 minutes, 44 seconds it was. 25 to only 3 kills, all of which actually were on Knight's Kazakhs there at the end. So that was I wasn't expecting quite what we just saw there, if I'm honest with you.
Well, they weren't lying when they said it was going to be a quick game. They said average about 30 minutes, 28 minutes, 44 seconds, and really a complete stomp, 25-3. But overall, you've got to be impressed with Instrument Surrender's teamwork. They layered every time they got in those big team fights, 3 or 4 members, ultimate after ultimate after ultimate, none of them double stacked. They were all perfectly timed. Very, very well played. We're going to pass over towards the analysis desk, I believe, and I can see a very happy 5-0 Mr. Aranea from Team Alternate, currently topping the league in the LCS. He's going to be giving us some juicy words, and of course alongside him will be the inevitable Jason Kaplan.
Thank you for that, Joe and Demon. And an exciting game it really was. Aranea, as the only team right now that's 5-0 in LCS. What are your thoughts on that match and how it kind of went down?
Well, to be honest, I didn't expect such a good match because it was at the end really equal match, but it was really beautiful to watch. The team play of Team Instrument of Surrender. It was really nice team play by them, and I really enjoyed watching the match. How they took all the objectives, how they took like the Drakes on all the towers. They were always 5 men taking towers, and it was really well played by them.
Yeah, I mean, let's just start from the beginning of it because we saw some really aggressive play as you know, you heard Joe and Demon talking about it. The first blood. So we saw Nixar actually dive under the turret against Kazakhs and picked up the first blood. What'd you think about that in terms of, you know, how would you have done it a little bit differently if you would have, and how it worked out?
Well, the thing was, Nami ignited on Kazakhs, and it was already like the second or third tick of ignite. He will die by only the ignite and the Draven passive. He was pretty much dead, but he tried to even flash to get the kill, and that was kind of a mistake, because then Kazakhs just ignite and Q on him, and he died at the same time. So it was a 1-for-1. Was worth it because it was the first blood, but at the end wasn't that good for them. I mean, he didn't need the ignite, the flash, sorry, of Draven to kill him. He was already dead. So well, it was worth it, but not that good for them.
Yeah, I think he got lucky with that too, because only Gragas, they actually didn't send Sejuani top to gank him after that, so he wasn't really pressured out too much. He had the barrier still up, like you just said. But you know, you mentioned well, actually, no, before the team fights, because there's something I really want to point out, is that you saw Kayle versus Cassiopeia mid lane, and you saw something interesting happen with Instruments of Surrender in terms of their jungler, Jarvan. He camped that lane quite a lot, and he got Cassiopeia down, or she didn't get 1 kill the entire game, but he kept her to 0-3 in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, well, the thing was, at the early game, they were trading so much between Kayle and Cassiopeia, and at some point, like level 5, Kayle was just out-damaging Cassiopeia, just placing better, using the Q and the E all the time in Cassiopeia, and Cassiopeia wasn't hitting all the skill shots into Kayle. So at the end was Kayle winning that 1v1, and at some point Sejuani came to kill Kayle, and Kayle did a really good play, just flashing over the wall and killing Cassiopeia, really perfectly played by him, and even Cassiopeia wasted flash. At the moment Cassiopeia has no flash, he's a champion without mobility, without jumping, without get closer, without anything. So at that moment, they said just Jarvan come mid lane and we will get 3 kills. And they did exactly that moment. Jarvan came, flash, EQ, and he was dead. Nothing Cassiopeia can do at that moment. That's the main problem of Cassiopeia. If you don't get ahead in lane, like you can get like a lot of damage to him, you can die a lot because you don't have any kind of escape.
Yeah, very true. And we talked about items for a little bit too during the game, is that we saw the Spirit of the Elder Lizard come out for Jarvan and for Kayle. And obviously this is 3.7 like we were saying before, so the item hasn't been tweaked just yet, but for me it's about, we've seen a lot of different Kayle builds. We've seen, you know, ones for bursty AP, like we've seen Shushay build quite a bit. We've seen Alex.
Susie always go like Rabadons and Leech Bane or something like that, like full AP. And then we used to watch like Alex Seeds and Slayer playing something more like
it's like Nashor's Tooth Leandry's kind of build.
Exactly. Attack speed and some cooldown reduction. That is probably the best build. It's like the Korean build. Everyone goes like cooldown reduction to Kayle, and you just have like all the time QE and even the ultimate, because the ultimate has a really low CD on him.
Well, you did mention the team fight we saw out of Instruments of Surrender, and the replay, we're actually going to show that in a second, but what do you think of that? Because, you know, we've seen or in LCS last week at DreamHack just how crucial it is to land all your skills together. And you said, you know, during the game that you're quite happy at how well they did that.
Well, I'm happy because Instrument of Surrender, they were playing really good team play. Like, they were moving to the objectives like Drake and Towers all together as 5 men. And at the other point, Oli Gragas, they didn't do that. I mean, they were completely out of position every time EOS were moving against them. They were going mid lane, for example, but Oli Gragas, we're not coming to that. We're not defending at all. We're like split pushing, and that's some kind of mistake. I mean, if the enemy team moves to an objective, you have to follow that and try to fight for that objective, or even like try to fight for that tower or that Drake, as we see. And that's pretty much why Instrument of Surrender won. The team play was huge and much better than Oli Gragas.
Okay, well, and speaking of the objectives of the Dragons, this first replay we're going to show you, well, the only replay we're going to show you is actually around a Dragon fight. Well, let me take that back. Not even around a Dragon fight, which is the point you're trying to make. It's actually about 11 minutes in. It's 1-1 in terms of turrets. It's 14.6 thousand gold to 14.1, and it's 5-1 kill lead in favor of Instrument Surrender, which we're going to touch on in a second. Keep those numbers in mind because it's actually a huge thing. But why don't you watch this replay?
So, well, this replay is we can see how Instrument of Surrender use group up everyone to Drake. He's the moment. They just go for Drake, and they take the free Drake. After this, they all move to mid lane, as we can see now. They all go in mid lane, and they do a really good moment when Kayle go to Cassiopeia and Malphite flash ultimate into them, get both of them, Jarvan go in, and we see how Malphite is tanking all the tower, and at the last moment of the tower when he's going to do more damage is when Kayle ultimates perfectly to stop the damage.
Yeah, and one thing I'm really curious about is that I mentioned the numbers before about how Instrument Surrender was not that far ahead. After that fight, they obviously got a little bit farther, but if you looked at the CS numbers the entire time, like only Gragas was ahead in quite a few lanes, and they weren't down overall that much.
At this moment, we have to consider that Drake is 1K, 2 kills is probably 600, 700 for that team, and even mid tower. Mid tower is really important objective for every team. So that's like most likely 2.5K in advantage for them. At this point, we also talk about the minions. Kha'Zix was double farming all the game to Malphite. That's something huge, because even like, if Malphite get a bit advantage in the early game, he can destroy Kha'Zix. Like, there's nothing Kha'Zix can do against Malphite. But Malphite tried to focus more on like teleporting and helping the team and getting that objectives than in farming. While Kha'Zix was just like farming, and let's try to be strong in the late game. But there was no late game, because in this moment, like, the team fight was going to be always ahead for Instrument of Surrender.
And how do you kind of come back from that then? You said a little bit how you need to kind of match them. If they're going to go for objective, you need to kind of get there and stop it as well. And both teams, to me, which you can, I guess, talk to other compositions a little bit, have really strong compositions for team fighting, but Instruments of Surrender was able to dive under these turrets. So how do you kind of defend against that? For me, at this point, the only way they could do something is Cassiopeia has a really burst damage, but you need to, first of all, hit the ultimate. So a good way to do that is jungle by Oracle, and then you just invade. And you go with Kha'Zix and Cassiopeia both together, and waiting just in a brush. Like, you can wait in the blue buff, you can wait in the back of Drake, you can wait in the tree brush waiting for the bottom lane to go there, or in any rush, just waiting for Cassiopeia to ultimate and Kha'Zix just to destroy them. And just waiting for the resets of Kha'Zix. You need Cassiopeia to land a good ultimate to let Kha'Zix get the resets and probably win a team fight. But as we see, like, Instrument of Surrender, the team play was much better, and they were grouping up before them and just like destroying them by a 5v2 every time, or 5v3. Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because I was just about to say is that you see that there's a Sejuani on only Gragas, but they didn't use that ultimate the proper way to set up entire fight, because you're saying, you know, maybe hide in the bush and you'll set up the entire fight. But that's only game one. Obviously, there's 2 more potentially to come as we have Instruments of Surrender 1 game away from advancing into the semifinals, or into the finals, sorry, which will be played tomorrow. But in the meantime, we're going to go to a little bit of a break, and we'll be back shortly.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Moscow. It's great to be here, and it's going to be even better when Gambit take to that stage in a little while. But of course, we are covering the CIS tournament. Now, I've seen a lot of people going, what is this? What is this all about? It is, of course, the Commonwealth and Independent States plus the Baltic States are basically it's their tournament, and this is for a wildcard place. There will be a international tournament taking part at Gamescom, as well as the European tournament. So this is a separate, of course, all the teams that are going to be going to the World Finals. So we're not just talking about North America, Korea, China, and the European scene. There are other scenes in there as well. Of course, you know, the Garena scene, certainly where Taipei Assassins came through and won it last time around. You know, we're opening all these doors up, and of course, the Russian servers are out there. There's a lot of teams over there. South America has a lot of teams, you know, so there's a lot of teams that are all coming into this one. The big finals for this will be happening at Gamescom, of course, and the winner will, of course, be going to the World Finals. So that's what this is all about. Will we be seeing Instruments of Surrender in the World Finals, or will only Gragas be able to take them back one?
Well, that's the interesting thing about it, isn't it? This is the first look that we may be having here of a World Finals team, funnily enough. Obviously, there's a long way to go before we can call them that representative of the CIS and Baltic countries, but, well, they've certainly made a good impact for Game 1. A destruction, I think we can fairly call it there against only Gragas, who I think we'll feel a little bit downtrodden after that game. You know, we said that these Russian players, and this is information that come from the Russian commentators here as well, that are doing the Russian CS stream right now. They're screaming as well.
They're screaming, they might be.
They're screaming and they're streaming at the same time. But they said that these are very much momentum players, that when they get ahead, they get ahead big. And when they fall behind, it's not unlikely that you'll see them go from 0-3, 0-4 down to 0-10, you know, in a very short space of time. So very, very interesting stuff that we're seeing here at this point. And you can see there that, well, everyone seems to be pretty relaxed right now about the whole scenario.
Well, that was FOMCO just a moment ago, and really he was one of the creators of all of the action. So
yeah,
wondering whether Jarvan is going to be allowed through this time around, because he played very well in it. We are sticking to the same band so far. It is going to be Rise, Zach, and Jace all banned out so far. And these are kind of standard bans, but I'll be amazed if they let Jarvan through, because really FOMCO played it tremendously, but will only Gragas be aiming for it as well.
Well, that's the funny thing. They're, of course, now moving over onto the blue side, so they could leave that Jarvan open, which is what they've done. Nami was actually the ban here. You have to say, Demonco's Nami was amazingly well played. Bubbles in the right places, tidal waves rushing through everywhere. Really, really solid play. Malphite was taken out here by Instruments of Surrender. From that, I'm going to say Jarvan first pick. That's what you can gather, considering how instrumental FOMCO was in that win.
Well, I mean, it's Knight making the picking. Maybe he's going to make a strong argument to say, I should have Kha'Zix again, because it kind of was the only thing that was turning it around, and that is exactly what they've done. He needs to be a bit more involved in it this time, though. And I was just talking to the Russian analysis guy just off the screen while we're at the breakdown. He was basically saying, you know, he was jumping out way too early, and technically he was. You know, when he went them fights, when he started off, he could have been in there, and yeah, it took a bit of damage, but he was jumping about at 60-70% health. He wasn't even touched, and he was jumping out already.
Problem is, I think you need that strength in there, someone that's going to survive to be able to actually, you know, pull the focus away from the Kha'Zix. We are seeing here the Evelyn locked in for you, and if Diamond Prox's Evelyn is anything to go by, then that could be in for a bit of a treat there. It was banned in game 1, and a Thresh coming out as well. So maybe the way that Demonco played, he could be rising to the occasion with, you know, our beloved Edward now, I guess, completely destroying all our hearts and going over to North America, that traitor, and raising up as the new Russian Thresh King.
Well, that'll teach him. He's 1-5 in the LCS so far. You know, he could have been doing much better with Gambit. We'll see how it turns out.
Well, 3 for 2. I suppose it is better in a way.
Yeah, it's a lot better. It's a lot better, that's for sure. Mirror Ender has locked in Sejuani again. It looks like Varus is going to get taken again for Day Ruin, should say.
Day Ruin.
Yeah, Day Ruin. Get his name right. He hasn't locked it in just yet, though, so we'll see whether he decides to stick with it. Which, honestly, this is the exact same team.
Yeah, it looks like
so far.
It looks like they've pinpointed something that went wrong there, And they said what we had was actually fine. That's something that we were really happy with. And they have once again gone for that Kazik, Sejuani, the Zyra coming in as well. That's exactly the 3 picks that they had in the top jungle and support role in the last game. So we'll see if that trend continues. Of course, on the other side, Instruments of Surrender are going into a different kind of setup.
Well, I mean, they've taken the Malphite out and the Nami out, and they may be thinking this is what was putting us off. So maybe we'll just change it up. It does look like Nixar maybe wants the Varus himself this time. See whether he locks that in. Warhunter, of course, played Kayle in the last game. See whether he stick with that. See whether he's got something else up his sleeve. Worked out very, very well against Cassiopeia. I'd be amazed if we see Cass coming out again, because I think he went 0-7 towards the end of that. Not the best of scores, mate. It is going to be the Crocodile, though, in that top lane. Renekton gets locked in. So that's going to be Renekton against Kha'Zix, which is actually a pretty decent matchup.
Yeah, Renekton going to go in there, of course. We're probably going to see some lane switches coming on
they
anyway.
did go 2v1 before.
Yeah, I did go in that 2v1, even though I think that they might have had the better time of things if they switched that one back around. But let's see then for only Gragas. What are they going to go for? Gragas is probably the only option that we can rule out right now, funnily enough. And the Varus, of course, which was played by Daeruin in the last game. Looks like he's going to fall back onto Ezreal this time around.
Yeah, maybe his fallback champion is going to select at the moment. Blue Ezreal will be coming out. Apparently, we've been told he does prefer the blue Ez. Rengar. Now that's a champion I've not seen played in a while. Last actually was Diamond that played it. It's not going to be Lee Sin, I don't think, unless it's going to be Lee Sin mid lane. Don't think so. He's locked it in.
Wow.
Where the hell? Oh, it could be Kha'Zix mid lane. Could be Lee Sin top.
Sejuani in the lane as well.
Could be.
It could be Sejuani in the lane. Pretty much could be anything at this point, is what we're saying. And that's actually really smart, because they've done that on the same side here. They've got Evelyn, who, you know, you'd expect #1 to be in that jungle, but it can be played in the lane as well. So we'll see now how Instruments of Surrender actually decide to react to this whole
Jarvan is still available if they do choose to go that route.
That'd actually be pretty funny, yeah. And they are going to be going with the Jarvan here by the looks of things. So very, very interesting. We're going to have to wait, obviously, until those swaps come around. But we were told that, you know, Jarvan is in lane is something that these teams aren't scared to do. We're going to be seeing Lee Sin most probably in the lane. But again, Sejuani could end up being in the lane. And I can actually see Arenea's face over the other side just waiting. And he looks a bit confused at this point.
I mean,
if he's confused,
yeah,
we
got? It's been setting up the thing, and it is going to be Jarvan selected. So, will that be a mid lane or a top lane Jarvan? Looking like it's going to be switching around. I think it's going to be... See, Thresh is obviously the support. Snake looks like it might be. Yeah, it's going to be Fomco again on Jarvan, just like he was in the last game. It will be Warhunter in the mid lane, but it's going to be Warhunter in the mid lane against Slayer, who's going to be on Kha'Zix, and Nike will be playing the Lee Sin on the top lane, which is a pretty good pick. Interesting that they picked up the Lee Sin, actually, because now I'm thinking about it. Instrument of Surrender could have gone for Lee Sin, who's a horrible counter to Kha'Zix, as I've developed and discovered myself so many times. I swear that's that matchup, but
it does. We've been on voice comms when we've when this has gone down, and it's not the demon that we're all we all know. It's a very different man that you don't get to hear very often.
When I play this game, which is why everybody asks me at home, is like, why don't you stream? It's like, yeah, no,
it's probably for everyone's
probably not good for the reputation of me. All right, that I would stream me playing, because I get annoyed. It's safe to say.
But he never says it in game, so that's all good. But he will be that Lee Sin in the with Nike, at least we say, in the top lane. They obviously could go any which way at this point. They're certainly not scared of changing, but it is going to be Fomco on Evelyn in the jungle, and Warhunter is going to take Jarvan in the lane.
So that was a last-minute sneaky change that they did there. So Fomco, we'll see how he works out with Evelyn. Evelyn was banned in game 1, but you know, we were warned about this. We were told that Jarvan is played in lanes in Russia, and you know, UBProx wasn't lying to us. He wasn't lying, and we'll see how it works out. Warhunter had the better of Turn the Slayer by a massive margin in the last game. He absolutely dominated him. Only had one single little bit of help, and remember, even in that 2v1, the first blood that came out, he did it all himself. He was 2v1, flashed in, got the kill.
So we are going to get ourselves into game then. Of course, the scoreline 1-0 for Instruments of Surrender currently over Only Gragas. The teams obviously have now switched up. Only Gragas on the blue side, and we are going to see War Hunter somewhere in a lane with this Jarvan. The question is, where's Lee Sin going to be? Where is Jarvan going to be? Where's Kha'Zix going to be? There's a lot to be decided here in these early moments.
Yeah, we're going to see where the heck they're going. You can see it does look like Snake may be the top laner on Renekton. Will it be Nike joining him on that top lane? We'll see how that one works out. As it is, Lee Sin is bouncing around and checking out where he's going to place those wards. Of course, we did see a little bit of aggression in the start of the last game. They didn't quite pick up the kill, though. It was Make Me Split that got caught out. We'll see whether those ward placements do pay dividends. A pink ward placed by Make Me Split there in the river. And that's obviously going to spot out Fomko if he tries to sneak across. We do have a pause, though. So we'll just see what that is. It's looking like they're going to have the admins across them at the moment. You can see the players are all there, ready and waiting. Just looking across to see if there's anything in chat. Nothing's come up, so I guess they're discussing what exactly the problem is. So what do we think here, Joe? I mean, because frankly, I don't know what the heck is going to go on. We do, as it stands at the map at the moment, we do see Lee Sin looking like it's going to be a top. So it's going to be Lee Sin versus Renekton top lane, which makes it Kha'Zix versus Jarvan in the mid lane. I have no idea how the hell that one works out because it's been so long since we saw Jarvan in the lane. And it does look like actually the duo lane will be the standard pairing. So Thresh could be... I'm trying to think, was Thresh banned in the first game?
No.
He was available, wasn't he? Nami was
wasn't.
banned out, though, so that's forced Dimonco onto Thresh. And honestly, I think I'd rather let him have Nami. I don't know. I always get scared with Thresh because some of the plays that you've seen over the last sort of months since Thresh has been available have been truly, truly fearful. We're just seeing it's... that's Fomko, I believe, that's having the pause issue at the moment. You can see it's the red side, so it's definitely Instrument of Surrender.
I'm not sure what it is here. For me, it looks like he could be discussing the lights. Yeah, we've been told that information as well. The light is actually causing this problem. You can see there he actually has his monitor right at the back of the table. You saw the admin kind of just posturing to
pull the monitor forward. He's like, no, I want it back there.
That's where I have it.
But this is what we were talking about at the start of the show. This is things you have to be used to.
Yeah.
These, I mean, I know for a fact from talking to players before at various events, you know, when we have flashing lights on kills and stuff like that, my God, it can send them berserk. But, you know, these are things that the pro players, the pro scene just simply gets used to.
Yeah, and that's something that at the start of League of Legends and the teams, you know, like your SKs, your Fanatics, your Gambits, and you know, everyone else out there in all across in scenes across the world, that they've had problems in the early stages with this one particular light that was bouncing off a pole here into your eyes
Random
here, and
spot,
you know,
yeah.
just these little things that can throw you off. And we talk about it all the time. It's about getting yourself as much as you possibly can on a stage front of thousands of people, you know, with lights on. You're getting yourself as close as you can to that setup that you have at home, whether that means wearing pajama bottoms while you're playing. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen that in top esports play, or playing with your legs folded, or your keyboard on your lap, as some other players do as well. There's a lot of very weird things that people get used to at home that when you get to, you know, the big stage, you're like, it's not really that easy to replicate that one and get myself into the comfort zone where I, you know, spend my hours practicing at home with my team to bring it right to the event and be in that zone straight away. So hopefully we'll get this issue fixed in just a little while.
Well, I mean, I remember stories of players turning up without the mouse and keyboard, and it was like,
oh, we have to bring it?
We have to bring a mouse and keyboard? So, well, you didn't have to, but we would have thought you'd be used to your own mouse and keyboard. That's why sometimes they turn up. Does look like they're putting the headsets back on, so hopefully we're going to get underway at the moment. But like you mentioned, you know, you can see he plays with everything pushed back. So they've fixed the lighting issue. I can't see him going any darker, but oh no, the red lights have gone off. Maybe they have. Maybe they've gone darker. They're still bathing in their blue light. They seem happy.
Yeah, I think blue light's not as intruding to your eyes. I might just be making this up and it's not even true whatsoever.
Depends what district you're in.
I suppose so. Although, no, let's leave it there. But yeah, that's going to be fixed here in just a second. That red light going to be switched off on the one side so that the players. And at the end of the day, these are the guys that were here to watch as well. So they've got to feel comfortable. If there's something that could be changed that doesn't affect gameplay in any way, then sure, we can help them feel as comfortable.
And different players actually deal with problems different ways. Sometimes they're just like, nah. I mean, I know for a fact, thinking back to a problem we had at All Stars where Mad Life was seeing an icon incorrectly when he was throwing out a hook or something like that, and he was just like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, carried on playing like a god, and he was quite happy. Sometimes, just the slightest little irritation can set players off, and sometimes you just got to make them feel comfortable. It happens at events, and it will always happen. There's no way around it because that is esports. Everybody uses their own peripherals, their own different gadgets, drivers. Oh, there's so many different things that can go wrong. It's amazing that we actually do get these games going eventually, but we also continue the curse that I have on the game, and that is to keep horses running. But it does look like the teams are readying themselves up, so hopefully we'll be underway in just a few moments. Apparently, he is fine.
Great. I was just about to say that us casters can have that as well. To get Aranea on the expert desk, we have to get him massages between each one just to make him feel as comfortable as possible here. Obviously, that's not true.
Well, he's a pro
whatsoever.
player these days, so now he's even more pampered. But we are going live, ladies and gentlemen. So the game is back underway, and it is just that 1 minute gone. And as we mentioned, that pink ward that did get placed down there, Fomco and Warhunter will be spotted out early on, so we'll see whether they're going to go for any early invades.
Yeah, they did a little bit of that in game one, but it was more to get the walls down. There was a slight bit of damage here and there. You can see that that's a pink ward put down straight away here by Only Gragas inside of the death brush on that bottom side, and they're going to say, haha, there's 25 gold for us. That's all good and all well and good. Also one going in a little bit deeper than that, but right now Only Gragas quite happy to know that the ward's there and that they've not gone any further into the jungle.
And as we pointed out, it is still 3.7, so hence the minions are all there before 155, so they're going to clear out the wraiths. It's going to be Warhunter and Snake taking those away. Nike is going to get the help of so in fact, he's going to be helping Mirizen, unless he goes into lane with blue buff, but that'd be impressive for Lee Sin. I'm not too sure whether it would be impressive or a complete noob error. But Fomco will be taking the blue buff of his own, and they're going to head off into their journeys in the jungle. So let's see. We can see the lanes starting to set themselves up. It will be the duo lanes against one another. Demonco just dodging out of Dayron's shot there. Nike against Snake, going very aggressive, as you would expect from level 1 early, but honestly, I think Renekton should be a decent match for him here. And of course, the mid lane does mean it's going to be Kha'Zix versus Jarvan. So going back to the Froggen days of Jarvan mid, aggression coming out straight away, Snake go down! Wow, I was not expecting the damage, but then again, that is Lee Sin for you.
No comment from Demon
Lee Syndrome.
Being in that scenario before. And yeah, that's already a problem here for Snake in this top lane. We can see that Fomco is going to come around to that top lane just to give things a little bit of cover, but again, Nike able to put down a bit of damage, and he was, as we said earlier, their saving grace, or well, it could have been at least, let's say, in that first game with his Kha'Zix. He was doing really well with it. This time around, gone for that Lee Sin, got himself a first blood, which honestly, in a 1v1 scenario, like really just pure 1v1, no junglers involved and what have you, you probably wouldn't expect to happen, or probably shouldn't happen, you'd say.
No, I'm just going to double check, see if he's not been dirty and got like 1% crit or something horrible like that. No, he hasn't. Not 1% crit chance, so no, he was just straight up. Fair play to him, worked out wonders for him, but you never know the damage once he gets that Q on you and he comes flying in. The Ignite was used as well, so it was all well played by him.
Yeah, it was a case of, I think, throw the Q, if it lands, I ignite instantly and I follow it up. And that's what happened. He landed the Q and he decided to push it in there. It's a very solid first blood coming out for Nike. Still got his flash available, which of course was used by Snake to get rid of that. To touch back on that pink ward, by the way, very smart play when you've got an Evelynn on the map. We're going to have 2 pink wards down currently on that side, although one of them was used in the bottom brush, and that one has actually now timed out of things. So Fomco will be able to get around here by the looks of things on towards Kha'Zix. This is dangerous.
He's been baited into this one, and they didn't quite go that little step closer. Fomco didn't get the damage down. The Ignite was used by Warhunter though, so that is going to be down. It forced him, but all he did was jump away from it. So Fomco, Turn the Slayer was quite happy to do that one. This time the aggression on Nike in that top lane. He went back to buy, by the way, of course, when he did get that kill, got himself that Doran's Blade. So honestly, this may be a tough lane for Snake now.
Yeah, I think so as well. And just the whole way that Lee Sin works can catch you out in those scenarios where you think, okay, he's not going to come in, and all of a sudden he's on to the next minion. He's got the shield on and he's right on top of you after the Q as well. Here is Fonko actually inside the jungle. And Mirror End was just getting a bit of a spot of him, as we are going to see those roots coming down. They managed to hook Dayruin in there. Where's the kill going to come down? Barrier used already by Dayruin, and we are having to see Varus back away. Shield was put down there, but a very, very close encounter in this bottom lane.
Very good play, though, from the support. Magma split there straight away. Ignite was thrown down, and that's what forced him away. The grasping root, if that would have landed, almost certainly would have been a death, maybe a double kill in that bottom lane. Both very, very low. Barriers were all burned as well. There is a barrier for Nixar, though, so he's still got his available if he requires it, but instead getting the poke onto Dimonco. He's going to be chugging those potions. He's just got one left, and he's being a bit of an alcoholic through them, but the CS difference between the two AD carries, you can see this time it's going very much in favor of Dayrun. The hook missing out once again from Dimonco, but he's got that lead building up, 42 to 27 CS. That's a big, big difference, but Warhunter, he's going to be set up here, but I think they've pushed the lane too much.
Yeah, I think so as well. That's going to go straight through there. I mean, it was a little bit low, there, turn the Slayer on his Kha'Zix, and I think it was more of a case of, right, let me just get back here and get safe from this. But that's the problem that Warhunter's going to have. If he wants to try and 1v1 the Kha'Zix, he's always going to be able to jump away from that Cataclysm. It almost has no effect on that play whatsoever. Obviously, unless he's already used that jump to get himself in there, then it's a different thing. As Nike here in the top, seems like Snake has composed himself after dying there at level 1 and, you know, engaged the anti-Lee Sin mentality that everyone needs to have against him.
And once he hits 6, he's going to be a bit of a pain in the backside for Nike. Honestly, I don't think he's going to have that burst craziness, because that was, I think it was a level 1 or level 2 engage. This time Fomco is going to get spotted. That pink ward will show him, and look how quick you can disengage. Nike just straight away, and actually thinking about trying to land that kick onto Fomco.
Yeah, the pink ward has just timed out. Literally, Fonko was 5 seconds, 10 seconds too early into that lane. The pink ward has now gone, so if he were to turn right now, which he probably won't realize after all that, he would probably be able to get in there. As it goes, though, the CS lead is going to go bigger once again here. Dayruin, oh, they almost get the grasping root down. And actually, both of them got away there despite the best efforts of Make Me Split. There's another pink ward down in that bottom lane to stop Evelyn visiting into there. So far, actually, these pink wards been very successful at keeping Fomco quiet.
Absolutely. So, difference in items, not really between the AD carries, actually. They both got Vampire Accept and Double Doran's Blade, so no boots being picked up by either. There was 2 pots being picked up, mana and health, though, by Dayrun, so he did have that slight advantage. Of course, that was the CS advantage he had gained, and now you can see they've shoved up on that tower, putting damage down on towards it, as Nixar does return to lane and has still left that gap, 15 CS between the two AD carries. That's one of the big differences. Of course, the mid laner, Warhunter, doing a fantastic job of farming right now against Turn the Slayer. He's built himself up a 12 CS gap as well, and now he's heading south, Joe. He's looking to get some kills here, and you can see that only Gragas, they're following him up.
Yeah, he put a ward down there on the backside as well of the Dragon Pit, which, I don't know, I think he was just trying to get that vision down there as well. Decides not to go through. There was a ward in the riverside as well, which you'll have seen him left there, leaving that lane. So, in the end, had a bit of a sneak down, but he realized that they were probably going to be following him in there anyway, and he may have just been signing his own death warrant. You look at the gold, it's 1,000 gold lead right now. It's Dayruin actually going to get pulled in. He actually used the Arcane Shift to get away at the same time that happened as well, which made it kind of awkward to watch, and they weren't able to follow up on it just after.
And that hook's going to be available again in a moment. Dayruin going aggressive, will get spotted out. It's, Fomco that tried to sneak down there. That pink ward in the bush, though, did spot him. So he wasn't quite so sneaky as he thought. Hunter in aggressive in the mid lane. He's going to use the Cataclysm. Fomco's going to come in. Can they finish it off? Well, Turn the Slayer does get it. Flashes away. I think he may well have just outdone himself here. He's going to leap across, surely. It will be get reset. He's got the blue buff down. He's trying to and get the lifesteal on Fomco. Will he have enough? He's going to have to dive the turret here. He will pick up the kill. Fomco finally follows it through, and that had to be really made to pay.
Bottom lane as well is going a little bit crazy from this one. Maybe it's played. Oh, sniped off from the back by Nikasaur. Dodges the passive out of Zyra as well. But not quite the ultimate there. And there's an Ignite in the top lane. It's going off all over the map at this point, keeping the cameramen on their toes. And, well, crazy, crazy action. And after all that, we're left with 3-3 and only a 400 gold game. That's really just even things up right there.
And that is one solid Snake in the top lane there.
I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, I had to get that one in. It's all right, because you called Nikasaur playing down the bottom lane, so now we've both done it a piece. Yeah, you did. Nikasaur with the snipe. She's loving her time here in Moscow, and who'd have thought she's actually Russian and she does play for Instrument of Surrender, maybe. Well, maybe she likes her instruments. She does play in the Summoner's Rift all the time. So, Turn the Slayer is back in that mid lane. I don't know where I was going with that one. Joe's actually died. Joe's died. Oh my word. We are having fun in Moscow, ladies and gents, but it is going to be the Tear of the Goddess was picked up. Ooh, just seeing where he was going to go with that one. Actually, he's going to push out. So CS-wise, this does mean, of course, Nixar now has returned to this bottom lane. He's going to start gaining a little bit. It's gone, 500 gold behind. Look at this. Fomco's going to face check straight towards Mirror here. Will they turn it into a kill? Turn the Slayer is there. Do they know that Mirror's End? He hasn't actually gone into that bush. I think they have a inkling. Did he pass through? Look at that. Fomco playing just perfectly there. Used himself out the shadows of the ward positioning. Didn't get spotted. Put the ward down himself. Have got that pink ward in the bottom. They're going to go looking for kills down here, but that tri-bush has got that pink ward in. So Make the Split has covered himself, covered his ground, realizing they are very much heavily pushed here. And actually Mirror End is now coming down, Joe. I think they're going to go straight towards that tri-bush.
Yeah, they definitely realize that he may be somewhere around that one, and they are going to see them push in now. Demonko is the first target. He completely misses the hook there, but the damage on Today Ruin is pretty strong anyway. Grasping Roots will come down with the Strangled Thorns. Mirren trying to escape from this one, and in the end, it will be just a 1-for-0, going low on both sides, but nicely executed by Only Gragas. And there's Warhunter having a sniff as well.
Yeah, he's come down. You can see he's already followed and tracked by Turn the Slayer. Turn the Slayer ready and waiting in the bush, and he's got completely settled there. Didn't jump for it though. I'll tell you what, I would have thought he could have gone for that, but he realized his rest of his team were not there, and Instrument of Surrender going to try and turn this in their favor. They're going to pick up a dragon from this one. There's not really anything coming out here. You can see Make the Split does put that ward down. Suddenly Turn the Slayer is heading north. South Story straight away to get in towards there, but they're all going to back away from this one. Fomco's very low. Turn the Slayer might be able to jump for this one. Yes, he is. Goes straight in there and picks himself up a kill. They're not going to be able to get a second. We see Nixar backs off as well as Fomco, and they are safe. So how does that work things? Well, just 600 gold between the teams, 5-3 in kills, but that is the first dragon picked up by Instrument Surrender.
Yeah, that's a nice pickup for them that brought them right back in terms of gold. But look at this, there's a 4-man push now on the middle outer turret. We should look at the CS and the gold difference there, almost 1,000 between them. 25 CS. The Day Ruin now has a lead over Nixor, so this is not looking too amazingly well. A completely different game to what we saw in game 1 of this best of 3 between Only Gragas and Instruments of Surrender as well. This is definitely a better start to things from Only Gragas. Nike, obviously, we're looking at him right now, got that kill, the opening kill, the first blood in that top lane. He's going to go into Snake, and there you see that once he's got that armor and that Giant's belt in there now, Snake, he's not scared of Nike whatsoever. He's actually got a level advantage on him as well.
Yeah, he's been up farming away on this top lane the whole time, but experience-wise, you're going to assume that he will start swinging for Only Gragas. They did get that turret down, which will... Ooh, has he got Lee Syndrome? Is he going to follow it up? No, he landed the Q. It is known as Lee Syndrome. It's now a common knowledge, common term, I feel, in League of Legends. 4 members, though, in this bottom lane of Instrument of Surrender. They're going to try and pick it out, but look at that great ward placement from Make the Split, and immediately spots them. Only 2 members got spotted there. Snake with that ultimate being used in this top lane. Look at this. He's going to have some solid metal gear, because in comes around the backside of him is Kha'Zix. Does get stunned up, jumps on him, gets it to reset. Can he get it down in there? Look at Lee Sin coming flying in from downtown, and Turn the Slayer gets the kill.
Yeah, and now Jarvan here in this bottom lane needs to be a little bit careful. It looks like they're going to go for a 4-man dive on this one, and the Fonko is going to get destroyed right underneath the turret, and that will be a 2-for-1 down there. Box is actually put down to stop them chasing from Dimonco, and that will be a 2-for-1.
Watch out, only Gragas. Here comes the Funk, and it's going on towards your tower. But it doesn't matter because they are going to take the top turret down, and that's 2-0 in turrets now. And only Gragas starting to show a little bit of play here. It's a 3-1-0 Kazakhs, and that's going to cause some serious problems if Turnslayer can get some of that damage on. He's already been stacking that tier for a long time. There's the last Whisper now coming in. BF sword also picked up by Dayrune. Dayrune's going to be coming back down the bottom here. Make Me Split will defend off this turret, so they're doing a fantastic job. Flash is out from the hook though, and well, Dimonco does keep him away. That means the flash is burned. We'll see whether or not Fomko himself wants to come down and try and pick up a kill, because so far Evelyn has not worked out well for him.
No, I totally agree with you with that one. It's not been, I mean, you can't even compare it to his Jarvan in that last game, to be honest, which I'm kind of at a loss for words as to why they've decided not to go in for that Jarvan year once again, because for me it was the thing that really set everything up for him in that last game.
Well, they've got it. The Warlands is on it.
Well, yeah,
so,
I mean, but in the same setup,
yeah.
obviously.
But he's going very aggressive. He's got that Brutalizer on now, and that along with the Ninja Tabby and that Giant's Bolt. So he's going to be kind of a tanky damage dealer. I think they're going to edge toward full-on Bruiser, and we'll see how it works out against Turnslayer, because Turnslayer seems to be happy to stand and trade with him right now. The fact that he's gone back and got armor penetration, we'll see how it develops. Look at Knight though, he's gone tanky as well. He's got himself that Sunfire Cave built up, as well as Snake, so the two top laners are in full-on Bruiser position. And honestly, there's not that many weak targets outside of the AD carries and supports right now.
And we can see here that it might all kick off down on this bottom lane right now with Fonko coming out. There's the ultimate coming in. Make Me Split is going to be in all kinds of trouble. He will die from this one. Fonko does pick up the kill, but can he escape? He drops his W there. That'll be enough to get him away, but Nixar could be falling down. We've got Kazakhs chasing him from the top side. Flashes in, completely misses the Void Spike. And now Warhunter's coming in as well. He does jump back over the side in the end, but he is a dead man. Ezreal did pick up the kill, but Dayrune's going to pay for his life. And just, yeah, it was a fail. Turnslayer came in and flashed in for it, and he was just not quite up to speed with his position.
Flash Void Spikes, and he put the Ignite down, but unfortunately there was already, it's Dayrune that picked up the kill, which means he didn't really get the reset, so he couldn't jump out, and then when he did try and jump, the Flay came straight out. Meanwhile, his top lane, we're going to see Lee Sin diving in towards Snake. They did manage to get the Q on him. I don't think he's going to be able to walk away from this one. He's just going to let him go, though. I think Knight could have followed that one up. Didn't really know the position of the rest of the team, and they knew that Fomko had respawned by now, but that was the bottom tower, the first tower of the game being picked up by Instrument Surrender, so it worked out really well for them. I actually thought when only Gragas were kind of going for this one, this is pretty aggressive ballsy play considering there's only 3v3, but they didn't hang around. They lost their jungler so early on in that fight as well, but they stuck to it. Actually, it was a support that went down, sorry, it was Make Me Split that went down very quickly, but they carried on going. I thought, I'm not sure about this play. And then when you saw the fails from Turnslayer, that's just, it's just never going to work out so bad.
Yeah, not the best moment of his life, that's for sure, in front of the audience here. That all, I think, made a collective all together. But he's actually gone a very different route in terms of his build this time to what Nike did in the last one. We saw Nike go not brutalize, that's a complete lie. He went Bloodthirster first and then started to stack his tier. This time around, Last Whisper was finished up first with that tier in there, and then has picked up his Brutalizer, which is definitely more of what we're used to when it comes to a build on Kazakhs.
Well, it's a wise choice because he needs the armor penetration, because just look at the Instrument and Surrender team. They're all stacking out the armors, all stacking out the health. So Instrument and Surrender back on the Dragon again here, but looks like it's going to be only Gragas may well contest this one. Just around the side there, actually landing the hook on towards Knight, coming straight down, putting that box down, brilliantly done. Warhunter jumps on them, Cataclysm died across, but look at the ultimates coming out from only Gragas, just layering across there. One jump comes out, can the Turnslayer, one more shot on towards Fonko. He will take him down to the stump. The Void Spikes do land, and that was absolutely brilliantly played by only Gragas. That's an ace, and just for one simple death, they're going to push straight through, or they're running for Baron.
They are. They're headed top side. I think this is going to be a Baron attempt here at 18 minutes and 20 seconds for only Gragas. They know that, well, 6 seconds is the first. Nixor coming up there along with the Thresh as well. This Baron, obviously, at this point of the game, going to take a fair old time to take down, but they are definitely going to be having this one away, and there's nothing at all that Instruments of Surrender can do.
And that's a big issue for them right there, because they went aggressive. Instruments surrendered it on the Dragon, but when there's a Zyra on the other side, he can just throw that Stranglehold down and bounce you all in the air. With True Shot Barrage following it through, they just layered the damage straight in there. And it's like the easiest ulti he ever landed in his life, because they were all just clumped together. So everything worked in only Gragas's favor. Honestly, though, they hasn't got a huge advantage still built. They've got the Baron on, which is, of course, going to make Instruments Surrender defensive for the next 4 minutes. But if you look at the gold, it's still pretty close. Just 3,000 gold. We're at the 30,000 limit, which overall, yeah, it's 10%. It's still not an insurmountable goal. Good God, if I can get my words out. An insurmountable figure, that's the word I was after, in terms of item and in terms of kills. 13-8 kills, 2-1 in turrets. So actually, you know, they don't have a ginormous lead right now, despite the great plays that they're seemingly making. And Nike, he's aggressive.
You leave my ward alone. As he goes diving in on top of you, like, hello, I'm Lee Sin, I'm on top of you. Snake here is actually going to take a lot of damage, and this is going to be a very much dead Snake. He's going to have to shed his skin and come back next time around. This time, though, again, Turn the Slayer, we kind of laughed a little bit with those voice packs earlier on, but honestly, he's 6-2-3 right now. He's a world ahead in the CS, which he wasn't before. He was actually behind, and he's doing a great job of pulling through for his team.
One could say he's also making some turns. I don't know. I'm not going to go with that one. But they are starting to put pressure down, and Turn the Slayer is in that top lane all on his own, shoving on towards the top inner turret. While the rest of only Gragas look to try and make some plays. The hook not landing, that goes towards it, and obviously trying to land a hook on Lee Sin. That's like trying to catch a slippery wet fish in a uphill stream. I don't know where I can go. Oh, but they're going to dive in for it. There's going to be the Stranglethorns. Everybody does get out of that. Chain of Corruption lands. Only Gragas in trouble now, because he can see Instruments Surrender. What a fantastic ultimate. Mirror's End just turns the fight around on his head. Demonko getting taken very low. There's going to be the start of the battering round from Demonko. But you can see Snake, he's trying to come in, but that's a double kill picked up by Mirror End. There's going to be Lee Sin diving in. Knight just trying to pick up the damage. Dayrun working on that tower now. They're just pushing it down. The inner top turret is also going down. Snake's going to get caught out there. The grasping roots. Lee Sin goes following it through, and it's Dayrun that picks up another kill. They're going to get 2 inner turrets from this one. That's a bound up only Gragas. They didn't lose a single person in. It was a 4v5, and they picked up the bloody ace.
Absolutely brilliant, and they may be able to take away 2 inhibitor turrets from this one as well. Certainly the first one will go down. They're not going to stick around for the inhib, because 3 men have already survived here, or already respawned, I should say. Already survived would be not quite what happened in that one after they got ace. But yeah, we talked about it in the last game from Instruments to Surrender. The ultimates were just so on point. We've just seen it again 2 fights in a row. Down at the Dragon, down in that bottom lane. The Sejuani ulti in particular there right at the end was absolutely on point. And that gives them now that, you see how quickly the gold's gone. Even after Baron was taken, we were saying it's only about 3,000 the difference. But what they've got after the Baron is really the key there, not what they've got, you know, directly from that Baron. They pushed those inner turrets out. They've got themselves the inhibitor turret in the bot lane. They got themselves an ace, and now they're close to a 10,000 gold lead.
And if you look back at the fight, maybe they'll do that in the replay, but only Gragas actually kited it just perfectly away from the turret, just close enough, and then instantly turned it around. They knew exactly what they were doing there. Very, very well played. So they still have that Baron buff up. There's not too long left on it at the moment. I'm just looking towards it. It's about to wear off in a couple of seconds' time, but who cares? They've got 2 inner turrets from it. They've got an inhibitor turret from it. There's an exposed inhibitor in the bottom lane. They're looking to try and drain down the final inner turret, and the rest of only Gragas starting to stack in for this one. Don't think they're going to see a tower dive just yet, though. But blue buff, everything has been stripped away from Instrument of Surrender. And with that 9,000 gold lead, look at that main display. He didn't even flinch. He's just like, well, if you Cataclysm on me, you may have wasted it because I'm only a support player. I'm just going to walk away from this one, even though I've got my Oracle on.
Yeah, they've got so much gold right now that it doesn't really matter too much as the hook comes out. Doesn't quite land, and step by step they're going for this final inner turret that's left on the map for Instruments of Surrender, and it's Daru in there at the front. You can see that he's gone for more the traditional build there with this Ezreal, going Bloodthirster, Last Whisper in there, and that means that those auto attacks just going to be nailing away on those turrets anyway. Now they're already up towards that inhibitor turret. Hook lands onto Turn the Slayer, but what do you do against the Kha'Zix? You get him in the hook, you know, even if you follow up, he's going to jump off.
Yeah, it's just going to jump away from this one. They're going for the exposed inhibitor turret. There's going to be Chain of Corruption just used on Turn of the Slayer, but honestly, that is a kind of a waste. Stranglethorns did go down. Quick charge comes out from Mirazen. Has he not used that ultimate yet? They can just go towards it and tell a lie. He did. That's going to be the box coming down. Dimonko tries to do everything they can, but only Gragas just backing away from these turrets, happily being kited around. They're just going to go back to the inhibitor and say, thank you very much. Everyone back away. We're going to take your inhibitor and walk off.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how fast they get away from this one, because there's Home Guards on a couple of men here for Instruments of Surrender. Turn the Slayer going pretty low. Flash has been used. There goes Jarvan, manages to get the knock up onto Knight, but can they follow through for any more on this one? They are going to manage to take down Daruin. Knight does a typical thing and gets away to the ward, but they have managed to shut down Kha'Zix. Now can they get on Lee Sin? Look at the top side of the jungle. He could hang around in the top side of the jungle all day here, could that Lee Sin, without being caught. And that will be a good couple of kills coming out from Instruments of Surrender. And we can see that 20 seconds left for the Ezreal spawn. They may try and push out.
Well, if it was a FPS, we'd be talking about exit frags right there, because that's exactly what Instruments of Surrender did. But honestly, the objective, the goal was that inhibitor, and that is what only Gragas found. And all they've lost for it is an outer mid turret. I think they'll take that any day. They're not going to lose the Dragon as well. Only Gragas will have the timing on this one, though, saying they may try and defend it, but they only have 3 members there at the moment. Turn the Slayer only just spawning, so this will be a Dragon also picked up by Instruments of Surrender, but still, the gold difference is going to be around 8,000 gold. Look at that. He thought about it, didn't he? He thought about going in for that one. Had got a ward as well to get himself bounced out of it. And it's going to be the blue buff as well picked up by Instruments of Surrender. So, yeah, not a bad pushback, but they did still lose the inhibitor.
Yeah, lost the inhibitors. It's brought them back to just 8,000 or so gold behind from this one. We can see there the Oracle now. It's going to be used to try and clear out, if there was anything really to clear out there. At this point, Instruments of Surrender have spent most of the time in their base trying to ward OGS away from them, but at this point now, they need to get something down on that top side. The Baron is coming up next, and a steal is something that could start to get them back into the game, but still a tall order with, you know, who's strong right now. The Kha'Zix at 6-2-3, the Ezreal at 4-2-10. Even if they lose, even if they get aced here, I think it's going to be hard for Instruments of Surrender to really capitalize on that a second time.
Yeah, and the hook on Daron is not really what they're aiming. Oh, Chain of Corruption used, but straight away Mirren throwing his Glacial Prison out. Is it going to be enough to try and knock them down? Stranglethorns flashed on towards, they will go towards Snake, and look at that! Turn the Slayer, jumping in from the back there, he's going to get on towards Nixar. Dimonko goes down, gets the reset, straight on towards the next one. Snake's going to get dropped as well. Does Jastly use that lead though, but Knight's going to chase on towards Warhunter. They're not too worried, they've got super minions coming up the bottom lane here, and Warhunter is in desperate trouble. That's going to be Turn the Slayer. He has got the jump, he's going to pounce into this one. Get straight on towards it. That's going to be Warhunter going down. Then straight on towards the Nexus turrets, and that is going to be only Gragas picking up game 2. It's going to be the third match coming up here. Fantastic performance from Oni Gragas after an absolute demolition in game 1. They do take game 2 for a third match.
And it just goes to show how teams can pick themselves up off the ground. They got battered in game number 1, and they've turned around, and not quite the same level of destruction, but they went a whole way close to achieving that one. A fantastic performance out of only Gragas, and you can see smiles on faces there. That certainly lifted their spirits, and that will take us through into the third and final game, which right now, you'd have to say that only Gragas may have a bit of an edge going into, with the fact that they've won this second game to bring them all tied up at 1-1. The question is, can they repeat that, because they're going back onto the red side now?
Well, we will see, and of course, we're going to be joined on our analysis desk by a very happy-looking Jason Kaplan. Big smile on his face, and of course, an even more happier 5-0 Alvar Aranea. I've got to keep getting that 5-0 in there, because they are playing Gambit today, so it might not last.
Someone that might be next to me.
I didn't say that. I only order like a special cup if we win to go like straight to the cup and just run away from here because I'm gonna be really scared of that.
Well, anyways, we should get back to the game because that was a very exciting game. It was really surprising to see how Only Gragas came back after losing so heavily in the first game. What are your thoughts on it? Let's start in the beginning. What's your thoughts on the picks?
Well, the picks were fine for both teams. I'm still not a really big fan of Sejuani, even though they managed to do good combos with Syra Ultimate, Sejuani, and even like Ethereal Ultimate. They did like really good AoE combos. But still, I was cheering more for the Renekton team, for the Evelynn. But I was expecting Evelynn mid lane because they lack on an AP damage. Because Evelynn, as I said to you before, Evelynn in the jungle is pretty much 2 damage. Is the Lether, is Liandry's, and then with Thonia's gain some AP damage. But before that, it's only about 2 damage.
Yeah, and okay, well let's go out of that then. Out of the picks and bans, the laning phase. We saw Lee Sin get a very early kill on Renekton. I know you've been playing Lee Sin in the jungle. You all know he's been playing Lee Sin in the jungle lately. What are your thoughts on the Lee Sin in the lane?
It's good. The sustain is ridiculous. Like you can max W, as we saw on Boy and we saw on Soath. You max W and you use like shield your minions and just life is still all the time. And you can be like in lane for hours. Like it's really annoying champion to play against. And also early levels like the Q and the E is really high damage. You have to be really care of that. And Renekton didn't work. He wasn't like. He missed position so hard in that queue of Lee Sin, and he got first blood with the Ignite and the end of the queue.
What about in terms of items that he built? Because he actually went pretty much straight tank throughout the entirety of the game.
Well, they need that tanky because they had like Kha'Zix mid lane. They have Ezreal, they have Syra, so they need some tankiness in that team. And Lee Sin tanky is fine always. It's just like you just double in on a champion like Kha'Zix, kick someone out, and you with Sunfire just like keep doing damage to everyone.
Just spin around like he's fabulous as he's glowing and glittering, doing damage. But yeah, so we do have a replay to show you, and it kind of reflects the difference that we saw in terms of earlier, where we saw Instrument of Surrender actually do some extremely good team fights, but this time it was only Gragas pulling it off.
We talked about this in the last game. We talked about how Instrument of Surrender always go to objectives, like 5 men going to objective. And the main problem of only Gragas is that they didn't contest a single objective. They didn't contest a Drake. They didn't contest a single tower. So at this point, only Gragas, they said, hey, we have to contest something. They went 5 men to Drake, Instrument of Surrender, and only Gragas contested. And was perfectly played by them.
Yep, and we'll show that in a second. But, you know, it's 8-7 in terms of kills for only Gragas. It's 17 minutes, 45 seconds in. It wasn't heavily favored on one team's side at all, as it's 25.1 thousand to 24.3 thousand gold. And, of course, 2 turrets to 1. But after this fight, it got pretty one-sided, just because of the wombo combo they pull off. So, Arne, walk us through this replay.
Well, at this play, as we said, EOS was going to the Drake. They group up as 5, but only Gragas came to contest it. And at this point is perfectly how Thresh going, and we see, first of all, Lee Sin kick on Thresh. He's gonna kick as well on Renekton and Varus. It's 3 men, the ultimate of Lee Sin, and now he's coming with Syra ultimate and Ezreal ultimate from the back. You see the Ezreal ultimate hit it on the 5 men, and Kha'Zix just clean with the resets. He was already level 13, so he get reset in everyone. That was an ace from Oli Gragas, and that was pretty much the comeback of the game. We see the 5 men just killing now, just Kha'Zix, Bane Kha'Zix, and just killing everyone like the same.
And it was kind of weird because it wasn't heavily one side in either team's favor, like I said before. But after this fight, it completely grew. Like it was just so one sided for only Gragas, and to me, it might have actually been due to the Evelynn. You said you preferred it maybe in the middle lane, but how do you think Evelynn did overall in the jungle?
Oh wait, I prefer Evelynn in jungle. I prefer it in jungle, but
for
in
this
setup, I prefer just Jarvan. Like Jarvan jungle is so strong, and Evelynn, even though he can be stronger, Evelynn than Jarvan. At the end, like they lack on an AP damage, and I think like for this combo was better like Evelynn mid lane to face Kha'Zix. That is fine for him, for her, and then Jarvan jungle that pressure so much, like the ganks of Jarvan are so strong compared with Evelynn.
And in terms of the game 3 that's coming up, because obviously it's best of 3 here, and they'll tied 1-1. We've seen a lot of the same bans. Like we have Ryze, Jace banned out from only Gragas both times. We had Zac, Shen, Malphite banned out, which the Zac and Shen were 2 of the same bans from the first game, though the Evelynn was banned in the first game, which was let through this time. What do you think we're going to see in terms of bans and picks?
I guess we're pretty much going to see the same. Probably we're not going to see Kha'Zix, because Kha'Zix is this kind of game changer. A good team fight of Kha'Zix with the resets, you can pretty much win the game. I mean, I always say the same to every pro player, like if you feel you're better than an opponent, Cathix is a champion that can lose you a game. Like, you're fine, but then Cathix get one reset, then another reset, and you can lose a game only by one team fight. On that, Cathix get the resets. So it's really scary champion for me. I don't really like Cathix at all. I'm waiting for the new patch, the nerf on Cathix W so hard. So yeah, I mean, I guess Cathix gonna be banned, and probably from the other team is gonna be the same bans, like Zac, Sam Malphite, and Cathix for the other team as well.
Oh yeah. And before we go to a quick break before the final game here, who do you think is gonna win this one?
I think, as we saw in the first game, is going to be Instrument of Surrender. This one was only Gragas, but I'm expecting Instrument of Surrender to win again.
Yeah, I personally would have to agree with that a little bit, just because we saw Instrument of Surrender actually try to contest objectives this time, which unfortunately only Gragas didn't do in the first one.
They were always ahead, like doing Drake, getting towers, but at this point, like, only Gragas did one team fight with every ultimate, with Zyra ultimate, and with Cathix jumping in and getting the reset. But at the end, I was thinking that Instrument of Surrender could win the game.
All right, well, you heard it from RNA, you heard it from me. He's probably the one that's going to be right on this one. But anyways, we will be back with game number 3 between Instrument of Surrender and only Gragas. Don't go anywhere.
here in Mother Russia. And honestly, they've been putting on a pretty good show so far. We've had 2 fantastic games. If you are just joining us, this is the Commonwealth, Independent States and Baltic States all fighting it out for a place in the World Finals. First, of course, they have to win here to get to Gamescom and then win the international tournament at Gamescom. Of course, that is a separate tournament from the European LCS. So don't get confused, because I know it's confusing. We were confused ourselves to begin with, but honestly, we have seen 2 fantastic matches. These are aggressive guys.
We have actually been really surprising in a way. Not that we expected a bad level of play or something like that, but quite how exciting they've been, and almost at the same time how one-sided both games have been for opposing teams here. I mean, we look at game number 1, it was, to put it bluntly, a stomp. Game 2 wasn't quite as bad, but it was still very one-sided. Now that brings us into game 3, and you have to wonder who's going to have the momentum here, who's going to be feeling better. The bans are going to be very, very interesting, because we saw Jarvan dominating in game number 1, but not in game number 2, but he was played in the lane and not... It was very, very strange stuff. Nami, again, was another great support pick out of Demonco in game number 1. He played Thresh in game number 2 and didn't really turn up to that one. So there's a lot on the line here. Just looking at the teams that they are in game right now, it looks like only Gragas are on the blue side, and I can only speculate about this one. I thought that they just literally switched teams around, but to me it seems as though the team with the fastest win gets the blue side.
Yeah, not sure on that one either. It's normally like whoever wins switches.
Yeah.
Oh well. I'm sure we'll get Dave. I can see the admins are not too far away, so maybe we'll try and get a ruling on that. But nobody's really saying that they're in the wrong side, so I guess they're ready and waiting to go. Let's go, 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 go comes out from Unso, our camera guy, getting ready to G them up and get this game underway. Picks and bans will be getting started. Of course, you just got a shot of the arena here in Moscow. Of course, it's a little bit dark in there, but, you know, these are gamers. They don't want to see the light.
Well, we've got a nice mixture of red and blue, and that's about just all we need from
Looks like they're in water, doesn't it? Like all the little blue flickering light. But of course, here's the bans coming through, and just like the first 2 games, Rise, Jace, Shen, and this time Kha'Zix's being banned out. That's a first one now, so they don't want to see a jumping turn the Slayer. You know, and if you think back, obviously his first game on Cassiopeia was horrendous.
Yeah.
And then he just turns himself from 0 to hero in a matter of a game. Kale also straight away banned out. I was like, yeah, well, you banned my champion, I ban yours, Warhunter. Not having it this time.
Yeah, not letting him have that KO. Although, well, I say it wasn't the biggest of impact. If we think about how those team fights went down, the KO Ultimates were basically holding the Malphite alive, who has been attacked by the turret about 5 or 6 or maybe even more times. So, was instrumental. We'll go that far. Final ban here, Malphite taken out, which means that we're going to have the Thresh available. It means we're going to have Zac available, who was banned in both previous games. It means Nami is available, which Instruments of Surrender went with for Demonco in game number 1 and did so brilliantly with.
Absolutely. So we'll see how it works out. It does mean, as you mentioned, Nami was available. Jarvan, we think we're going to get Jarvan in here? I mean, I would do. And as Aranea just called it, but Draven was banned out before, and this time Nixar wants it back. That's actually the same duo lane that happened in game 1, and they were very, very strong with it. They did manage to bully out effectively. It was Dayrune and Magma Split that were up against.
Zyra Varus, that lane that they had before.
Sejuani again. They really like this mirror end. Kind of sticking with the same jungler the whole time through. And you know what? Actually tossed out some pretty damn good ultimates in that last game. So why the hell not? Turn the Slayer, your choice. What are you going to go with? Is it going to be the AD, the support? It's going to be Zyra again. Sticking with what they know.
Yeah, AD and support, of course, already gone on the other side. They wanted to get that Sejuani. Zac was the first pick anyway. Now we'll see what Instruments of Surrender go for. I'm expecting that the last pick will be their mid laner, so we can probably expect a safe top lane pick coming out of this one. So something tells me that we're going to see Jarvan again for the jungle, but what are they going to pair that with here?
Let's see whether it's going to be a top laner. They did have Renekton in the last game. Didn't work out as well as they'd liked. Did actually do well in the lane, but who the hell expects a Lee Sin in the top lane, honestly?
Yeah,
he got, little son of a gun.
He got
they were level 1.
At level 1. And that's without even getting his kick. That's how good he was.
Nautilus is finally going to make an appearance here, it seems, with Jarvan available, which does surprise me. I thought Fomco would go for that one. We have been told they do like to play Nautilus a hell of a lot, and I think No, I don't think he's been banned yet, so this would be an interesting choice, and it's going to be Renekton. And again, they're happy with that one. Instrument Surrender seem to be going with what just didn't work for them.
Yeah, that's an interesting one as well, that they did so well with Jarvan, or albeit in that combo that they had the Malphite in earlier on, but no, they could have done that a little bit differently. They are going to go with the Renekton, which Snake did play in that last game. As we said, got first blooded, which already made his game a little bit harder, but got only stronger and stronger as things went on. So we'll see then what only Gragas are going to go for you. What AD carry are they going to pick up along with this mid laner you would expect? That would be interesting.
And we're seeing an Alex each wannabe coming out from Russia itself. Could be Turn the Slayer. Let's see what he goes with. Dayrune is going to go with Ezreal. Worked very well for him in the last match. Will it be?
Crowd's cheering him on.
Crowd are like, come on, stick with it. I'm not too sure. He hasn't locked it in yet, so yeah, he's going to switch it off, and it may well see a Kennen coming out in the mid lane here. Of course, Zac will be the top laner now. It's a tanky Zac. Actually, now I come to think of it, you know, Renekton versus Zac's actually pretty... It's going to be one of those fights that you just don't want to watch. Because it's not going to be too exciting.
Yeah, a bit of a face bashing.
Yeah.
With not a lot of action.
Two big lads from Grimsby. The usual.
Same old. But
could be from Leeds.
From Leeds as well, that's a possibility. Or from Rotherham. But final pick then for... Instruments of Surrender. There we go. I'll get my words out here finally. What are they going to go for you? Karthus would be something completely new from their side of things. And I'm not sure how well they'll really do with this one, because to be honest, he can be locked up very, very quickly here early on. I mean, you're going to have Zyra that's going to get straight in there. The point of that Karthus is he wants to get straight into the middle of the fight. He's going to get knocked up by Zac. He's going to get frozen into spot by Sejuani, rooted by the Zyra. Kennen's going to be stunning him and zipping off out the way. So
as long as he's got that defile there, though,
well, that's true.
He'll be all right. Yeah. As long as he remembers to press it, which you'd assume these top pro players would. They're not quite on our level, but they'll definitely have no problem getting in. Well, we'll see how it works out between them, of course. This is definitely a different pickup from both the sides, actually. We do have Remnant, especially the bottom lanes are both identical to what they used in game one. That's going to work out for them. Sejuani, again, has been used every single game. Fomko with his third separate jungler. It does surprise me. The fact that Jarvan was available and he went, what, 7-1-10 or something like that in game one? He was tremendous, godlike on it. But no, he switched it up again. Didn't really fit the team lineup. Needs that slow in there. We'll see how it works. Similar type of champion. Obviously, you got to land the hook instead of the slide combo that you can do. And again, you could use that dredge line maybe to try and catch someone out. I'm trying to think really where that dredge line would be aimed at, because you're going to have Zac jumping in at you. Sejuani's coming in at you. Kennen's coming in at you. I guess you're going to try and land it on Dayrune, but he's going to be a long way out of the fight.
And he's going to be off straight away as soon as you land that. Yeah, you can get your depth charge coming down to him, but by the time that lands, he's already got himself away at that point. But either way, we're going to find out. This is, of course, the third and final game between only Gragas and Instruments of Surrender. The winner will go through to our final day's grand final. And of course, the second semi-final will be coming up tomorrow, so keep your eyes for that one. It will be the same time, same place, both from here in Moscow and, of course, on the internet, on the stream that you're currently watching from. And if you are, you know, in the area, try and get yourself down here. Although I'm saying that, I don't know actually if there are any tickets left.
No, it's sold out. It has completely sold out.
You could come down anyway and just chill outside.
Well, you could do like they did in Poland and stand outside. But it's actually nice and sunny here, so
it is.
You're not going to be in quite the cold. But I don't believe there's any screen set up outside, so you're not really going to be out here. So it's internet only, ladies and gentlemen, because this place is packed right now and everybody is ready and waiting. I am so excited to see how it's going to be when Gambit step out on that stage.
Yeah, it's going to be explosive. We saw little glimpses of them in the videos earlier on, and the crowd was going wild then. So when they actually get out here onto the stage, that's certainly going to be something to behold. Let's have a look right now then here at level 1. What action can we expect? I mean, in the last games we've seen, obviously, a bit of damage here, a bit of pushes in to get the wards down here and there, but honestly nothing that's resembled a big fight at the first level.
Well, just remember back to game 1, how many times Dimonko set up those kills with that Aqua Prison. He just landed there. He's going to throw that ward down the river, so it's going to be key for setting up kills. We'll see whether he does set up Nixar anytime soon. It's not looking like there's going to be anything really coming out as the level 1 fight. A lot of wards placed up the river. You can see 3 coming out from Instrument of Surrender, iOS, not to be confused with the operating system on the phones, and OGS, the only Gragas. I don't know why the S is on there. It's just OG should be really, but then I guess you'd be confused with some sort of gangsters.
And the IOs.
The OGs versus the IOs, yo, in it. Word to your
we're
mother.
old and we're from England. We don't get that sort of stuff. So here we go then. Start off for the OGs with the Wolves.
Word.
And on the other side, the bottom lane, of course, going to be doing golems. We should mention right now with that start, we are on 3.7, so we are a patch behind what you've been seeing in North America, and that's quite frankly because the start of the European LCS has been 2 weeks on the road. So.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been fair for the teams or the players to just... generally players are the teams, but it wouldn't be fair on those guys to be switching it to 3.8 midway through the season, midway through the match. Oh, if that Aqua Prison would have landed, it took a lot of damage there. They're trying to trigger off his passive as early as possible, and Nike sent Pack in to go in that top lane. Knew he was going to be up in this setup, I feel. The fact that he's already gone cloth armor, as is the same with Snake, so they knew that they were expecting a 2v1 lane, and that is exactly what they got. The question is, who is going to come out on top? Both Renekton and Zach will be happy to sit on the turret farming. They've got to be careful they don't get caught out. I can't imagine there's going to be too much diving going on either champion, because they are pretty brutal if you try and jump them on a tower, but it's looking like Snake may well get set up for one here. Mirror End is heading this way.
Yeah, a 3-man gank is possible, and we are going to see them come in with grasping root. Actually lands there. Snake decides to flash away from it, and he will walk to safely. Zyra actually went dangerously low from the tower itself there. Meanwhile, in his top lane, is that Knight going to be going down? He's got his passive, of course, to fall back on. Picks up a blob there at the end, and that will keep him alive.
Oh, when you just saw one little step from Nixar, he really wanted to get those spinning axes on towards Knight. This time he is going to jump in towards him, puts the Ignite down. That might be Nixar going down, you know. Is that Ignite going to be enough? He tries to get the lifesteal on the blobs. He will get it as well, and that will be first blood for Nixar.
That was a risky move in the first place from Knight to use that elastic slingshot to jump in there and get the Ignite down. He thought with that he might have just enough damage. In the end, turns out he didn't quite have enough damage, and that will be first blood going over to the Draven. And we saw that actually in game 1. He died instantly after that one to Nike. This time around, though, he stayed alive at the end, which could be a bit more of a deciding factor. Got that Vamp Scepter, Doran's Blade in there already. And we've already seen in the middle lane, the Kennen versus the Karthus. They've had a bit of a back and forth between them as well, with that Kennen starting out with boots and pots early on, so not deciding to go for that Doran's Blade for the early pressure.
So we've had a double switch around here as well. You can see Zach's now gone down to that bottom lane, but immediately Nixar and Dimonko will go down. So that's going to be Draven and Nami, making sure he's not going to be able to get away with this one, not going to be able to bully it out. Also, of course, that does mean that Dayrune and Make the Split have gone up towards that top lane against Snake on Renekton. The blobs are being left around the map there. Nixar's like, yep, I'm going to keep those axes spinning through your big fat greeny globules.
Yeah, trying to knock them down as he goes. He's gone with that cloth armor now, which is obviously making him a little bit safer to all of that coming in. Let's see how Snake does here underneath the turret. Actually, he's going to go out on towards Dayrune, as we are going to see Fonka coming around the side. Got that blue buff on right now, so probably not wanting to risk too much there. Just wants to make sure that this top turret will be safe from OGS.
Yeah, no Hulk's going out there either. And Dayrune's quite happily backed away from that one. Thought he may even try and go aggressive in this one. Nixar is looking at trying to be aggressive on towards Nike once again. Maybe Mike, maybe it's Mike on the weekend, who knows. But as he is, he's Nike right now. And the spinning axes continue going. The aggression from Nixar that we had heard about is still staying standard, but honestly, Snake's winning out this setup because he's got 21 CS now. He's built up, as we saw only Gragas backing off in that bottom lane. Snake did pick up a wave, and it kind of surprised me that they were doing a split. That's why Snake shoved it so heavily, but he kind of played into the OGS's hands because he shoved the lane down, and the AD carrier was just like, oh great, I'm going to get some free farm. And just look at Dayrune, you can see he's actually passed in terms of CS on that top lane. It was shoved completely up there. He's quite happy to take the advantage of it. Meanwhile, down the bottom, actually the tower is getting shoved very heavily, and Zach's in trouble here, but as is Snake.
Yeah, very interesting stuff as we are going to see the Kennen come in there. Can he get the stun down onto Snake though? Not quite able to get in range, and Snake will walk away. Survives another day, just about. As Turn the Slayer gets chased into bush by the minions.
No, they just kited him into him. He was like backing off quite happily. And they're like, seriously, you're just going to run all these minions onto my head? Snake is still there, but look at this. Kennen is going to come back. He's going to pop that ultimate down. Will he get the stun onto one Snake? He's trying to put all the damage down. Here comes the Requiem, though. It should take him down. The turret does the damage. Dayru is going to be next caught out here. Fomko comes in. He will be able to throw out the hook, but you can see the Grasping Roots comes in there. Here comes Warren to the lane waste. He's going to go down. One more should do it. Barrier was used. One more shot. He's going to have to turn back into it. Doesn't matter. The basic attack comes out from Warren. Now they're going to get caught towards Make My Split. That is going to be a triple. Very well played by Instrument of Surrender.
Talk about going pear-shaped there for the only Gragas side. I mean, they thought that they had something coming out of that one. They thought that they could get in with that Kennen ultimate and get the kills down. In the end now, Mirror Ender's come around. He gets the depth charge onto him, and they're looking at maybe taking down 2 turrets at once. In the end, I think good for them. With them being a little bit lower on HP, they decide to back off, but this bottom turret, Zac is coming back. But he might just be too late. There are a good wave of minions there, and Draven and Nami together gonna take down the first turret of the game.
Absolutely. So 5-0. That is a big, big lead. And if you remember game 1, that is exactly how they built it up before. They were at 5-1, I believe. And they did not look back. And now 3.3 thousand gold ahead. And you know, maybe it's like a Russian thing, I don't know. But once they smell that lead, once they smell that blood, they will just pounce on it. And I expect to see a very aggressive iOS now that everybody's just popped back to buy. Looking at the gold across the board, you can see 500 gold lead between the 2 top laners that haven't really been against each other just yet. 800 gold between the AD carries, 800 gold lead for the AP carry. Big, big leads being built up across the map. Even 400 for the supports and 600 for the junglers.
Yeah, and it leaves a Karthus at 201 and a Draven at 200. They're 2 champions that are going to wreak havoc here for only Gragas once things get going. And there, once again, Snake decides to go in. We can see that Nautilus is working his way up here, and he's going to hug the wall, which means that Tribush is actually not going to spot them. And Dayruin is stuck around here to try and finish off that turret. He may just get that one finished. Wow. He does finally get the turret down, but he will die, and that will give Snake his first kill. Meanwhile, Turn the Slayer in the middle is going to be going very low, if not even further here. Requiem is not up, but he's trying to dodge everything, but he's still inside of the Defile. One more Q should do it, but he gets away just about. Here comes Sejuani. Can he lock him down from this one? Wall of Pain goes down. That's going to help him. Flash used by Sejuani. Muren going under the turret, but doesn't get the kill.
Requiem. Oh no, he hasn't got it available. I thought he was going to try and pop it. Trying to bait it as long as they could. There's going to be the spinning axes from Nixar from the bottom lane. He's not going to be able to get anything from it though. But look at this, in the top lane, Snake and Fomko bought himself all this time. They're going to take the turret down. I really have to question what Dayruin was thinking. Just going all in just to get that turret down and give yourself a kill. Yeah, you got the turret. Well done. Well, great. That's great. But you've also given a kill and an assist to your opponent. And honestly, a turret that you could have just returned back to in a couple of moments time and gone and got it anyway.
And that's the key point about that one, that turret probably would have gone down at a later point anyway, so it's probably not worth it in the end, although he may have just thought, well, I'm going to die anyway, and that was his thinking as to why he stood around to really finish off that turret. Right now, 4,000 gold. It's creeping slowly but surely towards what we saw in game 1 here. Dragon's going to be coming up next. That's going to put them even further into the lead. We'll see if only Gragas can do anything about this one. There's a ward on that curve bush that Ezreal has just passed by, which they'll know exactly that one's coming in. Smite's available for Fromco, and he is going to finish it off.
Yeah, no problem there. Instrument of Surrender. Actually, I believe I've had the first dragon every game so far and really had great dragon control. Of course, that one fight that they did have kind of backfired on them. The hook lands straight away. Turn the Slayer getting caught down and melted where he stands. The wave comes out from Dimonco, but honestly, it was too late. There was no surf there.
Didn't need to. It was just a wave bye-bye there to that Kennen. And right now, 4 men trying to reply to this one from only Gragas to keep that turret up. But I'm not sure that they're even going to be able to do it in the end.
Sometimes, Joe, they're just too subtle and people don't get them.
I know. They just don't. sad times. There's Ezreal once again getting caught out. Ashley's, well, I forgot about Karthus, as apparently they did as well. And it's Snake, in fact, that picked up the kill there right in the end. No, it didn't.
That's a scumbag move. The Ignite managed to pick up the kill. The Aqua Prison's going to go down, and Magma Split is just going to melt. And this is turning into an avalanche right now. Instrument of Surrender, well, they may well be forcing it once again. 11 minutes gone already, and look at it. They've taken the bottom turret, they've taken the top turret, and now the mid one going down. Just 11 minutes gone in this game. They are piling through the mid lane.
Yeah, I was going to say 11 minutes gone already. Well, that is 9-0. That's pretty much something that we don't see in terms of First Blood. It's not uncommon that 10 minutes is the first time we see a kill in some of these games. Right now, we've got 4 turrets down. We've got 9 kills on the board. We've had a dragon already in this one, and it's not going to stop at this point. If you look down the items now, it's almost a little bit redundant to do so because, of course, with that massive lead comes a massive lead in items as well. We see a BF Sword Vamp set to Berserk Greaves, double Doran's Blade for the Draven, who's also 20 CS ahead of the Ezreal, who's got the Berserk Greaves home guarded up right now, has to get back in lane faster when he dies, as has been the case at least, 0-3-0. Doran's Blade ×2. And the longsword, and that just shows you how far behind he is there. Look at Zac as well, that's another prime example. A little bit ahead in CS, but 4-0-2 down in kills. He's now completely nullified my point, which was going to be about the Giant's Belt and that Chain Vest, which he's just now picked up as well.
But the Vault of Ages and the tier of the guys, you can see the tier has been just completely rotating, non-stop, stacking it up one to every single chance he gets. And it's going to be built up. Seraph's Embrace will go on there. The Aqua Prison comes out, doesn't land on towards Day Ruin, but we do see a ping on towards Fomco, and Fomco was heading south again, and he is going to come around the back of him. If they don't start moving now, you can see he's going to put the Tri-Bush ward down, actually. Just about manages to land it. Is it going to be too little too late there? They're going for Day Ruin. Here comes Mirror End coming out the side there, but the wave catches all 3 members. There's going to be the spinning blades, and the Aqua Prison catches both of them again. Make the split, he's just going to get dropped down. It's a double kill picked up by Day Ruin. He's going to go for the next one. Actually, it's Nixar that does get it. Tell a lie, because Daruin is the one that died at the start.
And we see once again why Demonco shouldn't be allowed to play this gnarly.
Yeah.
He's absolutely on fire with it again. 0-0-7 up at this point. I am not sure why Mirror End actually stood around for that one, but he's basically given that kill away to Fomco, and it looks like we could see another turret going down here. 4 men pushing onto the inner bottom lane.
And also the top lane's being pushed as well, because Snake's up there. He's on the turret as well. Zac is about to try and deal with him. There goes to be the True Shot Barrage, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop them. They can just keep working down this turret, and now they're looking at maybe trying to pick up a kill. Wall of Pain does manage to go down. There's the Stranglethorns, actually. They still haven't finished his turret off, so the turret's going to start doing damage. It's still hitting Nami at the moment at the back there. Fomco is going to get it down. Mirror Nixor will get their stop down. Here comes Requiem. Will Fomco go down from it? Yes, he will. He's going to be seeing Magma Split. Magma Split's going to get taken down, and Nixar is cleaning up here. A great Aqua Prison. Is it going to be enough to get away from it? The Arcane Shift, not going to happen though. Flash is out of it. He's going to try and bait around, but those spinning axes are just doing too much pain right now. It was a 3-for-3, but another turret picked up. And look at this. Can Zac try and come in? He's going to have Mirror End on him. Yes, he will. Gets the Glacial Charge. He will manage to slow him down. Nixar will go down. That's going to be a big amount of gold for someone. It is going to be Nike.
Yeah, and that's a welcome thing. The problem is in that 3 kills that they got earlier on, 2 of them actually went over towards Zyra. He got a double kill there, didn't make me split. And in the whole time that was going on, Snake has been pushing up this top lane. That's another inner turret going down. That's 5 turrets already. And look at the gold. It's almost 10k after 14 minutes.
Yeah, that's not good news. That is not good news. When they've got nearly 50% gold lead over you, that generally spells you are going to lose this game, and all stats point that direction. Zac has gone towards the top there to try and cut off on towards Snake, but Snake has gone away. He's gone back to base. 4-0-2 for Snake as well. Wasn't involved in that last fight. 6-1-3 for Nixar now, and you can see he's already got that Bloodthirst completed, and he's well on his way towards that last Whisper. In comparison to Day Ruin, he's miles behind, isn't even close. 0-5-3, he's been just picked on, frankly bullied. If this was a school, they'd be giving him some, I don't know, extra homework or something, because he's just getting picked on. I'm trying to think of the damn word. What's the word?
Detention.
Expelled, detention, that's the one I'm looking for. It's been a while since I was at school.
You're not kidding there. It's been a while since I was at school, so I can only imagine, Demon, how many years that's been for you.
Back when the cane were real.
They had cavemen back then. So right now then we can see this entire jungle being taken away by Instruments of Surrender. And A Dragon up in just 20 seconds time as well. Will be a juicy target. Couple of wards put down to make sure no one's there. In fact, they got wards along that entire bottom side of the jungle. There's a bit more farm for this 6-1-3 Draven right now. And we saw in that last fight how instrumental he can be. But it's really with him paired with Demonko, who even during that last fight, there was still landing those Aqua Prisms on exactly the right people at exactly the right time. The coordination between this bottom lane of Nixon and Demonko has been pretty ridiculous.
And it shows that they have been a partnership for, I think it was 2 years or something like that. It shows that those guys have been together for a long time. Another Dragon picked up there, just keeping that gold lead, 9,000 gold. Now they're going to try and collapse around them. They are a long way up the lane here. The Wayne? I don't know where the Wayne is, but lane is definitely in trouble. There's going to be actually clutching onto Warhunter, and that may well be a bad mistake because the rest of the team come around there. Defile gets popped, and Let's Bounce was used to simply get the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, it was more like a let's pounce, you know, from a cat. Didn't really do a lot. They didn't follow it up there. He's not doing any real damage with it at the moment. Like, it just didn't offer that much. It was a little bit of a, I think, a desperation move, even if you can even call it that, with just one guy going in there. The rest of the team, if they'd have followed up. Now, this is something that Jack famously said a couple of years ago, maybe by now, that it's better to make a bad call and all 5 men follow it than make a brilliant call and only 1 man do it. Because if they'd have all been there, that could have actually picked them up a couple of kills, which, yeah, they may have lost 3 for it, but right now that's the only real option that they have of getting in there.
Well, everybody backs away from that one. You see the teleport rings coming out as he slides back along. But it does mean that only Gragas have a chance, have a small moment to try and push, see if they can make some advantages. And that is exactly what Dayruin is trying to do. Had to go for Last Whisper, first item. That tells you how much trouble that the Dayruin is in, because he really needs to get some sort of strength item in there. When I say strength, I mean obviously attack damage. I'm not going to get confused with any other game. 15-14. 15-14? 15-4 is the kills. And that's honestly exactly, this is almost identical to game 1. They haven't quite landed quite so many ultimates in absolute perfect style like they did in game 1, but in terms of layering and in terms of damage, they have got it down. In Instrument Surrender, it's a different team to game 2 that they just had, and you know, they went with a fairly similar line setup, a fairly similar option. And you know, we talked about OGS actually in game 2, saying when they were picking Assembly Champions, saying obviously they figured something out. Well, they did. It worked on them, but they need to figure it back out again. And that certainly the analysis desk has it right. That's going to be Glacial Prison landing.
Yeah, they're going in on towards Nixar here, and he's going to go down underneath the turret. And it's a nice way to catch out, but look at what they've used for that. That's a lot of ultimates thrown in straight in on top of that 1 kill. 4 ultimates used there. Is the Let's Bounce coming in? Let's see what they can do with this one. The Nami wave comes back. Nike having to bounce his way back off behind the turret, and this will surely give them the turret. Dayruin is actually tanking it up, and in the end, they've not managed to finish it off.
They couldn't take it down, and there's a big wave at the bottom that they're going to have to deal with as well. So just Nixar going down. Of course, I say just, he is their main AD carry. Got kind of caught out just trying to defend it. But now that they know, everybody from OGS has backed away. And look at this. They're going straight for a Baron again. 19 minutes in. We saw an 18-minute Baron in the last game. They're not hanging around on these Baron calls.
No, and they've made it in the perfect timing as well. I mean, you've got Zyra who's up there doing a bit of warding. You've got all those ultimates down as they went in underneath the turret on them. Yeah, okay, Sejuani's got a smite up for that one, but is that going to make much of a difference? 2,000 health left on it there. We saw Nixar coming out just to make sure that they didn't push around, and now they're going to engage the fight.
They're going straight in. The ultimates are available, that he can see immediately. The catch on towards Make the Split's going to drop here. Nike's the next one that's going to be the focus. Is a double kill picked up by Snake. Can they get on towards Nike? He's going to try and back away. Requiem comes out. Will it be enough to pop him down? Yes, it will. The passive's there. Just stamp on those globules. That's all they need to do. And now the hook comes flinging in. Dayruin goes down. It's a triple now for Snake as he goes godlike, and they are just stomping their way home to victory.
And Sejuani is back in base. Like, well, we weren't ever going to be able to come out on top of that one. I'm just going to get myself out of harm's way, see what defense I can put up from this one. But that leaves us 6-2-6 with Draven. You know, Snake with that Renekton. It was pretty unbrilliant, I think is a really terrible word to use for it, but also gets the point across nicely that he didn't do anything really special in that last game with the Renekton, but this time around, he has done so well with him. 7-0-2 at this point. And as that inhibitor turret does go down, and the inhibitor with it, they decide to back away and buy up.
Yeah, 7-0-2. That's going to have a chunk of gold. They're going to pick up the blue on the way through as well. Just hoover that one up. 6-2-6 for Nixar. They're desperately trying to... Oh, just flashes it through. He does catch one out, but the rest of the team, they're going, well, okay, if you want some exit kills, we're all going to back off from this one. Not going to get caught out by that one. But honestly, only Gragas, their day has indeed been ruined, and he's only on 0-6-4 right now. He's desperately trying to farm up as much as he can in that bottom lane, but frankly, he is so far behind right now, again, on his opposite number, who we knew was going to be aggressive Nixar. We were told early on that if he gets on Draven, he is going to be a monster, and he is showing it. But it's not over-aggression. He's doing it very well played. He's not completely diving in, though some would say he has done a few Hosan moves, but he's not completely going psychopathic, I think is the word I could use, and just flying in without any reason. He's always got support of his team. He's always got Fomko coming out from the side, but more importantly, he's always got Dimonko setting him up.
Yeah, and Dimonko is actually, and it always is the fact that the supporter is the unsung hero of these combos.
Well, it was support week last week.
Well,
we gave them a whole week.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Actually, they've been doing really, really well, and that's the great thing that I think the community is starting to see that more and more, as we do see a ward down there. Are they going to face check into it? Nope. Just not just yet. I've got Nautilus on this bottom lane, and it looks like they may want to try and push that one out, and smartly so, because the top lane inhibitor is down, and those super minions are going to start to stream in there slowly. We've got Warns here doing the dragon. He's got blue buff Karthus, and he's going to do it all on his own, and it's going to be fine.
Well, we're seeing that, but what we're missing is the pink wall that's been going on between them. The Oracle War, they've been clearing, the two supports have been clearing out those wards in that red area. This time Warnter, have to, like you say, picking up that Dragon all on his own, stretches that gold lead, and look at it, it's 13,000 the gold lead right now. They're pushing on the bottom lane. Dayruin, well, he's been having a problem on Ezreal this time around. Played fantastic last game, don't get me wrong, but you can see he's going to throw out that True Shot Barrage, trying his best to keep that wave clear. The rest of the team are going to rotate round. Wall of Pain goes down, doesn't catch on anyone. We're going to see whether Fomko throws out that hook. I don't think he will, but once that conga line of minions gets wiped out, we're going to see a little bit of a standoff.
We can still have a decent engagement here from them, but you gotta wonder whether they will really be able to carry it through beyond taking maybe one or two men down, especially with that Karthus in there, which, you know, dead or alive, he's helping the team. You've got the Kennen, who probably needs that Zhonya's right now, with that Draven chunking so much damage with a 7-0-2 Renekton at this point. And not to mention getting in there and getting that Zhonya's pop would be a real big bonus for them, as they are going to manage to catch Dayrun, and he is dead from that one instantly. Kennen's going to dive in on top of them, and you can see there is a decent amount of damage coming down here, but with the Requiem coming in, they are going to be exploded, and that will be an ace once again for just 2 kills. They decide, you know what, forget that bottom turret, let's go for the inhibitor turrets, for the Nexus turrets, and win the game.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. An Instrument of Surrender will be moving into the final. Who will they be facing? That is the question. Of course, the next semi-final will be tomorrow, but what a fantastic games. 3 great games, honestly, from these ones. 3 very aggressive games, and once again, 24 minutes gone in this game. It is going to be all over, 24/7 in kills, and that is a very happy CIS team. And that, well, why not? They've deserved it. They've played brilliantly. They've pulled out 3 different strategies. One of them backfired horribly, but 2 of them worked absolutely brilliantly. And they went so far up in the kills. You've got to give it to that bottom pairing of Dimonko and Nixar. They have been fantastic for them. Warhunter as well. 6-8 again towards the end there. If you remember, his Kale from game 1 was tremendous. But Fomko in the jungle is the one that's impressed me the most on his team. Every single time he's there, you can see 17 killed KDA, as it were. 2 kills, 15 assists. He was there for 24 of those, so pretty much all over the map. And we questioned it when they didn't go with the Jarvan, but I think they made the right call.
Yeah, and even when he had that Jarvan in game 1, he was the one that really set that game up to go so well for him as well. So they can be very proud of what they've achieved here, Instruments of Surrender. They're going to, as you said, go through into the final tomorrow. On Sunday, the 3rd and final day here in Moscow. Obviously, it depends if that Sunday is a Saturday or a Monday, depending where you're actually going to be living. But yeah, really great performance. A thrilling best of 3. All 3 of them very, very exciting. High in kills, high in action. Just what we like to see.
Yep, so let's get over towards our analysis desk. It's a triple threat combo as well, so we're going to take us through not only that game, but all 3, and really just digest everything that happened.
Thank you for that, Joe and David. And yes, it is I was going to say triplet, but I don't think we all look exactly the same, so it doesn't really work. But a trio of us. We are joined by, UP Prox. There's actually a Russian caster here. He'll be casting in a little bit later, if I'm not mistaken, today. You'll hear him if you're watching over on the Russia stream. And of course, this paper just wants to get in my way, so I'm going to throw it over there. Of course, RNA as well joining us from Team Alternate, currently 5-0 right now in LCS. And he's been giving us insight throughout the best of 3 so far on how the games have been going. But let's get into this one before we go back and think about the other 2 games. This was a very one-sided match.
Yep, it was the one-sided match of the 3 of them. Mainly because in one action in early game just destroyed completely all the plan they both teams had.
Yeah, pretty much like that 0-5 play at the beginning of the game. It's just they ruined it for one of the teams. They could have come back, but they just decided to put on aggression and doom the mistakes or something like that.
All right, well, you guys already brought it up, so let's just get straight to the replay anyways, because it's 6 minutes in. It's only 0-1 in favor of iOS, and it was kind of the fight we had to say that determined it all.
So yeah, well, and at this point, it was Kennen who tried to come top lane to gank. It wasn't successful, the gank, but then it was Renekton and Nautilus who went to the enemy AD and support trying to get something. They didn't get anything, but the problem was when Kennen tried to stop that. Kennen just joined there, as we can see in the replay. He's Kennen just backing, but at this point, he tried to come back. And this is the mistake. He just pop up the ultimate and flash into the tower. And at this point, Nautilus just CC him and just stop him from doing nothing. And tower just pretty much killed Kennen. At this point, Carter used the ultimate to kill them all.
Let's pause it right here real quick and just bring up the UI, because we want to show you something in particular. The Karthus ultimate was actually meant for the top lane, but if you check out bottom lane, they're actually going for a kill on the Zac at the same time.
They were diving at the same time, so yeah. It's at this point, is Karthus killing Kennen, then Ezreal is almost dead and Karthus coming to get him, and bottom they are also killing Zac, that he has no passive from the first blood. And we see another kill on Zac bottom, we see another kill on Ezreal with Karthus, and we will see at the end, Nautilus killing Syra. That's 4 men and 1 tower in bottom by Draven and Nami.
Yep, so it was just a very one-sided game just from the get-go, just because of that little bit of action we saw. But let's think back to the whole best of 3, because obviously it went to a 3-game series. We did see 2 wins for iOS and 1 for only Gragas, which, I just say in every game, it was very one-sided, but it was so action-packed because of the kills we saw per minute. And is this really reminiscent of the Russian scene, like just fighting all the time?
Yeah, that's exactly what Russian scene represents. Pretty much, they're starting to, in the Gambit's shoes, with the very aggression, they want to get kills. They don't really care about the farm. They just want to get kills to push towers, and if it goes really well. If it doesn't, oh well, we see in the games.
Well, then let me ask you, Arne, on your opinion of that. Is going for kills only, not worrying about farm, a good ideal to have when playing, or is it maybe one thing there that stops you from getting to that next level, or what is it?
I think the main problem they had is like they try a lot of kills, but all the instruments render trying objectives, and that's the main point of the game. I mean, to win the game, you don't need to kill them 100 times. You need to get the Nexus. To get the Nexus, you need to get towers, you need to get Drakes, you need to get global gold, and you need to push that advantage every time, every minute, every second. At this point, we came back to saying that towers is probably the most important thing you need to take. And only instrument of surrender with the one grouping up like 5 men going to tower, 4 men trying to gang one side and getting after gang a tower. So I will say that instrument surrender played really good. That so was a really big team play by them, just moving all together in the map, and only Gragas lack a bit on that.
And real quick before we actually go over to our interview on stage with a member of iOS, I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the picks?
I think it was. Well, the picks wasn't bad. I mean, we saw every time Sejuani on one team, every time Syra on one team, and we also saw something interesting on the AD. He was going Ezreal with homeward boots, Berserk homeward boots rushing really fast. I'm not used to see that on at least on the LCS professional level. That's some interesting kind of Ezreal also going for Bloodthirster and Last Whisper. But in teams, I think both composition wasn't that bad, but just like the lack of team play of one team and the good team play of the other one was just huge difference for them.
Yeah, I think we're all a little bit confused when we saw those home guards come out. It was just, I mean, okay, in one game he was ahead by about 20 to 40 CS, but he was already ahead in lane anyways. Yeah. It wasn't like he needed those to get back to lane. It's an interesting pickup. I'm not sure if it's like meta breaking or anything, but
I remember like blaming Creton for going for a 40-minute build with Ezreal without boots. Like saying, please, can you get at least normal builds? No, I don't need. I have my E. Why I need boots? So it's
Sure.
like 40 minutes Ethereal boots against this Ethereal who goes like 10 minutes to Berserker homeward. That's a big difference.
Okay, and one last thing before we switch over, UP Prox. What are your thoughts on Good Team Multi-Gaming and, of course, Gaming Gear EU, which will be playing tomorrow in a best of 3?
Well, actually, I think that will be one of the interesting games because one team actually suffered a loss of a player, and pretty much Good Team Multi-Gaming, they are in need of support of the crowd. But Game Gear EU, they're new for this scene. They're new for the Russian scene. No one knows them, heard of them, but no one knows them. But they play really, really good, and that's one team we need to look out for.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they're actually the favorites to win the CIS. So we'll see, obviously, tomorrow, because the winner of that best of 3 will be going up against iOS tomorrow. And, of course, a chance to win $20,000, not to mention a spot in this year's International Wildcard Tournament at Gamescom. So, guys, we're going to go to Shock's Visit interview, actually, on the stage with a member of iOS.
Absolutely, I'm here with Famco for Instruments of Surrender after an impressive victory, but lead me through that best of 3 from your perspective, because the second game was not nearly as good as the first one, where you practically stomped them from the beginning. So what happened?
Минуточку, Шок спрашивает о том, что же послужило причиной такой разноплановой игры в первом, втором и третьем матче, и в чем же кроется секрет их победы. Прошу.
Ну, в первую очередь, мы в первой игре, конечно же, собрались, мы обсудили тактику и, соответственно, выиграли как можно быстро. А во второй игре мы просто расслабились, можно сказать, так легко выиграв, с крупным счетом мы взяли, просто проиграли игру, отдали, можно сказать, в плане пиках, в плане во всех планах. То есть мы даже чейзили, просто слили игру вторую. Ну и третью мы просто взяли, пошли на улицу, собрались уже с мыслями, обсудили все, как что делать, и выиграли.
First game was strategical and tactical, but second game, guys, relax himself and
All right.
help me please.
Relax.
Yeah. After that, they go to the street and discuss their doings and have a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, in the final, you'll be up against either Good Team Multi-Gaming or Gaming Gear EU. Who do you think you will be up against, and do you think you'll be able to win that final?
Какую из команд ты бы предпочел видеть в своих соперниках в следующей игре? Прошу.
Ну, прежде всего, я считаю, обе команды сильные, они достойны друг друга, так как они прошли отбор на этот лан-турнир, и, соответственно, я думаю, борьба будет напряженная. И я думаю, пускай победит сильнейший, и, соответственно, мы покажем достойную игру.
Both teams are very strong and let the strongest team win. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, as for us, that was the first round of the CIS tournament, the semifinals, but we have more action to come as it is week 2 of the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Ну что ж, друзья, это был интереснейший раунд полуфинала, однако есть еще много чего рассказать и показать вам. Итак, двухнедельная Европейская Лига Чемпионов продолжается, и, друзья, внимание на экран.
And of course, remember to tweet us at LOLesports, #LCS, with all your thoughts about today's games.
Не забудьте о том, что постоянно идет твиттер-трансляция, и мы ждем ваших твитов @LOLesports и #LCS.
And of course, you can also vote who you believe will win the games here this weekend. So log on to lolesports.com, click on the matches, and click the thumb next to the team and vote away.
И постоянно посещайте наш сайт lolesports.com, кликайте на матчи, выбирайте любимую команду и голосуйте за команду, которая, по вашему мнению, окажется сильнейшей.
And now it's time for a short break, but we will be back at 5 p.m. Moscow time. That is 3 p.m. Central European time and 6 a.m. Pacific. And when we come back, we'll give you the full rundown of today's games in the LCS, catch you up on the league standings, and then it'll be time for Ninjas in Pajamas and Fnatic to kick off our LCS weekend.
Друзья, сейчас нас ожидает небольшой перерывчик до 5 часов по Москве. Если вы смотрите нас из других часовых поясов, сверяйтесь с московским временем. Ровно в 5 мы выйдем в эфир и продолжим это замечательное состязание.
Let it Ready. Let it
The new teams have come into this season. They have practiced hard, they've worked hard, they've got the hunger.
And the Lemon Dogs will be taking down their first win. What a game from Meet Your Makers. The Polish powerhouse are looking on form. And that is an ace for Alternate, and surely the game here.
So well played by Alternate, they deserve that one.
Yeah, a massive, massive confidence boost for Alternate here.
Edward left our team, but it's his decision, and we'll try our best to find our game now.
This is going to be the most important months of our lives so far.
There's place for World Finals, and it is much more important to get in really good shape.
We want to finish good, so we go step by step, game by game, and try our best every time we can.
This is like our only chance to get to Worlds. We want to be there again. We were the top 4 last year. We want to be that again this year.
We will try our best to be number 1 and do anything to win.
Welcome back to Moscow for week 2 of the summer split here in Europe. We're about to get into today's first LCS match between Ninjas in Pajamas and Fnatic.
Друзья, мы снова приветствуем вас в Москве, где продолжается этот замечательный чемпионат. И мы накануне замечательного матча LCS между командами Ниндзя в пижамах и Fnatic.
But before we get into today's matches, let's take a quick look at how our teams started the season at last week's DreamHack.
Итак, друзья, перед тем, как матч начнется, давайте немножечко посмотрим о том, что ему предшествовало в сезоне. Прошу.
Oh, the ultimate game! Unstoppable force lands on 4 of the World Cup! All in the air! And now it's going to be Alex. He's popped from where he started. He didn't even get a chance to touch the ground. Beckett's getting focused down. He jumps in, gets the reset. He's in the coastal, gets one down. Sinai gets the second, gets the third, gets the fourth, jumps around.
Gonna break out, and then does a split.
There we go, the late go, and he gets the steal. He'll be able to go towards get to his second to turn now, and Diamond Box is going to slide in. One little left. Will he land the hook? Yes, he does! I can't believe it! He's still alive, gets himself the shield on as well. Zoro and Zero are going to be locked down by the chain. And Alex survived!
Unreal.
How did he survive that one? Alex will be the next focus. He shockwaved 4 of them, but he will, sometime in the near future, die in the end, or will he?
No!
He survives again! Ridiculous!
Unstoppable Force comes in, laid straight on by Cataclysm. 4 members of on it, but Bjergsen, that ultimate running the whole time across everyone. Yellowstar goes down, Sinai goes down. We do see Soaz jumping in, gets the reset, it's the triple kill for Bjergsen.
Turret is down to less than half HP. Here comes Barella from the side. Oh my lord, they have 4 gone down, 4 men dead, and that is just, wow. Incredible.
Amazing stuff there at DreamHack. But of course, we're continuing here. We're going to have our first LCS match underway shortly. But first, let's catch up on where the teams stand after the first week.
Друзья мои, перед тем, как матч начнется, давайте же посмотрим, какие положения занимают команды после первой недели состязаний.
Now standing alone at the top of the league, undefeated, 5-0 is one of the newest teams in the league, making a big splash, Team Alternate. In second place is the team that was undefeated until they ran up against Team Alternate on the last day of DreamHack. It's Meet Your Makers, racking up 4 wins and 1 loss. In third place, this weekend's hometown favorites, Gambit Gaming, owning a 3-2 record. And for the fourth spot, we've got a 3-way tie between Evil Geniuses, Fnatic, and Lemon Dogs, who've all won 2 and lost 3. And rounding out the bottom of the ladder is SK Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas, tied with 1 victory and 4 losses apiece. Now, we're also going to take a look at the schedule for today's matches.
Ну что ж, дорогие друзья, ниндзя в пижамас против команды Fnatic.
And so we're going to have Ninjas in Pajamas versus Fnatic as the first game, followed by Evil Geniuses versus Meet Your Makers, and Alternate versus Gambit will be the last game of the day.
Да, последняя игра сегодняшнего дня, наверное, будет самая интересная, потому что играет команда Гамбит, и поддержка этой команды чувствуется.
All right, and now it's time for our first LCS matchup of the day. First off, on the blue side, give it up for Ninjas in Pajamas. And on the red side, it's Fnatic. And now it's time to get our first match underway. So let me hand it over to our casters. It's going to be for the English stream, Joe and Jason, and for the Russian stream, Aviartum and UP Prox.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. Last weekend at DreamHack, we kicked off the summer split with a super week that was full of great action and some surprising outcomes.
Yeah, if we were given the chance to actually make predictions before we got to that, I don't think any of us would have guessed how the standings would have ended up. And honestly, that's what makes LCS so exciting to watch, is any team can win at any given time.
Yeah, but now we are, of course, here in Moscow, and this week the teams are going to fight to climb up that table in the summer split. Our first game, as you've already heard, will be Ninjas in Pajamas versus Fnatic, a match that will be, of course, the replay of what we saw last week where Ninjas in Pajamas picked up their first victory.
Yeah, and in that first victory, they were actually 5-0 in the first 17 minutes of it, which they obviously didn't do in their other games, but of course, Bjergsen, with a final score of 12-6-3, led the way on Kennen. But, you know, the real MVP for me was Godbro. Like, we've seen him on really tanky champions, you know, like Shen, like Malphite, or sorry, Singed, but we saw him play Nasus, and because of that, he was able to hold SOAS back, and they were able to pick up that win.
Well, let's have a look then at the lineups for both of these teams. Starting off on the blue side with Ninjas in Pajamas, we have Godbro in the top lane, as Jason just mentioned, playing a fantastic Nasus last week in their win against Fnatic. Svenskeren in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane, the Tess AD carry, and of course Deficio the support.
And over for Fnatic on the red team here, we see SOAS in the top lane, who, have to give him credit, played Lissandra in the top lane, which we haven't seen just yet. Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the middle lane, and of course Yellowstar and Rated in the bottom lane.
So don't forget, you guys can still vote for who you think's going to win this game over at lolesports.com. And, well, to be honest, it's really hard to call. I'm not exactly sure which way we can really expect this game to go. In the spring split, they went 2 for 2. And right now it stands at 1 for 0 for Ninjas in Pajamas this season.
And don't forget, Fnatic won the spring split, which is, you know, something you can't forget about, because they were so strong towards the end of that, which makes you wonder, are the new teams this strong that they can overpower Fnatic since they're 2-3, or is it maybe something Fnatic just, you know, needs a little bit of extra time to get back in the groove of things? But obviously only time will tell.
Well, as I said, you can go over to lolesports.com and vote for all the teams in that, and also for the games here today. Right now stands at 74 to 26%, so 3/4 of you, give or take, are voting on Fnatic to win this one and tie up, I guess we can say, the best of, well, it would have been up till now, what, 6? Yeah, 6 games that we've had. This will be number 6 in the split. That would obviously tie the series up at 3-3 if Fnatic can win this one, if we count the summer and the springs together.
You know, I don't know if I agree with those statistics. Like, personally, if I were to vote against it, I think it would be a little bit closer, just because these two teams, they've had an extra week to finally practice, and they or just practice a little bit more, and they've had that extra week to finally get in their groove.
Well, both teams seem, to be honest, fairly shaken by the starts to this season, to be honest, but they've had that time in between DreamHack and now to talk about and maybe train what needs to change to become successful here in week 2.
Yeah, and speaking of changes, the biggest problem that Fnatic kind of had in that game, besides Godbro shutting SOAS down, was the fact that they had no damage. They had Xpeke running that Malphite yet again in the mid lane, and IP realized this, that, hey, if we shut Yellowstar down, we shut SOAS down, we're going to win these fights. And they did that, and they kept coming back and forth, or back and back into these fights, and they ended up winning them. But, you know, off of that, you would expect Fnatic would have a new strategy, and I wouldn't really expect Malphite to be picked up this time, even though, you know, at the end of the spring split, he was never touched. But we saw in the summer promotion where we saw Lemon Dogs actually playing him in the top lane quite a bit, and then he kind of came out of nowhere now in the early summer split.
So with all that said and done, what do you think we can expect here from the champions, like from the bans and the picks? I mean, there's a lot to fall back on from the spring split, obviously, in what we've seen these players playing. But to talk about some stuff that we've come out here, that Lissandra, as you said, so has played it in the top lane, which is one position that we've not actually seen her up until now. We've seen her in the mid lane, we've seen her in support roles in North America, but the top lane was really what Soaz has brought out here. Won 1 out of 2 games from that one. We'll see if he decides that's going to be viable here again against NIP, and I'm really interested to see what Fnatic actually come out with this one, because a little birdie told me that they have a very, very special strategy lined up for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Well, I'm actually really curious to see, because I didn't hear that yet, so I really want to see what's going to happen. But in terms of bans, I think you're pretty much right with the Lissandra. Like, we saw her finally last week with alternate Pharrell Lord. Just phenomenal play out of him with that Lissandra, making a lot of selfless plays happen, but just going in, creating that whole initiate for your team. I wouldn't be surprised to see that ban, but I think NIP would actually have an answer to it. I mean, obviously they're going to be on the blue side. I'm not sure if Bjergsen plays her, but it kind of is a champion that's right up his alley anyway. Someone that, is assassin heavy, can really get in and make things happen. But besides that, maybe a Kha'Zix, because remember, we're on 3.7. We've seen Soaz be extremely strong at it. We've seen Bjergsen be extremely strong at that same champion. So that might be someone you want to take away. And then thinking back to the jungle a little bit, Sejuani kind of came out of nowhere, but I don't think she's really hit that point where she's really hard to play against. I think, if anything, a Jarvan ban would actually come out against Svenskeren, and who just played phenomenally with them last season.
Yeah, and actually he has played a different jungler in every game so far, Svenskeren. Only had that one win, funnily enough, not with Jarvan, but with Sejuani, which he played here against Fnatic. But we are going to be getting into the bans and the picks, and we can figure out exactly what is going to go down here between Ninjas in Pajamas and Fnatic. And I can tell you right now that the first ban right off the bat is going to be Lissandra.
Okay, so yeah, you definitely don't want to go up against that. It looks like most teams don't really have an answer for it, but look at the bans right now. They're coming in pretty thick and thin, Joe.
Thick and fast.
Yeah, thick and thin, that's like complete opposite.
Thick and thin as well, we've got Nunu in there, we've got Lissandra.
It's a paradox.
I suppose we can go for that one. So what are the final bans going to be here for Ninja in Pajamas then? It's a Twisted Fate. They don't want any sniff of that here from XPK. Funny thing is that leaves a lot open here for both teams. Obviously, we've got one more ban to come down. We'll see where they go. A Jace, which we've seen Soaz playing before. He was really the first one that brought that Jace to the top lane and did well with him.
The game that comes to mind to me, though, with Jace was Evo Genius's first Fnatic, where they picked up their first win with Froggen on Jace, just blowing up N-rated, blowing up Expected constantly. But it looks like NIP will go for Jarvan here. See, going back to the bans really quickly, I'm surprised NIP actually banned out Twisted Fate, considering they have first pick. We know Bjergsen can play it, and you can always use that threat against the other team, but it looks like not really a big deal for them in the end. So that Jarvan going to be a very strong jungler for Svenskeren, as we already do see Thresh and Elise picked up here, so N-rated. I mean, we always talk about, Edward and Krepo being the Thresh King and the Thresh Prince, but I don't know what N-rated. I mean, he's always been up there. He just never had any of the amazing plays that you saw and went, wow, that was fantastic. But he's a solid Thresh either way. And the Elise, we've seen Soaz play it, actually, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen him actually every single time he's played. I believe, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, he's only... Actually, how many games has he lost?
He's lost 1.
Wow.
Out of everything. In the spring split, the main 28-game season, he actually only lost 0, which is obviously nothing. In the playoffs, they lost 1 game out of 2 with him, or out of 3. And obviously in the summer split, the game that he's played actually with Elise was a victory there as well. So he's only lost 1 game in the entirety of the spring split and the summer split so far with Elise. And that just tells you how strong he is with that champion.
And the thing is, that champion's been nerfed too. Like, where her ultimate doesn't give you that armor and magic resist anymore. So I'm curious to see how well he's actually going to play on. Wow, that was locked in extremely quickly for Yellowstar, going for that Draven. But before we get to that, let's look at the other side. NIP, you have Nami and you have Caitlyn. So you already have a very safe lane with Caitlyn, which the test did play in their victory against Fnatic, if I'm not mistaken. And the Nami, which we've seen come out quite a bit. I'm not 100% sold on her just yet, just for the fact that it's used for heavy disengaged compositions, like you don't want to be engaged upon, but it seems like the meta's evolved to, we want to fight. We want to, go head-to-head 5-on-5 every single time. So Nami, obviously we've seen it make big plays with Aqua Prisons constantly, and not to mention in the CIS games earlier, the tidal waves out of her were fantastic.
Well, the thing is, it's not even just the tidal wave, the bubbles are in the laning phase, especially if you end up in a 2v2 or even in a 2v1, you can even maybe argue is more important. That's free damage, basically, that you're going to get down there. It's almost like a mini threshold or something where, you know, disabled out for that kind of time. So definitely possible that NIP could be ready with that one. This is a very last-second change, though, for Peke, and he's going to be picking up a Xerath.
Okay, so we have seen him play this before, and I believe that was actually in the game against Evil Geniuses where they did lose. He played it bot lane, though, with Flashing Cleanse. So he's in a 1v2 lane, which didn't work out too well. Cyanide had to camp his lane and really help him out, and in the end wasn't able to get anything going just yet. But with the whole lineup they have building, you have that, you know, that great poke out of Xerath. You have that potential to blow someone up right away, but the rest of the composition doesn't necessarily match up against that. I mean, we have Yellowstar, who, you know, we mentioned earlier, has the Draven.
Yeah.
It's a very strong early game champion because you just do so much damage. You can't be 1v1 against. Even, you know, Freak says he's just barely overpowered right now, needs to be toned down a little bit. I'm curious to see how well he uses it, because if I'm not mistaken, that's his first time he's actually been playing Draven.
It is, to my knowledge, certainly. I don't think we've seen him. No, we haven't. I'm going to go out on a limb and say we haven't seen that.
I'll back you up
on that one. And that may have been part of the plan that I heard about earlier on. Thresh Draven, they were baiting it out by playing Blitzcrank in their practice games earlier on today, which they won all 3 of, by the way. And they were hoping that Ninjas in Pajamas would be watching that and say, let's get rid of Blitzcrank. That's something that they're working on. We are going to see a Kennen picked up. We said it before. Bjergsen played it in that victory over in against Fnatic at DreamHack.
And I'm really... See, okay, Malphite, like we've talked about before, I don't know if it's you and me or me and Demon, where specifically he likes to play these champions that are very tanky, but have some damage to them as well, like a little bit of damage. So you might build that Malphite a little bit tanky, but you know, the whole lineup they have of Godbro pretty much making this whole play work, where he needs to get in there and create the opening for Bjergsen to get on Kennen and just pop the ultimate down, catch them. Only problem is, how is he going to catch Xpeke? I mean, obviously Yellowstar has really close range, so it's easy to get him, but Xpeke should be far away. And then the last lock-in was Volibear, which we've seen Fnatic play. So you have a potentially very tanky lineup right now with this Elise and this Volibear if you mix them in together, assuming what Soaz actually goes. And then you have a really high damage backline, so it's gonna be really curious. It's gonna be really interesting to see how this works.
So what do you think the important parts are for this game? Because I mean, you're gonna have Thresh and Draven, which is not a guaranteed kill at early levels, but it's a guaranteed half HP at least. If a hook lands and Draven gets in there with those spinning axes and does everything that he can do, you're gonna be very, very low after that encounter.
Well, actually, I'm going to hold that thought just 1 second. We did have a last-minute swap, so we're actually going to see Godbro on Kennen and Bjergsen on Malphite, which is really interesting to see. But the Draven thing, you're completely right. Like, if he got Caitlyn or the Test into an Aqua prison, he's going to get so much damage onto him. The thing is, he shouldn't really win that lane against a Caitlyn. So I'm assuming that now Fnatic are actually going to go for a lane swap. They're going to send Draven Thresh top lane to go against, well, potentially Godbro, which honestly wouldn't work out too well for him, just so they have a lane to farm, because they need that free farm. If they get put against Caitlyn early on, they're going to suffer too much.
So I think now with the start of the players going in here, obviously we have the delay coming in as well. We can reveal what I heard earlier on.
What did you hear?
Oh, we've got a pause. So I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that on Tenderhooks here because I don't want anything to be, you know, thrown out from that one. Apparently, a couple of players have a problem with their voice communication, so that should be getting sorted out here in just a little second. Apologies for the delay, by the way, coming into this one. We did fix up the network issues that we had going on, and everything should be fine on that front here. The heat, I think, here in Moscow is claiming some hardware lives.
Actually, I'm so happy that it's really nice weather outside. Like, it's really cool. There's a little bit of a breeze, and it's really relaxing that, you know, the sky is sunny. Oh, sorry, I'm just thinking like, I'm thinking back to Cologne, where it melted my brain because it's just like, was it 36 degrees there? Something like that. Don't leave me hanging, Joe.
Weather channel here. Thanks, Jason. He'll be back later on to give you the 5-day forecast for Moscow and for Cologne. But yeah, Paul's coming in here at the start, and probably not going to affect too much here because, as I said, we've not even left the fountain just yet. Both teams are still very much in base, so they're going to be having a chat, and the plan still stands. You can see their Fnatic. Every single one of them looking very, very focused. Not much chatter going back and forth. And that's what you'd expect from a team who have spent their time practicing, who have spent their time early this morning waking up especially early so they could sit all together and watching replays of how Ninjas in Pajamas play. They have a plan here and they want to execute it. They don't want to lose for a second time in 2 weeks against NIP.
And not to mention, they're 2-3 right now. Like, I guarantee this is not where they expected to be coming into the second week now of the summer split. So they're not only fighting for that, but they're fighting for their pride because they are the spring final or the spring kings, the playoff winners. So they have to at least hold that title true. And you asked me a question actually a little bit earlier about how this whole thing's going to go and how Fnatic with their lineup might try to shut down NIP. And I think it's all based around Godbro. If they can shut Kennen down, because you're so dependent on that Kennen ultimate to give you the CC, but more importantly, a lot of damage, since they only really have that Caitlyn and Kennen combo period. I think they're going to focus him. If they can get a couple of kills onto him, set him behind, that NIP is going to have a really hard time getting in and winning these fights.
Well, we should just refresh your minds. We saw the table earlier on thanks to Shox on the main stage, but NIP right now 1 for 4, Fnatic 2 for 3. If NIP win this one, it puts them tied with Fnatic in the table. Both would then be at 2 wins and 4 losses. And that's not to be underestimated. This is a team that started off 0 for 4. We're looking maybe to go 0 for 5. They beat Fnatic, who, in all fairness to Fnatic, they've beaten Gambit and they've beaten SK, 2 very, very strong teams. They've lost to EG, to MYM and to NIP, which for me, I think at least 2 out of those 3 teams were wins that Fnatic would have expected to have under their belts by now.
Yeah, but I mean, as they're learning, you can't, as every team in the entire LCS learns, you can't really go into a game assuming you're just going to win it, like flat out. You can't underestimate your enemy or they're going to just completely destroy you. As we see, alternate, I don't want to take away from them being 5-0, but I can guarantee that most teams looked at them like, oh, it's just alternate, we'll be fine. But they blew everyone away having a special strategy for them. And now they're sitting, fine at the top of the table in MYM in hot pursuit at 4-1. Honestly, like I said before, didn't expect the lineup to be like this, or at least the standings. But honestly, it's kind of cool to see that MYM, who's worked so hard over the past couple of years to get here, is at the top of the table. And then you were saying that NIP being 0-4 and finally taking their first win. But if any team has experience losing games in the beginning and then coming back, it is NIP, as we saw last season, coming into 5th place.
Yeah, and that's something that last season, to be honest, there was obviously 0 for 9, and. Right. They were at a point where you just wondered, what's going to have to change? What's going to happen? Of course, in the end, it was Bjergsen who really not only came into the team, they did lose a couple of games after they came
the first week
from the first start. But after that, things really got rolling with them, and they look like a completely different team. Can't really compare that here to this year, this split, I should say, to the last split where they went 0-9. Yeah, they started off 0 for 4, but as I said before, I think the quality of teams that we have right now in the summer split is stronger than what we had in the spring split. And that's not to take anything away from the teams that were kicked out of the LCS this time around. But I think the field of play is actually a lot stronger.
And what's really cool about it is, for me, Joe, is we talked about this back in Intel Extreme Masters Katowice when we were playing the first tournament on the new 3.0 patch, and it was all about how can these teams adapt to the new meta, the new gameplay. And we've seen that over these past couple of patches that it's changed the gameplay quite a bit. And with 3.8 coming out next week for us in Europe to actually play on, I want to see which team is prepped for that, because it's such a huge change. The jungle mobs, or the jungle camps, spawn at 155 now instead of 140, so it kind of changes how you play early on. And it's all about that adaptation. How can you adapt new strategies? How can you adapt to picking up new champions when you need them, and if you can perform?
Well, I can guarantee one thing, that there's not going to be a lot of free time for the teams this week. I think they're going to be all, instructed by their captains and their managers. Today is a serious, or this week is a serious training week, because, as you said, it is going to be a big change coming into next weekend. Already have it live in North America, and it's really interesting to see exactly what new and what it takes even out of the game that we had in there before. So really excited to see that land in Europe. You can see right now the admins behind Ninjas in Pajamas, just making sure that everything here gets fixed. Apparently it's a problem with when Bjergsen talks, his microphone takes his sound down, so he can't actually hear the rest of his team when he's talking. So he either shuts up and hears the rest of his team, or he talks and he doesn't hear anything.
Oh, I remember,
which is obviously not ideal either way, so that's exactly why we've got this pause right now. And the admin's there behind him.
After DreamHack, actually, his voice went, completely. He was a little bit sick, but it was completely gone. And It's still a little gone. Honestly, if you talk to him, Arne, he completely lost his voice after screaming winning those 5 games, which you would kind of assume. And his voice has finally come back, as you heard on the analysis desk. But, you know, Bjergsen, he is like the main man of the team, just like you're saying before. He came into the team, helped, obviously, you know, lost the first couple of matches in week 4, but completely reversed them around. He is honestly, we don't see it enough, but he's like a major voice for the team. Like he's the, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the caller of the team. He's the guy that really gets you pumped up, gets your energy going, just like, you know, Oslo and SK or any other team like that. And they need his voice. They need it to work, so it's understandable.
Yeah, Arena's voice was more that of a whelp last time.
It was nice to finally not hear his voice for once. That's a personal joke between us. No hard feelings right there.
No, I think the rest of his team said that as well afterwards. It was nice to have a victory without the scream so loud from Arena. Of course, we're only just joking around with that one. He is most definitely an integral part to that team with what he can do to rile people up, that's for sure. So it seems like Fnatic are ready, and Ninjas in Pajamas have said they are ready as well. So we are going to get this game back underway. We are a whole 4 seconds into it, and you didn't miss anything.
No, you didn't.
Surprisingly enough, after 4 seconds.
But now we can guarantee that you're going to miss something if you do go away here, so don't make that happen. And Joe, early game, what are we going to see? In my opinion, I think the level 1 is going to be, it's not a huge factor for the teams. It's not about who can level 1. Well, no.
I'm telling you right now, this game, this level 1 is a huge factor for Fnatic in this game. They have
what was the strategy that they talked to you about?
That Ocelot actually knows a lot about, because this is how they beat CLG EU over at Gamescom. They're going to go for a very level 1 heavy strategy here. They've been studying ward placements and very early placement of champions themselves here, Fnatic, and they're going to want to try and control 3 buffs from that. And if they can get this Draven, that red buff earlier on, that means that early game in a 2v2 lane or even in a 2v1 lane becomes a whole lot harder for NIP.
I would honestly love to see this right now, Joe, and I really hope you're right on this. And with the way they're set up on the map right now, with the pings that are coming out, it looks like they will, in fact, go for that. I'm going to hold off on the rest I wanted to say about the whole level 1. It wasn't about, you know, the level 1 action. It's about the early game, I guess. I said the wrong word there, but Fnatic, I think you're right. It looks like they really want to go in here.
Well, look at this. This is one thing that could actually stop that happening right now, with the test waiting by this tri-bush. And the key is, I think, from Fnatic's side here, that even if they invade, they want to make sure that they get their buffs as well from this one. They don't want to just invade, take the buff, and then lose their red buff at the same time. So we are going to see them start to edge their way in. The test has now left that tri-bush, which opens that side of the map.
And that's the studying you were talking about right there, studying the person's position to get around that, and also the ward coverage, and they're not going to be spotted going in here. However, Svenskeren started his race. He's going to go for red here. Are they going to go for a fight, or are they going to go for a quick take?
Well,
as the test unknowingly hits him.
Wow. And that's just scuppered their plan right there. We are going to see this red buff going to be started. Svenskeren actually comes around, doesn't get hooked in, and the red buff is going to be smited away there by Cyanide. And we can see that Fnatic back straight away from this one. So part 1 of that little plan is going to be complete right now as they head up toward... Is he going to go straight towards his blue, or will he end up going towards red, knowing that Svenskeren's going to head over to that side of the jungle next?
Looks like you're right on the nose of that one. Looks like he will head up towards red here. So they weren't able to take 3 buffs off the bat. Soaz couldn't solo the red, even though he has, you know, his own spiderlings to tank it. But unfortunately wasn't able to get this. And this is what I'm worried about right here. I talked about it in the pregame, having a Caitlyn versus Draven. Obviously, Caitlyn can't match up toe-to-toe in damage, but the difference is he has the range over him. So if he can stay far enough away, if he doesn't get hooked, which, he does here.
He does get hooked. There's the catcher, and he's going to get flayed. No, not quite. He's still level 1. That wouldn't make any sense, Joe. Good job. Now he's level 2. If only that had happened a second earlier, but the test is going to be pressured here. Yellow Star keeps going in the end. Just gives a bit of damage to both and backs away.
But you do see the great counter there. Actually, when we saw the engage, the hook land on the test was the Aqua Prison. He put it down, or Diffuser put it down right in front of Yellow Star, so he couldn't commit to a couple of extra hits there and kept him zoned away. Not to mention, as you do have like a giant marker on the ground for Draven, where you know he's going to run to, most likely to land that axe. So it's kind of hard to miss the Aqua Prison, or at least to keep them away from you.
Yeah, certainly want to be catching them if he wants to keep that damage up. We are going to see them pushing towards the turret, and there you see Cyanide now returning down towards his blue buff. So that 3-buff start that Fnatic were talking about in this one is going to work out for them.
Yeah, so they're hurting Svenskeren, which at this moment, he is level 3. So I like that because it holds him back. Obviously, you know, Jarvan, he gets stronger, or his ganks become stronger the later on the game goes when he gets that level 6 point. But holding it back as much as possible, it works out quite well. And gonna point this out, we actually saw Godbro. He had a very huge CS lead over Soaz, but then he backed and bought real quick. So he has an extra Doran's Blade now, so he's going to overpower Soaz in terms of damage, but also he's missing out a little bit in terms of XP because Soaz is still freezing the lane.
Yeah, frozen almost right underneath his turret there, pretty much at the max range before that turret starts getting involved. And you have to wonder then where the early action's going to come into this one. Cyanide did go home, gonna be coming back in there with that Spirit Stone, and they are at the moment both level 3. You see Svenskeren just headed in there. Cyanide is going to go down.
Okay, so we haven't seen any ganks happen just yet, but it looks like with those double buffs, he might try to go for it very soon. Once he does have that flash available. But Bjergsen, we haven't touched on this just yet, going up against Xpeke, so it's a Malphite. Like, he's a rock. He's pretty much immovable as Cyanide actually going to be coming around for a gank here. He might be able to make something happen.
Oh, stun goes down there onto Bjergsen as well. Is he going to be forced to flash away from this one? He still does have that one up here. They've definitely not got enough damage to get the kill from him, but that should force him away, or at least to be a little bit safer inside of that middle lane. Right now, we see Jarvan headed in towards the bottom as well, and Fnatic may find themselves falling foul of this one.
You know, I just totally remembered is we never actually, back in the spring split, we saw quite a bit of the whole Thresh Lantern with the Volibear gank, because it's really hard to see that coming and it can kind of catch you off guard. And it looks like they might potentially go for that soon, but as you can see on your minimap right now, we have Cyanide. He's heading up towards the top side. He wants to go for Godbro, but he has his Lightning Rush available. He has his flash, but they're going to go in.
Yeah, they are going to go into this one. The stun actually comes down onto Soaz here. Can they get the flip? No, a flash, but a flash back in from Cyanide, and there is a Cocoon landing, and the first blood comes down. Soaz picks it up.
Such a fantastic play right there. That was so well done by Cyanide to wait for the flash to come out of Godbro, who might have done it a little bit too early. And then he just got flinged right out, right into a Cocoon, like straight into Cocoon, then the blow up. That was so well done by Fnatic. Not to mention, Soaz was the one to actually pick up that kill. So it didn't really matter that Godbro went back early, picked up that early Doran's Blade. And now he's going to have a really tough time in lane when he doesn't have flash available anymore, and Soaz does.
Yeah, that makes him a little bit more susceptible as well here, and as such, he's probably going to have to bring some wards into lane. Does have one with him right now to get into that top lane, so he'll put that down as early as possible. Make sure that Cyanide doesn't come around for kill number 2. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Peke actually doing good damage towards that middle turret there, just stunning Bjergsen up underneath it. And right now, the range of Xpeke, whilst not doing masses of damage, to be honest to him, is still enough to keep it under control.
I'm looking at it. It's just the whole range to melee kind of thing here. Xpeke, he's trying to keep up in farm, but Bjergsen's been doing a fantastic job of just keeping up, not falling too far behind, and really give it credit to over to the Chalice actually to keep his mana up. But it's really come down to that level 6 point where, as Xpeke, you can't escape. Well, I mean, okay, you ideally can if you can flash it, but you can't really escape a Malphite who can just ulti onto you.
Now that's the problem, especially if Svenskeren decides to get involved in that as well. You're going to have a few issues, let's say, to keep that one going. Saw a couple of wards just put down there. Was actually pinged out by ninjas in pajamas, so they know that ward was put down just on the curve at the backside of their red buff. If we look down the CS, Soaz does have a little bit of a lead here, and actually he's going to go in once again on towards Godbro. Will pop his ultimate here. Soaz just starting to walk away. Lands a Cocoon. Is he going to go back in? No. I'll throw that volatile Spiderling down, and he'll be happy with the exchange that he's just got.
Okay, so we talked earlier about Godbro in terms of what he naturally plays. Like, we expected him on the Malphite, those tanky, a little bit of AP damage champions. But if you look at his Kennen, he's actually running 8 flat armor pen as well as 8% armor pen, and then 5 flat magic pen with 8% magic pen, which you don't see on Kennen anymore. You see, you know, the flat without the percents to build a little bit more tanky or a little bit more utility here. So it might be his downfall, because you saw right there, Soaz just blew him up, took him down to half health, forced him to pretty much pop all of his health pots here, and that was just one combo out of him.
Right now, blue buff is up for Bjergsen. He will be headed over towards that one. And as you said, he's got to be real careful here. has Godbro not actually put that one? Yes, he has. I'm telling a lie. He put it in the tri-bush there. So he's waiting for Cyanide to come through lane. Fully enough, that's where Cyanide didn't come from the last time he came around. There is a ward at the bottom side of the ramp there, though. So they should be able to figure that one out. Right now, Red Buff has respawned. Cashew Mine's back. This is what was stolen early on. Fnatic got the timing down, and they want to steal it again.
But NIP, they have a ward in this bush. They know it's happening. They're going to try to stop it here, but as you saw right there, Svenskeren, he stands on a ward. Diffuser's on the side trying to help out. And it looks like Svenskeren stole it.
He did steal it, but is he going to be able to escape this one? He has to flash there. Cyanide pulled to safety, and they lose out on the red buff, but they've burnt the flash of Svenskeren, which means he can't get involved in any of these lanes too easily. Of course, he is Jarvan. He still can cover some good ground. And right now, Fnatic are going to be looking to take Dragon 1 of the game, starting here at 8:55.
But we're seeing something really interesting to kind of develop is that Fnatic, they're typically not a team that likes to take Dragon early on. Like, their first Dragon time that they, on average, is about 17 minutes and 40 seconds against NIP, where NIP is about 10 minutes and 20 seconds. So Fnatic, they typically like to ignore the Dragons and just focus later on the game, which when we get to that point of Baron, that is usually their main focus.
Right now, the blue buff is going to be done over on the NIP, on the Fnatic side of things. And actually left after that. That was slightly strange as Bjergsen is up here inside of the jungle. Are they going to go for Svenskeren? He's right on the top side, to be honest. Yeah, he's completely no man's land right now. We are going to see him go in underneath the turret, and in the end does manage to suicide in there. And of course not giving any gold away, and that's the whole point of that one.
It's a little unfortunate too, because
he lost his buff.
That is true.
Red buff.
He's gonna miss
that he just smited and used his flash for.
Well, it's a little unfortunate because the whole thing that happened at his own red buff, where Svenskeren took it and got away and prevented Cyanide from taking it, it was working out really well until the point where Fnatic made the great call to, hey, let's do Dragon because we know his flash isn't available. We know he's gonna back away. Because you see the double buffs are up for Fnatic, but we do see a gank in the top lane.
Oh, what a cocoon there! Going straight through the minions, and Godbro is dead. Ridiculous.
Exactly what to say.
I mean, he aimed through the wave of minions there and landed that cocoon while he was running. Like, that was prediction aim right there from Soaz. And, well, that's why he's only lost one game as Elise in the last games that he's played in since the start of the spring split. Incredible.
And what I was going to say was that the whole point of Svenskeren pretty much making Cyanide commit to his own jungle, go for the red buff, means Cyanide would have to clear his own jungle to gank before he would gank top. So it gave Godbro a little bit of extra time right there. But because Svenskeren actually invaded over towards the top side, he kind of was already in position. Cyanide was already there to counter it and already there to gank the top lane. And there's a giant level discrepancy already, growing here, 7-5 as Svenskeren just hits level 6. So Svenskeren will obviously have these ganks available, but look at Fnatic. Look what they're doing, Joe, because I mentioned this earlier. If you shut down Godbro and Kennen, if you keep Kennen behind, you're not really going to have to worry about these team fights because now NIP, they're lacking on damage.
Yeah, you see the ones finally. It has got a bit of magic resist now in there, but not really much to write home about. And we see now Xpeke has that blue buff as well. So we'll see what he goes back home with to buy up to almost 100 CS, 99 to be precise. Only that Chalice in there from the start, and in the end, since Away is pushing, I think he's decided, you know what, I'm going to stick around in that mid lane for just a little while longer.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, what is he actually going to pick up? Because he has 2,000 gold. I think he's sitting on 2,200 right now. So you do see him going on Bjergsen, but that's the magic resist right there. Like, Bjergsen's not even worried about that. He got through a full combo. He's actually teleporting in.
Yeah, he's going to teleport here into this bottom lane, in the ward is in the brush. They've actually spotted that one coming here, though. Nami Wave is going to come across, and Rated gets away from that one. Yellow Star can take the Lantern, and well, that is the teleport completely used there, and they may even give up a middle turret here if Fnatic is strong about this. They are going to take it.
I'm not sure if Svenskeren can actually hold this. They can go for the turret and then fling them and stun them right away, but you're right, they're giving up this turret here, and that was just an unfortunate major misplay, or honestly, if you look at the other way, that was a phenomenal play out of N-Rated to see that teleport coming in when his eyes weren't even there, technically, or at least in the meantime for what I saw. But he saw it coming in, popped his box down, and stopped any chance of a chase. So you really have to give Fnatic for that.
Yeah, really great read, I should say.
And lead right now.
Well, and lead as well, yeah, there's no doubt about that one. 3,000 gold they have here with that first turret coming in as well. And as you said, Godbro, slowly but surely, died a couple of times here, both of them to Soaz. He's now 30 CS behind here as well, as another cocoon is actually going to land onto him. Soaz decides not to follow up there, right underneath the turret, but now he actually will here. Godbro's going to put the ulti down. There's the repel coming in, gets the stun, but can he get away? A flash comes around. There is Bjergsen off to the side, puts the unstoppable force down. Soaz will be shut down after that one, though.
Wow, that was quite a turn of events as Godbro flashed over that wall. Fortunately, Soaz got one more Q off on him and was able to pick him up, but the Ignite was ticking, and I think Godbro would have picked up that kill if Bjergsen didn't hit him one or more times, and that might have actually would have been what Godbro needed. Like, he maybe needed that kill to get a little bit more damage, because as you can see on the scoreboard, he has no AP items right now. He's sitting at 35 currently.
Yeah, we've seen Xpeke actually finish up the Athene's Unholy Grail, and he may just head south here. He's got some interesting positioning going on. You see him there, just charging himself up to going on towards Svenskeren, and this could be dangerous for Svenskeren. And, well, Ult is pretty much missing him there, and Xpeke is like, I've got a great position, I'm going to surprise him. Svenskeren dodges it without even realizing at first.
That's the best feeling, where you're like, yeah, I knew he was there. I totally meant to do that. But yeah, Fnatic, they currently do have that middle tower down, and how we always talk about, Joe, where that middle turret, it gives up so much control of your own jungle, which teams, like the pro teams, will always strangle the other team in terms of gold by taking those camps away. And funny enough, when Fnatic got it around 12:40, that's pretty much the exact same time that they average it out against NIP. So that's really standard. But the Dragon, that still confuses me, because they're not a team that typically does that against NIP. But I'm curious to see if they're going to pick up the next one that will be coming up fairly shortly, in about 40 seconds.
Right now, Soaz is just going to make sure that top side is warded. Doesn't want to be dying here again after building up such a fantastic lead. I mean, look at the difference in items there. It's a world apart. Double Doran's Blade is another cocoon. He's going to land onto Godbro. Soaz does not miss these things.
Yeah, he does not, clearly. And unfortunately, just really hard for Godbro, even though he's Kennen, though. Like, he has Lightning Rush to dodge that, but if he uses that, he won't escape Soaz when he goes in Spider form and uses, the repel to get in close range. Svenskeren, though, he's heading up towards his top lane. I'm not sure if he's going to go for a gank, but he's positioning like he wants to do it. But I don't think they can lock Soaz down right now.
No, it's going to be definitely hard to do that. I mean, he does not have a flash available, which could be the one thing that saves him.
But Soaz is level 11. He could probably 1v2 this if he really got a perfect engage on it. But here comes Svenskeren. He really wants to make it happen. He has Cataclysm. We haven't seen him use it just yet, but he's still being very hesitant. And if he keeps hesitating, they might lose his turret next wave.
Well, we just saw Godbro going in there a little bit, has to back away, and actually Svenskeren will back away as well. Meantime, Dragon has been started here by Fnatic. Dragon number 2, let's not forget. And it doesn't look like they're going to do anything about it, quite simply because there are no wards there. There's no vision whatsoever for NIP.
And this is what exactly RNA was talking about over the analysis test during CIS. He was saying, iOS, they go for objectives, they go for, turrets, they go for dragons, for barons to try to push it out. As we do see, so it's actually going head-to-head against Godbro.
Yeah, actually going to get stunned up here, of course, and decides, it may be forced not to really push in from that one. We'll see Malphite coming up towards top, and surprisingly enough, there's another cocoon landing from Soaz, who will watch Bjergsen just walk by. And now with Cyanide and Xpeke coming up, Xpeke is on the bottom side. He may actually catch out Kennen if we're not careful there. No, Kennen got away. They didn't check the bush in the end. Turret goes down. I'm getting a bit excited over nothing. Well, Malphite is currently running down the river here. Svenskeren going to come in onto him. They are going to go for Bjergsen, but are they going to have the damage, to be honest, to catch him out? But no, but they may have the damage for Svenskeren. He will slide over the wall, and that was a very long chase with not a lot to say for itself at the end.
Cyanide actually flashed for that too, but it looks like his Q might have ran off cooldown or time before he could actually get the flip off. But in the meantime, Fnatic, they're going to take yet another turret, and this is 3 turrets now for them. And as I was saying before about Aranea, he talked about, objective. That's the game to play. It isn't about getting kills, which currently Fnatic's leading in anyways, but with 2 dragons, with 3 turrets down, Fnatic has a very healthy gold lead at this point.
Right now, NIP coming in towards this mid lane. Well, that's Xerath. Incredible wave clearing abilities. Bjergsen actually getting trapped underneath the tower here as well, but there you see that magic resist again. Not even losing half of his health from turret hits, and the most damage that Xpeke could have really put out in that time.
And I'm getting really worried for NIP, because it seems like at this point, because the way Xpeke is building, he's not going to have tons of damage at this. He's not going to really do too much. He might be able to burst down maybe the test if he can get him within range, but with the way it's currently going, look at the CS differences we have. I mean, just look at the mid laner compared to top, where Godbro, 90 CS to the 170 on Xpeke, and that is not a good sign. If Godbro can't get, his Zhonya's built relatively soon, which I'm not even sure if he can go for that item right away, then he's going to get blown up in these fights, and he's going to have such a tough time. But still, I mean, luckily for NIP, that Xpeke is going for a different kind of build where he's not going to have, he's not going to be really bursty early on, so they know they have a little bit more of a window to get back in this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be trying to do from this one. Yellowstar, as per usual, doing a good job of farming himself up and has maintained this lead over the test for pretty much the entire game right now. It's hanging around about a 10 difference. And Rated did pick up the Ruby Sightstone, getting a couple of pink wards out there as well to maintain the dominance that he's had over Vision here between the two supports.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier, like when Fnatic was taking Dragon, the NIP, they just simply don't have any wards, and I think that's just all due, to the aggressive warding that N-Rated's been doing with all these pinks, with, the wards in the enemy jungle right now. They've been just shutting them out visually, and it's making it impossible for NIP to go for engagement. Bjergsen is getting caught.
Yeah, they want to get rid of Bjergsen here. He's got a little bit too troublesome for them in the passes. He is going to use Unstoppable Force to get behind the turret. Well, that may just open things up for Fnatic to actually take this one here. They don't have too many minions with them, but one thing that they do have is great poke from Xpeke.
Yes, they do, and just having the ultimate down, like the kill would have been nice on Bjergsen, but having him not be able to get into the middle of your team and start a team fight for NIP just gives you that confidence where it looked like they were going for Baron, but instead they're actually going to back away. They're not sitting on too much gold, but Xpeke was sitting on 2k, picks up an easy large rod, and Baron, actually in the meantime, Fnatic, they're over towards the blue buff here. They're trying to keep it away from Bjergsen. It looks like they will be able to take it.
Yeah, and you see there the Lantern actually thrown out for Soaz to take if he wants to. In the end, they're happy with a blue buff steal. That's all the more to add into and head themselves back home for another shopping trip.
And this is the really kind of scary point for NIP. This is where you see the tilting points start to go in one team's favor, where NIP, they can't engage on a 5v5 anymore. Like, they didn't want to contest their blue. They knew Bjergsen's ultimate was down. They're going to have a really hard time winning 5v5. So how do you win the game then? You have to clear your own jungle in terms of wards, but, Deficio, he doesn't have an Oracle just yet. He can't really build it up as you keep seeing him put pink wards down. Where N-Rated, he's just been sitting there. I mean, he's not obviously on a GP10, but he has the ability to keep putting stuff down. So N-Rated, they need to get control of something. They have to make something happen soon, or they're just going to keep falling farther behind.
I can admit now that I've seen Soaz miss a cocoon.
Yeah, I was going to ask earlier.
Well, he didn't technically miss it, the minion, but I'm not sure that's exactly what he was aiming for with that one. And he's just been a constant threat to Godbro. He's just been a pain in his backside this entire time now. As we see Bjergsen, he's actually camping out inside of the brush there, but even he goes in and then decides, well, I've not really got the damage to do anything to him anyway.
Yeah, I mean, and look what Soaz built. He went for the penetration build where if you look on NIP's list in terms of items, they're against double AP, but they don't have a bulwark done. I mean, obviously, it's a little bit early on, but you need that item. Like, that's a core item against going against double APs like this, especially when Xpeke is going to be trying to poke you and pick you off from range here. But Fnatic, they're setting up for something here. They're sitting on top of a ward, but in the end, just like you mentioned, the wave clear and the poke that Fnatic has is just phenomenal, and it gives them that ability to keep pushing up to these turrets.
There we see Cyanide going through once again. Failed flash from Svenskeren. Cocoon was already used, but the repel is there. Svenskeren is dead. Peke picks up that kill. That was a very weird thing from Svenskeren. They threw the Damashian standard in the brush, even though there was already a ward there. He didn't need to throw that down. And once they threw that, they knew his position and they chased after him. He couldn't slide away anymore, goes to flash and fails it. And now Fnatic are on Baron.
That's just one of those moments in a game where you're just like, oh, we might have just lost because of that. You do see NAP, they're trying to stop it here, and Fnatic, smartly enough, they're kind of backing away. They're trying to make sure they don't lose this Baron. It's sitting at so much health right now, about 50%, and they realize they can't do it. So in the end, they are able to do something, but Enry gets a pull on Bjergsen. But Fnatic, no point in committing on that just yet. You don't really know where everyone else is. And in the end, I mean, that death wasn't terrible. Obviously, you don't want to give up kills, but because you didn't lose Baron off of it, you can kind of take a sigh of relief.
No, but that's a kill to someone on the Fnatic side now that's not Soaz. He's the one that's obviously accumulated every single kill before that. And that's just a big bonus, to be honest, for Cyanide at this point. He's obviously got the needlessly large rod in there, got the team. Must actually be sat on a decent amount of cash right now to go home with. So we'll see that here in a second. But right now, NIP are headed down towards the Dragon.
And luckily for them, they actually don't have Yellowstar in a position to do anything about this, but still, Fnatic, oh, you see teleport coming in from Bjergsen. They might try to go for an engager, Joe.
Coming in from the back, the Nami wave won't actually do too much to Amir, but there's a Cataclysm down. Cyanide actually flashes away and they say, sorry, N-Rated, you're going to be the one that has to stay behind for that one. They got, actually, Godbro very, very low in there once again. And are Fnatic going to go in for this one? Yes. Soaz actually repels in off the side. Cocoon missing there. And in the end, it was all a little bit of a strange fight, but they came out 1-0 there, NIP, but they may lose Dragon as well.
Yeah, so this trade's unfortunately not going to work out too well, but NIP, they're not done just yet. They're sticking around. They might want to go for something here. Bjergsen does have ultimate available, so they could fight right after this.
Yellowstar's now blocked 2 ace in the alls. The last 2, he's like, well, what up? I'm Draven, I can block him. I'm healthy enough. Doesn't need to be the bear that does all the blocking in this game. I'm quite happy to do that. Spread the damage a little bit around. And right now we are going to be seeing that Zhonya's coming out as well from Soaz, which is just makes him even more ridiculous at this point. 40 CS in the lead. He's in the middle lane. There's a big lead as well. We can see there the Goltos, 2,400 Peke has to spend, 1,700 as well for Yellowstar.
So he'll definitely have that death cap when he goes back here. And Yellowstar, I'm assuming he's working towards an IE right now. I don't think he'd be going double blitzer, so I don't think he's that cocky. An IE would definitely put out a lot of pain. And we're approaching that point where Baron is a very, very real possibility. People are starting to get to the level where when they die, they're down for a long time. As Bjergsen picks up a Glacial Shroud, but I mentioned the Baron particularly because teams that take the first Baron, I believe it's like 73% of the games, they win the game. And with Fnatic, which is like the real key point, they take Baron against NIP earlier than they do against any team in entirety of LCS with 24 minutes and 50 seconds, where the rest of the teams are about 29 minutes, where it's 28:57. So Fnatic, they might try to go for Baron relatively soon. And honestly, with that buff, with what they have, they're how far ahead they are with their whole composition, they can probably win the game if they do go for that. But then on the opposite side of that, they could also lose the game. We've seen Baron stills happen before.
Oh, here's a hook though on towards Svenska, and they're going to go in for this one. This is going to be a big fight kicking off. Cataclysm goes on to Cyanide there at the back. Godbro is actually taking a lot of damage while having to move away. Bjergsen is off towards the side. He's now on a killing spree as he gets himself one. That will leave us with a 2-for-1 in favor of Fnatic. But are they done just yet? And Rated is going to be coming out of cooldown soon. And Soaz actually just flashed away. Does finally get taken down by the test. Yellowstar is running for his life here. Will he be able to get away from things? We still have Bjergsen chasing in, managing to get the slowdown. XPK turns around and will stun Bjergsen up, and a very prolonged fight there that ends at 2-for-2.
And that was honestly a great trade for NIP in the end right there. I believe they got a killing spree bonus off of Soaz, which was honestly heavily needed. And then I think Fnatic saw something there during that fight. It's like, Bjergsen, he's not dying. He's not taking much damage here. And they finally got him down to 75% as he's taking a lot of damage and gets blown up.
Just as you were saying.
I know, right?
Oh, Bjergsen doesn't take much damage. They need to fix. Oh, yeah, there would be a Xerath coming in from the side who now has a death cap and double buff now as well, just to top that one off. And that was great awareness from XPK to actually come in when he did. I say awareness, there was of course a ward there, which makes it a lot easier to be aware.
Yeah, he was actually attacking from outside blue the entirety of the fight earlier on. But with that kill, he gets the double buffs, and he actually gets a killing spree bonus off Bjergsen. So it's going to give him a little bit of extra more money. And I'm worried, when he gets the Void Staff, who on NAP can stand up against him? And I have to say, it's not really anyone. When I look at Godbro, he's actually going for, it looks like a Leandri's here. And I can kind of understand why he needs that extra damage, but Zhonya's is really going to benefit you quite a lot in these team fights where you saw at the end, like, he survived, like he was in the Cataclysm with Cyanide, but you saw Soaz come around and clean him up.
Yeah, survivability going to be key here, and actually picking up that Giant's belt there to add in on his last trip home, which now gives him a little bit more stayability when it comes to those fights. On the other side, a blasting one being picked up there as well by XPK and the Amp Tome.
Yeah, so he's definitely going for that Void Staff, and that's where he becomes really scary because of the way it stacks with his W, with extended range and penetration. So it's going to be very hard for NIP to do anything against that, because Bjergsen's, honestly, he's like the only one that has a clear path into the backline against him. But once he gets there, it's like, okay, I'm here, but I can't really do any damage to you, so what do I do in the end?
Seen a lot of pink wards coming out here from Deficio as well, so we are going to see the test dead. XPK now on a rampage. That's how fast you can blow up with this combo coming in, and now they seem to be going a little bit further in. They're going to lose the turret here at NIP. That will be turret number 4 of the game for Fnatic. Ironically, 2 of them in the middle lane, and they may even go for another one.
And NIP hasn't picked up any towers just yet in the whole composition that Fnatic's running with the Elise we've seen before, but it's usually a support Elise with like a Lux middle, where if you or even an AP Nidalee, where if you hit someone with a cocoon, everyone just piles on and blows them up right away, which the Test unfortunately was the victim of right there. And Fnatic, they're gonna go for this inhibitor turret here. They have to be a little bit careful, but Test down for another 5 seconds. Looks like they should be able to pick this up.
Well, that's the thing, they've got so many options with that combo, whether it's the hook coming in onto someone, whether it's the cocoon, as Bjergsen again has to use Unstoppable Force to throw himself back. Svenskeren slides away, but that is going to be the inhibitor going down here, and still Xpeke doing lots of damage from that backside. Finally now Fnatic finish that one up and are going to back off, but as I was saying, the options for doing that, for catching one person then nuking them down, speaking of the devil, as the Test gets destroyed there, it's Yellowstar that actually gets the last hit. You've got the hook, you've got the cocoon, you've got Xpeke who can stun up from range. There's so many options to go in for them to catch that one single man to get the ball rolling.
And this is why I kind of mentioned earlier, as actually I'm going to hold my thought on that one. It looks like Fnatic was trying to bait here potentially, but they were standing on a ward. And this is what I was trying to say earlier about Nami, where, you know, she's about heavy disengages, but you don't disengage against a team that blows you up instantly.
Oh. Look at this, Fnatic setting up a trap inside the back. There's the cocoon, the hook lands. Svenskeren's dead. And they're not finished just yet by the looks of things. The Nami tidal wave comes out to try and stop this. A good bubble catches 2 of them, and the rest of NIP run away. And this is what Fnatic have just done so well there. I mean, Svenskeren thought he was avoiding maybe what the wards he'd put down, because Fnatic have been on this side of the jungle for so long. They put one right on the backside there. That was a brilliant call from Fnatic. That's going to give them a Baron.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, they kind of deserve it. The way they've been playing this entire game, you know, it's 4-10, it's 45,000 to 35,000 gold, and they haven't let one single turret slip on their part. And actually, right as I say that, I want to check the top turret. Okay, good. It has a lot of health left, because I don't want to say it and be like, enemy team has destroyed a turret kind of thing. But they've been just doing a great job the entire game, where they're making NIP react to how Fnatic wants to play, but they've also been protecting their own objectives really well. And another Dragon going to be going down to Fnatic. I believe this is the 3rd of the game.
So right now we are, let's say 30 minutes in, give or take, into this game with a 4-2-4 Elise and a 4-0-3-0. We still have no Aegis even on the team of NIP. That just can't be.
Yeah, like, what do you really do? Like, I don't want to make it seem like the game's over, but like, how do you get to Xpeke? You're just not. Like, with your whole team lineup, you're just not going to get to him if he positions correctly, which it's Xpeke, so he's most likely going to be able to do that. You have Soaz, who has that penetration build with the Zhonya's on top of it, not to mention a Giant's belt. So if Cyanide goes in, he can follow him right in, pop the Zhonya, stay alive. You see a Runic Bulwark picked up onto Cyanide, which unfortunately for NIP on the opposite numbers, Svenskeren doesn't have just yet when both teams are against that double AP composition. And honestly, you can't really harp on Svenskeren too much about not picking it up, because he's been shut down this entire game just from the get-go. Losing his red right away. He's only able to get his blue. Was level 5 when Cyanide was level 7. So Fnatic just throughout this entire game have been controlling it.
Now we see how fast Xpeke can clear these waves. He's actually going to charge himself up. Are they going to go in for this one? Hook actually not quite going in the place that they want it, but Fnatic are going to steal another red buff away. I'm going to take another turret number 6 here. And what could be very soon the final turret in that top lane. I mean, there is a big Fnatic wave actually pushed up against that one, so we'll take a look at that in a minute, because Fnatic here right now are in fact sieging up, and they see Deficio having to flash away from the ulti coming out of Xpeke once again, and they're going to bully their way through, there's no other word for it, onto this inhibitor.
And for NIP, they're having a tough time dealing with just Xpeke. Like, not even the rest of the team. Ignore every single member except him, and they're having a tough time dealing with that. You saw a Deficio get dropped down about 20% life. You saw even Godbro, who's supposed to be more tanky for his team, got dropped down about 20% of his health as well. And NIP, against a Baron up Fnatic, they can't really defend this turret, but they want to. Like, they know if they pretty much just keep letting Fnatic walk over them, they're going to lose the game. But honestly, in my opinion, that's something you want to do on your inhibitor turret when they already have super minions right now pushing on their Nexus turrets.
Oh, and look at Peke, he's off to the side here. And he's trying to put down as much damage as he can. There is a cocoon landing onto Godbro. This could be a whitewash. SOAS using instantly the Zhonya's. And look at that. One by one they fall. One by one. It was pretty much all together, to be fair. The Tess will die as well. And here is SOAS. He's not finished just yet. He wants that KDA even more. And that will be the ace coming in, as it is Peke to finish off the Nami, of course, on Deficio. And now they storm through here. They're going to take down the Nexus turrets. The Nexus itself will fall. And Fnatic come into the game against NIP with a plan. They execute it down to a T and win the game.
It seems like the plan was just like, don't let Expected play Malphite anymore. I mean, he did win a game obviously on it, but let him play a DPS champion, because you saw right there just how well he does it. Just like you said, they came into it with a plan. They executed it perfectly. And of course, they take themselves to 3-3 now in LCS.
Fantastic bit of play from that one. And well, a very big plan to break down from that one. And you can see that Fnatic, it wasn't the jump up, screaming, intense game kind of congratulating each other. It was the, you know, hands together, well done, we did it. That's what we came here to do. We stuck to the plan, we did it, we rolled through them, and that's exactly what we needed. So, we are going to head over to the analysis desk where Demon is waiting with none other than SK's Ocelot.
Yes, thank you very much. And well, you know, not quite the exciting game we were hoping for at the beginning. Like what we saw last week was a pretty crazy match between NIP and Fnatic, but this time it was just simply controlled. And, you know, literally from the picks and bans, you called it straight away. It's a Draven Thresh, unplayable.
Yeah, Draven Thresh is a lane that is a bully lane. Normally, you cannot counter that unless you get like a lot of ganks from the jungler. But yeah, it's not only that. I mean, they did okay. Nip did okay bottom lane as well. The problem is that Nip was kind of rusty, you know. The gameplay was a little bit choppy.
Yeah.
They didn't come up together, you know, which is exactly what they needed with that kind of setup, which is full AoE, go in, crazy, team fight. That was the main problem, I think.
And what do you think? I mean, obviously they went for that red buff steal at the start. Do you think that set Sven's going back that far? I mean, he was Jarvan, and Jason mentioned it at one point, he was 2 levels behind. He was really struggling for those buffs, really struggling to get the farm going.
Well, here's the thing. Jarvan is very strong in 2v2 skirmishes. Imagine he ganks and Volibear counter ganks. Then he normally wins with red buff. And the other way around. But the problem is that if Jarvan has no red buff, then he cannot contest the ganks. So he literally cannot appear somewhere where Volibear could be, because Volibear has the passive, has red buff, and he's definitely gonna destroy him.
So for plays like that at the start, I mean, how much time do you put into maybe reading what, say, for example, Ninjas in Pyjamas did at DreamHack? Obviously, you got 5 games to study what sort of play they did. Is that something that you guys just pre-plan? Or more importantly, do you have time to do that between events?
I think it's more like we didn't have enough time for this time, but I think they just wanted to. Fnatic just wanted to do it. Just had a lot of faith in that strategy. Maybe because they knew that Nip doesn't tend to not cover the bottom side that well because they don't ward it, or because you know what I mean. So maybe they said, okay, let's just focus on that. Let's just maximize their mistakes, and they used it perfectly. It's just one buff against 0 buff. That should never happen. When that happens, you know you're very behind.
And speaking of mistakes or effectively attacks, let's get on to the replay, because really, I mean, there wasn't a great deal to go through with replays there, but it was more a case of when an attack happened somewhere on the map, Fnatic just went, okay, we'll counter that, we'll get away with it perfectly, and we'll go aggressive.
Yeah, indeed. Like if we can see on the replay, we are right here at mid lane, okay? As you can see, Spiky goes a little bit aggressive on Bjersen. And now Bjersen, what he does is a very good call, actually. He goes bottom lane because Enrated and Realstar are very pushed. But look at this. Enrated plays it perfectly. He pulls the ultimate of Thresh, and then he just flashes out. So it's like literally impossible to be ganked. And now Fnatic says, okay, he goes bottom, we get the mid tower. It was already poked, so it was a perfect move by them. It made what was supposed to be a double kill for Nip and a Drake. Actually, Drake wasn't up, but double kill for Nip, and therefore more bottom lane dominance. It turned into literally the game for Fnatic. Mid tower is a lot of pressure. Cherith can freely do white ones.
And those sort of plays, I mean, are they simply off the hook calls, or is it a case of he's just left a big opening, guys? Let's just get in the mid and take it.
It was a little bit of a mistake teleporting at that time, but it was a little bit of a, I mean, I would have done it as well if I was Bjersen. It was a perfect TP because could have been a potential double kill. The problem is that there were 2 waves already almost fighting mid lane, so Xpika knew that if he just pushes, He just got
Cyanide had happened to have just come there to try and get the gank as well, yeah.
You could say that was kind of lucky, but even Cherad alone could have maybe taken the tower by himself. We never know, but Cyanide was around mid lane, which is what he does most of the time, and he did it properly. They won the game probably by in huge portion by that. And of course, so was top lane. You saw that, man? It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, Joe pulled out the stat that he's lost one game as Elise, and you were saying that he's probably one of the best Elise players in Europe at the moment.
No, I said actually he's the best Elise player of the world.
Of the world?
Yeah, I said that. But he has a lot of games with her, and she fits him a lot, and she never, ever, ever loses the lane with her. Elise is a 1v1 bully, but as you can see, he doesn't fail the E, the cocoon. I don't know, he's really, really strong. And normally teams that want to have a little bit of dominance top, normally they ban him.
And I want to talk about the fact that we are on 3.7 patch. And I know you've got a few words about it, but we've had to stay on 3.7 because effectively we've been to DreamHack for a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, travel on Tuesday, straight here. Effectively, I think Wednesday, basically everybody just about got home and had off. Thursday, we're straight here. Friday, we're into the games. There's not really much time to change between 3.7 and 3.8. So it was a little bit of a hard ask to tell the teams, we're going to change patch. But actually, you kind of were in between, weren't you?
I would say I'm one of the persons that say 3.8 was a better option maybe, but 3.7, if you think about it, makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
Because there was more time to play the patch, actually. So every time we want to practice against a team right now, we have to practice on the tournament realm on 3.7 because it's totally different. At 139, minions don't appear anymore, as you can see.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a whole new game. It's a whole new game. New heroes are going to appear in mid lane with Dorans and 2 potions, maybe Morgana, maybe...
You looking forward to it?
Actually, I am, because I hate Zed, I hate Kha'Zix, I hate those guys. I really hate them, man.
Well, we are, of course, going to go to a break. Thank you very much, Ocelot, for joining us.
It was a pleasure.
We're going to go across to the main stage because there is going to be an interview, and it is the man that plays Elise himself, or she, as you've been calling him. It is Soaz the Frenchie with Shocks.
Yes, I'm here with Soaz, of course, the top laner for Fnatic. Now, Soaz, you seem to be having a really easy time in your lane. Is that a matchup you always win as Elise against Kennen, or was it just a matchup against Godbro?
I think the matchup is pretty equal. Maybe it is like 60-40, I would say. When I saw his item level 1, he has Doran, of course, and a lot of potions, so I was able to sustain him, and I made him back level 2 or 3, so he missed a lot of wave, and after Salad came, we killed him, so I just snowballed the lane by 1 kill, and that's it.
Боюсь ошибиться, переводя эту непереводимую игру слов и выражений, однако по лицу команды понятно, что они настроены на победу в следующем матче, однако не намерены расслабляться пока еще. Прошу.
Now, last week at the end of DreamHack, you lost, the game against Ninjas in Pajamas. So how is it that here you seem to be able to dominate them from the early game, and last week that didn't seem to work out?
I think it was mostly about picks, like we had Kha'Zix, we had Ez, and Kennen was quite fed early, mid-game, late-game, whatever. And he was able to zone us during ultimate, and we couldn't go on him because he had Zonia. So Kennen was just doing 1 versus 9 like last game.
Ну что ж, как мы видим, участники этой команды не боятся никого и настроены только на победу.
And finally, you're 3-3 now, and you're going to go up against Evil Geniuses tomorrow. What is your impression of their current form?
I think they did the same as us last week. We didn't prepare that much. This week we had only 1 day of practice as well, so these 2 weeks we couldn't prepare that much the LCS game, so we will see how it goes, but I think we can do pretty good against CG.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now Meteor Makers were a big story coming out of DreamHack with an impressive 4-1 record. Next, they're up against the LCS veteran Evil Geniuses for the first time. Will Experience win the day against the upstart of MYM squad? Stay tuned to find out.
Что ж, друзья, мы очень скоро вернемся и продолжим эти активные, агрессивные соревнования. Оставайтесь с нами, не переключайтесь, мы продолжим очень скоро.
The summer split of LCS started pretty well for us. We came as underdogs. It's pretty hard to expect anything. We are after 1 week of LCS. We missed the whole spring season, so now we just have to catch up, get some more experience, get used to that LCS pressure. And when we manage to do that, we'll think about our goals.
Welcome back to Mother Russia, everyone. We're already down to the second to last game of the day as Evil Geniuses versus Meet Your Makers.
Добро пожаловать в матушку Россию, друзья, приветствуем вас. Мы уже подходим к тому самому моменту, когда между собой схлестнутся команды «Злые гении» и «Meet Your Makers».
But first, you probably know all the faces from the spring split, and now it's time to get to know a few more. Let's take a minute to find out a little bit about our 3 newest pro teams.
Итак, дорогие друзья, у нас есть 3 новых профессиональных команды, которыми мы познакомимся сегодня. Внимание на экран.
It's going to be Alternate going through to the summer split of the LCS. They have done it.
Nexus Turret 1 is down. Nexus Turret 2 is going down. They've done it.
Meet Your Makers have made it through 3-2 from 2-0 down. And this is going to be Sinners Never Sleep taking down Against All Authority and earning their place in the European LCS.
We started a team like 4, 5 or 6 months ago. We were like making a goal of going for season 4, but then there was a tournament, LCS meets Go for LOL, and we actually managed to get the first place in that tournament. So we got a spot into the qualifier. And we saw our bracket and we were like, yeah, maybe we can make it, just keep trying. And eventually, yeah, we made it.
At the summer promotion tournament, we were losing to Dragon Ball 02, but then we came back strong and gave them a hell of a fight for the spot in the next split of the LCS. And now we'll try to keep it going and qualify for World Championships.
I would say that Lemon Dogs has the most potential of new amateur teams. They are increasing really fast. They can get for one of the top places in the summer split.
Meet Your Makers, or MYM as we all call them, have been around for such a long time. They really don't need an introduction anymore. They play really solid, but they probably still have some weaknesses, and it's to see if those weaknesses get exposed during the next weeks.
I think Alternate started off really strong. Like, they didn't make it into last split, and that kind of really frustrated them. First couple of weeks, they're going to be quite strong. But as the old experienced teams come in, I think they're going to learn these new teams' like strengths and weaknesses, and then they'll kind of falter a bit. Hopefully that's what happens, because we better beat them.
It feels great to be an LCS player. So much work behind it. Finally you reached the top. It feels great. For me, it's like my second chance to be here, because I already qualified with SK. I don't need to prove anything. I went to SK, and now I join again with Alternate, so it's enough proof for myself.
I expect that we will learn much from this summer split. I hope we will get enough experience to keep up to the other teams.
Well, I think the old teams just underestimate so much the new teams, the newcomers, and that's something you should never do.
It feels really good to finally be in the LCS. I've been working for it for 3.5 years almost, so it's a dream coming true, and I'm gonna live it to the fullest.
All right, it's high time to meet our teams for the next matchup. First up, on the blue side, put your hands together for Evil Geniuses.
Встречаем громко злых гениев.
And on the red side, currently ranked second in the league, it's Meet Your Makers.
Громче, 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 друзья, встречаем Meet Your Makers.
All right, the players are in place. It's time to start off the game. So let's head over for the English stream to our commentators, D-Man and Jason, and on the Russian stream, Aviartum and Yuppie Prox.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is now time for Evil Geniuses versus Meet Your Makers, as you have just seen introduced on the stage. So, without further ado, let's check out the lineups, because it's a little bit funny to see the reception they have here compared to DreamHack, because EG were mega stars there. And actually, Meet Your Makers had a pretty big cheer there. But let's check the lineups. You can see them right there. It is, of course, the blue team of Evil Geniuses, and they will be Wicked in the top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, honestly played very well last week, Yellow Pete as the AD, and Crepo as support, who was so angry with himself last week. I just wonder if he's still calmed down yet.
Yeah, he's the type of player that does that, but you have to enjoy it sometimes to realize that you're that intense into the game, that much connected. But over on the red side, we have Meet Your Makers, and it's going to be Kuban in the top lane, Makata in the jungle, and I swear, his picture doesn't do it justice, but Charu's hair is fantastic in the mid lane, and of course, Mackler and Libic in the bottom lane.
It's the hair of Bon Jovi. He's living on a prayer. He's like a rock star, of course. Maybe we'll get to see when they get to do an event in Poland just how big that they will become, because, I mean, they were pretty popular over there at the time, but maybe if we get to Poland again sometime soon, who knows. But if you remember, of course, last week, Evil Geniuses, they did end on a bit of a sour note, losing to SK Gaming in the last match of DreamHack. However, they did pick up wins over Gambit and Fnatic, so that's not bad.
And that's what's confusing to me a little bit, because we always talk about Evil Geniuses back in the spring split, about, you know, have they found their form? Are they consistent now? And to me, they're still inconsistent. Like against the game versus Fnatic, where they just stomped them outright. It was just so one-sided. But then they have troubles against teams that they think they should beat, other people think they should beat, and they just can't seem to lock that down.
And it was interesting that we just heard Snoopy talking about, you know, the fact that the new teams did come in, and he says it's only a case of they don't really know what to ban against them yet, or else they think they'll figure them out. But I don't know that it's going to work out that way. It worked like against Giants, if you think last time. We kind of knew the team coming. You take away AD Cannon, cause the problems, and suddenly everybody's figured them out. But if you look at what Alternate and MYM and to an extent, I was about to call them Sinners Never Sleep, but they're not called that anymore, Lemon Dogs, did last week, or Lemon Gods, as I was calling them. You know, I don't think they're going to be as easy to shut down this time. And I was already saying it. It's like, you look at MYM right now, they picked up 4 wins already. Dragonborn's got, what, 6, 7 in the whole season last week?
Yeah, they unfortunately had a big losing streak towards the end.
They've already picked up a lot of wins, both Alternate and Lemon Dogs to an extent. So already the league is tougher this season.
I love how you mentioned that, because Joe said just previously early on that he thinks the quality of teams we have now is stronger than in the spring split, which you pointed out a perfect example. I honestly never thought of was the whole point of knowing what to ban out against, you know, the spring split teams. Take away AD Cannon, take away Draven. You're pretty much good against Giants and Dragonborns. But with Meet Your Makers, with Alternate, I know Charu's actually played a different champion every single game. Alternate
teleport.
yeah, that's the only consistent thing about him. But then you have Alternate, who prepared a special strategy for each team, and obviously they've had 10 weeks to prepare for every single team coming into it. So it's just like these new teams can play anything, anywhere, if they really want to.
Yeah, and meanwhile, of course, Meet Your Makers, who we are now talking about, effectively went on a bit of an unbeaten streak last week, and they did actually manage to finally lose a game. Unfortunately, it was to Alternate, which, you know, effectively they were coming in both 4-0. Somebody had to lose that game, and it meant Alternate went 5-0. Actually, Alternate looked very good in that game, but Meet Your Makers probably were the only team that gave them a run for the money.
Yeah, there was something that was interesting that happened throughout the entire week of DreamHack with Meet Your Makers. They were about winning early, winning mid, winning late game, just winning throughout the entire game. But when Alternate threw a kink in that, like little machine that's Meet Your Makers, it set them behind. Like they had a really hard time getting back into the game. When they fell behind, they were like, what do we do? You know, what's our next plan of attack? But when it's going their way, they're like unbeatable. But if you throw that one little wrench, that one little corkscrew in there, you really mess them up.
And it was funny because if you think back to that game, Meet Your Makers had literally littered Alternate's jungle with wards. They'd just gone aggressive, and you know they put down what three
pink wards.
Three pink wards around the blue. They'd got about 8 wards over in total. So there's a lot of gold spent there, and then Alternate attacked them, and they didn't even get a chance to use them. So there was a lot of gold that went to waste there. And Alternate's aggressiveness, I guess, effectively countered it. There's a couple of champions that I think that we Meet Makers. I'm thinking of Kubon on Elise in top lane. We just saw Soaz going mental on Elise there. It's kind of the same for Kubon, I think, as well. I think that's a bit of a chink in their armor.
I've actually noticed that back when I was casting them for the EPS finals for EU Nordic East, where if he didn't get Elise, he would play like Rumble. And his Rumble, unfortunately, wasn't that strong. I remember during the playoffs, or not playoffs, the promotion tournament, you asked us, now, what can Meet Your Makers do to get back in the game? And I always pointed out Kubon over and over and over. And honestly, a lot of people think he might be their weakest link. They don't think that personally. They're like, so what if he is? We're going to keep playing with him. We're going to keep working on it. But his champion pool, I think that might be the big weakness for them. If you can target him out specifically, you can funnel all those kills into your top laner, like Soaz did against Godbro on Kennen, and just snowball the game in your favor.
Absolutely, of course. Remember, you can head over to lolesports.com and vote on who you believe will win the matches this weekend. Click on the match, click on the thumb next to it, and vote away. Click the little vote, and then you'll see the percentages. It's fantastic.
And for this match, honestly, it's quite surprising. When we heard the numbers, like, wow, we didn't really expect that. It's actually 53% in favor of Meet Your Makers and 47% in favor of Evil Geniuses. So that just shows that the impact Meet Your Makers made last week.
It shows you that the EG army is not alive and ready. It's not awake, thinking, what is going on here? For Meet Your Makers in week 2 to be voted in a higher percentage chance than EG. This is Evil Genius. It used to be CLG EU that went on and won DreamHack Summer 2012. You know, they got 3rd place in the Season 2 World Finals. But right now, we're seeing one of the new upstarts. Although, as Crepo just said in that video, you know, this is a team that's been around for so long. They're not a new team. Everybody knows who they are and how they play. It's just a case of figuring them out now they're in the LCS.
Well, I think they're now the longest standing team together since Edward did leave Gambit. I believe they're actually approaching like 2 years, where Gambit was 18 months.
Kubon changed around ECC true. Poland.
That's true.
There was a little change around. Kubon was at ECC Poland, then he kind of left, and then he came back about 2 weeks later.
Kiki's, if I remember correctly, replaced him.
Kiki's has been in and out a few times, yeah.
But still, I mean, that just shows, like, even if they weren't, 2 years, even if it's just been over a year, both these teams have been together for such a long time. I'm not sure, actually, if Meet Your Makers have a gaming house. I'm honestly not too sure of it, but, I mean, when you're together that long, you pretty much know exactly the other person's thinking, and it's all about taking your game to the next level. In Korea, it's all about, at least for me, team fighting. It's about team fighting on a whole different level than other teams.
And it's great to see how this team has matured as well, because I think we're back to Warsaw, when we were there for the qualifiers in January, how down these guys were when they didn't qualify on the Saturday. They had to go through to the Sunday where only one team was remaining. And I was like, guys, you clearly are the strongest team in this right now. You surely have this. They were so down at the table. They were barely speaking. And this is a team that actually are normally like quite happy, smiles and extra, but which actually is why I loved Makata last week when he was in the interview with Sharks and he was talking about, we're not getting carried away with this. We've won a lot of games as a team. We've lost a lot of games as a team. We're just going to take each game as it comes. They were excited about the Fnatic match and they won the Fnatic match. Absolutely certain they've organize something for Evil Genius, something special, just like we saw Fnatic against NIP last game.
I completely agree with that. I guarantee that after their 4-1 start, they didn't go home and relax like, you know, we did it, guys. We're doing extremely well. I guarantee they train even harder than they previously have for this next week because they realize, like, this is your livelihood. This is now your job where millions of people would kill to be in your position, and you have the whole World's Cup at the end of the season to go for. And that, you know, being on a grand stage in front of the entire world, you know, imagine winning first place and calling yourselves the best team in League of Legends in the world would be like a dream for them.
Absolutely would be. So we're getting into picks and bans, and let's see how it goes. Shen and Nautilus being banned out. Interesting choices from Evil Geniuses and Zyra being taken away from Libic. No shot prize there. Thresh, Jace, and Twisted Fate. So that's actually some pretty standard bans there. Expected Thresh away from Crepo. Jace, of course, we saw Froggen going ham on it the other week. Twisted Fate also being taken away. Kind of a standard ban. But Shen, more importantly, is the one for me. Mercata.
Yes, he played it, I think it was 5 times in the Summer Promotion Tournament, and he won like 4 of them. He's been playing Nautilus as well, so they really targeted him out. And then also the big thing is the Zyra. You normally never see the Zyra ban, but it's Libic. You banned Zyra against him. His Zyra, if I remember back to Intel Extreme Masters Singapore where you were there with us, he was actually leading his team in kills. He was like 3-0 and 4 at some point in that game, and he's a phenomenal Zyra player. You've seen how many times just the ultimate in terms of, you know, zoning the team out, setting your team up for a fight can really work in your favor. And it looks like Evil Geniuses wasn't, I want to say that it looks like they weren't 100% prepared for those bans, but I honestly, I mean, come on, look at the bans anyways. It looks like they just want to take their time.
This one surprises me because actually Kha'Zix got through the last game, didn't even get picked. Whereas if you look at the North American LCS, like week 1, I think it was like 100% pick ban. This time, Evil Geniuses are going for Kha'Zix, and now, is that going to be Froggen or is that going to be Wicked? Because we've seen Wicked playing a number of different champions lately. Has he picked up Kha'Zix?
I'm trying to think back to a game where Froggen played Malphite, and he played like bot lane and Wicked played middle lane for his team. I want to say that will be on Froggen because it seems like more of a style where Wicked will play like kind of supporty tank champions in the top lane, though. I mean, obviously he has played Zed before, but honestly, I really couldn't tell you where I think that's going to go 100%.
Well, Kubon has this selected right now, but I'm seeing giggles coming out from Libic, so I'm not sure this is quite going to go in there yet. Makata's discussing it. It's actually interesting to see how this team sits. Yeah, it is going to be Elise. They're going to switch to it because that's exactly what Kubon will play all the time. They have a different setup for most teams. They'll actually have top, middle, then the jungler, then the AD support. So the brothers stay together, which is, you can see just after Libic, who's this ginormous unit on the right hand side of your screen. He's the support player. He's the biggest guy on the team. You wouldn't mess with him. But next to him is Makla and Makata, and there they are, the brothers Kukia. And they do sit together, and honestly, they are effectively the voice of the team as far as I can tell.
Yeah, and I love how you mentioned how Libic is this big, strong guy, because back at DreamHack last week, I talked to him out one night, and I was saying like, you know, you're really tall, you're really buff, like even I'm scared of you, and he's like, yeah, imagine me playing Soraka. And I laughed so hard, I felt so bad, but he's a really funny guy, and he's a very strong support player with this Elise, and Evil Genius is letting Elise get through. It has to be a sign that Evil Geniuses, unless they didn't research at all about Meteor Makers before this week, that they are prepared for this and they're going to do something about it. As you hear the crowd go crazy after Froggen hovers over that Nivea. You think you got enough of it last week at DreamHack?
Yeah, it is great to see. Even the Russian crowd is cheering for Nivea Froggen. Everybody knows it. It is currently selected on, and you know what? You may well go for it, but is it going to be the Blitzcrank? Is it going to be the Nivea? Who knows? It's going to be Lulu for Crepo.
Oh, even I'm sad about that. But I mean, no point to pick it right off the bat since you don't know exactly what you're going against. With Snoopy on Sejuani, honestly, I don't think it was that bad. I think he played pretty well on it, and I think he might have found. I feel like we're harping on too much about it over these past 11, 12 weeks, well, like 15 weeks. About him finding a jungler he's comfortable with, like he was back in Season 2 with like Maokai, with support champions. But it seems like he finally has gotten that with Sejuani. And of course, Lulu, it's Crepo. He plays a phenomenal Lulu.
Just seeing the Meteor Makers bans. Actually, Nami being picked up to start with. We never really talked about it. It has been a very strong choice in the European LCS in the first week. And honestly, why not? We just saw it in the CIS tournaments as well, just how strong Nami can be. He was landing like multiple waves across all 4 members. And the bubbles were setting up kills every other time he landed it.
Well, on the flip side of that, we saw, unfortunately, how bad it can be in a team composition with the last game with NIP Fnatic, where if you don't have a team, or if you're against a team that has really far range and you can't engage upon them, then you're really gonna have a tough time defending against them as well. So we'll see how it's actually gonna work out. But Nunu being sat on for Makade, honestly, that's a jungler that's right up his alley.
Do you think it's Makade or is it gonna be Libic? It's a champion that Libic used to play a hell of a lot.
I'm assuming since we have Nami, that will be a support
Of course,
Nami.
yeah.
Honestly, it could happen. It really could. Charu, he plays anything. I mean, he's already played his five champions. He needs another one. He needs a new one to show us. But
I don't think so.
We did see Aranea on Nunu against Evil Geniuses, I believe that was, and very strong jungler. Surprised to not see him banned out anymore, but then again, a lot of people don't play him in Europe in terms of the jungle, so we'll see how strong Makati actually is on that.
So it's going to be Froggen on Kha'Zix, which means it is going to be Wicked in that top lane. Actually, well, they could be in different lanes, but we assume that's the way it's going to go. I've never been sold on Wicked on Zac. It's one of the champions he has picked up lately. I'd like to see him on something a little bit more aggressive. We'll see how that works out. Ahri, though, Sharu, actually used to be banned against him quite a lot, and if I recall, Game 1 at DreamHack, he played it and ripped everyone a new one.
It was against Caitlyn, and he teleported. I remember he teleported into the blue. I can't remember what game that was off the top of my head.
Just blew him up.
Yeah. I mean, well, when is he not going to run teleport? But yeah, Ahri, ridiculously strong champion, a very mobile champion, and when you're against a Kha'Zix, he's not going to close up the gap on you. You'll be able to get away easily with your 3 charges of that ultimate. But for me, honestly, it's not even about the Ahri. It's about the Kog'Maw. When do we ever see Kog'Maw anymore?
I know, and it's the champion that Makler was fairly famous for, along with Vayne, actually. In fact, now I come to think of it, there's a lot of AD carries that Makler's kind of been famous for.
Any micro-intensive champion, he's extremely good on. We saw actually him playing Kog'Maw back into Extreme Masters Cologne back in December, and his micro on it was just fantastic. And I talked to Crepo, actually, I believe it was last week, and he said that Makler and Libic, if he comes up against them, he just knows, like, this is going to be ridiculously hard.
And more importantly, the fact that Makata has got Nunu as well, which will be switched around.
Or
he's going to have that Blood Boil light on him as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to buff just even more. And it's usually Makata that's going to help his brother in the lane to gank.
Yeah, and it's really hard to lock him down because I can think of a game specifically on Vayne where he would just micro around you the entire time, and he's just as good as that on Kog'Maw, which, you know, obviously doesn't have an escape, but it's gonna be really hard for Evil Geniuses to get into that backline onto him. Though I will say this, if you have Wicked lead the charge, or maybe Snoopy's ultimate, and you have that Lulu knockup come in, you can really catch him off guard and blow him up before he can do anything.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone sat in the darkness in the crowd. We wouldn't want to hurt their little dangerous gamer eyes.
Sun!
Don't worry, I'm the same. You know, I had a little bit of sunshine in Sweden. I swear to God, I burnt my arms. Like, 30 minutes I was studying it. I was just like, God, my pale gamer skin just can't handle this stuff. So we are beautifully sat in the darkness. Of course, these guys are ready and waiting to go. The blue screen, of course, is going to be Evil Geniuses. There is Snoopy right in your vision. And, of course, on the red side, Meet Your Makers. Currently coming into this one, 4-1. Can they stretch the lead to 5-1? Can they try and challenge Alternate, currently at the top of the league? Alternate, of course, will be playing Gambit after this game.
That's going to be a good game.
That is going to be a good game. It's funny, actually, that game, because Aranea was like, well, how do we win this? Because if we win, all the Russian crowd are going to be annoyed with us. If we lose, well, we lose our perfect record. So it's like I can't win, man.
I hope they hired Heaton, who's here, to be their bodyguard for him or something like that.
Get someone that size. But we are about to get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Evil Geniuses versus Meet Your Makers. You can see there, Meet Your Makers as the red team will be playing from top to bottom, and Evil Geniuses, of course, bottom to top. What are we expecting here? You know, Joe Miller, he predicted and called the Fnatic level 1 play. Is there anything that these teams have up their sleeve that you know about?
I personally do not know. I didn't talk to them about their level 1 action just yet, but I mean, EG, they've always really been vocal about level 1 and how they always research it, they always prepare for it, but the way they're setting up, it looks like they won't try to go for anything in particular here. But one thing I want to point out just before we get too far into the game, Kubon's running 14 flat Magic Pen. So it's a little bit different from what you see out of most Elises or just any AP champion. But we did see how well that penetration build on SOAS worked last game against NIP. We do have Snoopy, though. He's in the vicinity of Meet Your Makers, but it's a Nunu. That's the tricky part. Will he counter jungle you? Because if you look at his items, he's actually very heavy utility.
Well, there's a bit of poking back and forth. You got the two here with the jungler and support, and the jungler and support just above them. And it's the same with the AD carries, actually, down the river. They're both sort of poking back and forward, walking around. But I think Meet Your Makers are going to go and try and put this ward placement here. Makler's just chasing his little fly that's in front of him. That's what they do. We are seeing the ward has gone down from Evil Geniuses. Pete's backing off into the tri-bush. Ward was placed. That was his blue ward, Explorer ward, that was placed there. So just a short duration on that one. It does mean that Snoopy's going to be starting off at the Wraiths. Is he on his own there? Is he on his own on Wraiths? Yes, I think. Yeah. So he's going to be on Roan, and that's obviously given Wicked and Froggen the power to get in here. Sharu, though, look at this. He's sat ready and waiting. He knows that this is coming. And they are not risking it because it's actually going to be an invade. They're just past the Explorer Ward, and Meteor Makers are going in for the red buff steal. That's going to be surely advantage given to Meteor Makers because Evil Genius is not in position to react to this one.
And look what Meteor Makers are doing on their own red buff right now. If we can take the camera over there, they're taking it themselves with Elise and with Charu on Ahri. So they're pretty much eliminating the fact, or the possibility that Snoopy could take his blue and then go steal red away. So this is a phenomenal job by Meteor Makers. It's something reminiscent of what we saw SK do to them back at Gamescom. But this is really going to set Snoopy behind where at level 6, that's where he shines with his ganking.
And just look how many wards have been placed around that red jungle. They are going to potentially look for an invade as well. So Makata, that was a smiteless take as well, by the way. So he's going to go around to the blue buff and pick that one up himself as well. No problems. Meteor Maker's starting off wonderfully.
Yeah, we've talked about how they like to ward everything they possibly can. You mentioned the 3 pink wards around blue buff on their game last week, but they're going to know exactly where Snoopy is this entire time. And one reason Meteor Makers likes to ward up like this is the fact that Charu runs teleport, so he will always have an opportunity to make a play happen if he sees it fit. And Snoopy, not to mention, he was sitting at a lower health than this currently, but he did have that possibility of being ganked. And sorry to cut you off there, but I love what UG's doing right here. I noticed because they're pushing the lane against Meteor Makers, and Kog'Maw has such a tough time last hitting first of all, but has such a tough time shoving a wave back at you.
Well, they hit level 2 first, which is why they're trying to zone it out as much as possible, and that is working wonderfully. Look at that brilliant shot from Pete there just to land it on Mac. That's taking him very low, but Kato is coming down. I'm not sure they're in the position to go for this one. Still in level 2. Now he's going to get the slowdown on him. Livik comes in. He doesn't manage to land that Aqua Prison, and immediately he took some damage on him. And again, the poke back and forward, but they've hit level 2. But look at this, Pete's already 3.
And this is something that I didn't want to point out earlier in case it didn't happen, but Krepo always talked to me about how he realizes that if you put a kink in the bottom lane of Meteor Makers, I mentioned earlier about the whole machine of them, but if you mess up Macro and Livik, they have the toughest of times to come back. Like Krepo said, he's scared of their combo when they're playing right, but if you mess them up, he knows that they can beat them, and that's what they're doing right now off the bat.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Of course, that brother Makata will come down and help him out. Looks like he's going in towards the Wraith at the moment because that is available. Has got Smite up. We'll see what Snoopy does. Snoopy going in towards the mid lane. Kuban also going on towards Wicked, but it's the mid lane where it's all happening. Sharu's going to get caught out here. Is it enough damage? That's the question. He's going to get back to the tower and just about plays it safe. Wicked also taken incredibly low at the top there by Kuban. But now look at the jungle invade from Makata. While this is all happening, Makata's come around. He's taken the Wraiths away, taken the big Golem away. He's hit and run, and now he's heading for the bottom lane. He's going to come around the backside of him. He's going to be in towards Pete. The slow actually going down. He's going to get the Ice Blast. Is it Crapper they're going to go for this time around? Yes, it is, but not really the damage coming out. Oh, Aqua Prison comes out. Flashed out from Krepo, but that's a summoner spell. Burnt Makata just chomps on down, consumes that minion, and walks away.
In the meantime, Snoopy was counter-jungling himself and heading up towards the top side of the map. Like, they realized they put the kink in the bot lane, the AD carry support. If they can now shut down Kuban, they are going to have such a strong game as this game goes on.
There's a launch, and Kuban actually dodges out of that one. Gets the cocoon on, and Snoopy's going to turn the aggression round. Has he got enough in him? He's going to force the flash out of Snoopy. He's going to repel back in there. He's going to sink them fangs down. One more hit. He's got the minions as well. It will go down. Wicked does pick up the kill, but first blood, more importantly, went to Kuban. Krepo now very low in the bottom lane. He's forced to back away, and Meteor Makers keeping the aggression flowing, but Evil Geniuses be able to counter it very well.
And unfortunately, this happened for Evil Geniuses against Alternate last week, where they went for a 3-man dive bottom lane against Kerp on his Shen, and Snoopy, unfortunately, on Jarvan actually died in that. I believe actually it was Yellow Pete was the first one, but they ended up dying on that, and that's really unfortunate. He loses his double buffs. He gives over that first blood to Kuban now, who has a Chalice. This is going to be really tough now for Wicked. I mean, luckily he did pick up a kill himself, but Kuban is a fantastic Elise player.
And more importantly, while this has all been happening, Charu yet hasn't... he did teleport, but he came back to the mid lane, simply used to get himself back in lane, keep that experience flowing. He's probably going to hit 6 before Froggen here. Froggen, actually, Froggen just hit 6, so his Void Spikes will evolve in a moment when he gets a spare second. He can't evolve them while he's trying to clear out this wave, though. It does take that little second of time. Ping goes down. It does mean that Charu is heading north. He's simply putting that ward down in the river Banana Bush, and he's going to play himself safe.
And it looks like Yellow Pete's actually going to be going for that blue Ezra build, which you didn't see earlier on today in the CIS matches. And I'm assuming that Mackler will be going for his Blade of the Rune King. But at the moment, he has 2 Doran's Blades. He's really scared of the damage ELP can put down, as we do see Wicked going up top against Kuban here.
Well, it does mean that Snoopy's coming in again. This time the Kuban has managed to use a repel. Flash comes out, Snoopy tries to charge on him, and Kuban escapes brilliantly.
Fantastic job out of him. That was actually very close for Snoopy. Landed that still. They might be able to pick up the kill here. You see Snoopy, he realizes, I keep saying this, but he realizes that their bottom lane is doing well. They're ahead in CS. They're constantly pressuring Mitri Makers here, so he's committing his time over towards his top lane just to shut down Kuban as much as possible.
Now, we'll see how that works. Kuban actually has gone for the Chalice early on, along with the Dawn's Ring, so not going straight for that Haunting Guise that we've seen so many times. You were mentioning this at the start, how he builds it differently in terms of mastery. It seems to build it differently in terms of items as well. Libby getting caught by the Glitter Lances there on Crepo. Is a little bit of damage put down, but CS-wise, we can see Pete, of course, that advantage he built up early is still continuing. Where is Kuban going? He wants to get a steal.
I'm not sure if he can pull this one off, but he does catch Froggen.
He does manage to catch in. 6 to Fangs down. We're going to get the Ice Blast from Makata as well. He's had to jump across. They're trying to go for the blue steal. Makata has got Smite. He's going to come around. He's going to force him to have to use the Smite here. He hits it. He runs. Are they going to be able to get away? Let's Bounce comes out. There's the stun coming out. The Makata does flash away. He's got away with it.
I don't think it's over just yet, Demon.
I don't think it is, because Charo's going to come in. He does manage to take down Snoopy. Have they got the aggression to go onto Froggen? Froggen's going to use those voice spikes. He's going to get the slowdown on Crepo, but Kuban, he repels. He's just going to drop straight back there. Kuban is going to go down. Does manage to put the cocoon down, but he's not good enough to escape there. And it is a straight 1-for-1, but more importantly, Makata got the blue buff.
Makata, the size of the snowballs on him must be ridiculous. Just to go in there like that, steal away from right under their nose, flash away and escape, and you really have to give credit to Charu, who didn't have his teleport available, was able to come in there in time, was able to pick up a kill, and that gives him a nice little start here as he has that cloth armor. But I mean, as Mitri Makers, you gotta say worth it. Even though Kuban did die, they stole away the blue buff, but as we were saying before, Kuban, very strong Elise player. If he falls behind, I'm worried if he'll be able to catch back up.
Well, we'll see whether he does. Blue buff is going to be given to Charu. That is quite important. It's not ultra important for Froggen to get it, but it would help him massively in terms of farming for the Void Spikes and keeping the pressure down. Of course, he is a man that will be able to farm quite crazily regardless. I think once the Tier of the Goddess gets built up, we'll see how he goes with him. Actor, he is falling behind in the farm, but he's trying to keep up with Pete every time he gets pushed up against that wave. But we've talked about this so many times in the past. You know, a Cogmore will be behind in lane, but if he can keep close to you, it's going to become danger late game.
Yeah, it's just like a Vayne. Like, if you can just keep up, or maybe within 10 CS difference when you get out of that laning phase, you become such a nuisance later on. Even Geniuses, I know I mentioned it before, are going to have a tough time locking him down, but, you know, if they pull it off correctly, with, you know, the whole Zac initiate with the Sejuani lockdown and Froggen just jumping on top of him, and Guma stopping him pretty much, then they can blow him up and just eliminate quite a bit of damage, because, you know, luckily for Evil Geniuses, Mitri Makers doesn't really have a tanky lineup.
Yeah, we're going to see what sort of build Wicked goes with here. I remember seeing it when Soaz first started it, when Zac was just first introduced. There was a number of different builds that came out for Zac. Right. You can go that Magic Pen, which is the route he's going right now. It's got the Haunting Guys, or you can go tanky, but I don't think tanky's kind of needed, especially when there's a Cogmore on the opposition team.
Well, when we saw Soaz actually play him, he mentioned that if you're ahead in lane, build some damage, you'll do fine. If you're behind in lane, build straight tank, because then you'll be just as useful later on. And Wicked, I mean, he has the lead. He's 1 kill, 1 assist, has, you know, some CS advantage built up, so he's going to have the damage to really apply some pressure. But we see a 3-man gank developing over towards the top side here. Froggen swung around to help out, but Charu's just pushing that middle lane, and Kuban looks like he's gonna escape this one unscathed, and in the meantime, Charu should be able to get some damage onto the middle turret.
Well, I think they wrongfully thought he got spotted, but they said they're gonna go for Charu. Charu has got his ultimate available, so he should be able to get away from this one. There's the first dash. Does go back in aggressive, puts the aggression down on towards Snoopy, and he's not really worried about that. No care was given by Charu. And you talked about this at the start, you know, you're not gonna be able to pin him down that easily.
I was worried, though, that he came back in because, we do see Nunu coming up for the bot lane gank here. He's still backing off. I was going to say, like, Charu going back in on his second charge, he could have been locked down with the Sejuani ultimate. That's what I was like, oohing about, but looks like nothing will happen in the bottom lane.
It's a fairly slow one to throw out, though, so you'd assume he'd be able to dodge out. He would have the reaction certainly a lot faster than my old arms could work it. But Crepo down this bottom lane, I think that gank down the bottom here we just didn't really happen, but simply because Libic missed the Aqua Prison.
Yeah, definitely. And not to mention, there is no ward. Actually, no, there is no ward in the tri-bush, so it wouldn't have been spotted. But in the meantime, Charu actually spotting Froggen here as we talk about Froggen constantly farming. He's going to get him relatively low, but it looks like he's going to back away instead. It takes actually a lot of damage.
Big ball coming out there from Charu. He's got the blue buff on him. Remember, he hasn't got his ultimate available. Kuban taken very low on the turret. But look at Snoopy. Is the ignite going to be enough? While this happened, Froggen has gone down. Kuban does manage to get the passive popped. He's going to be able to chomp down. One more tower hit will do it, and it is Kuban that picks up the kill. So that's 2 kills back to back, quickly picked up by Meet Your Makers.
And not to mention, that's the second time in a row that Kuban picked up 1 kill in a 1v2 fight. I mean, luckily for him, he didn't die this time, but that just shows how strong he is. Nogpus is going to land on Krepo.
They're going to land it down. It's going to be the ultimate thrown out. He's got both of them. Is it going to be enough? The ignite will take down Krepo. Doesn't matter. Magda finishes it with the ultimate. Turns back on towards Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete's got to be careful because here comes Charu. That is why he has the teleport, and that is another kill for Meet Your Makers.
I have to apologize for that girly squeal right there, but just seeing the amount of knockups they used onto Yellow Pete right there to keep him locked down for the Cogmod damage on the ultimate was just fantastic. And now we're able to push this turret, and we talked about Charu multiple times. Takes teleport every single time in every single game, and is it really worth it? And he just proved right there that yes, teleport in this game
worked wonders. So that's going to be the second turret of the game that they pick up. They've already just taken the mid turret a moment ago, and this also is the trigger of the dragon. 12.5 minutes gone. They're getting in there. Libix just got taken down, melted effectively by Frog, and that's how quick a Kha'Zix can pick it up. It also means that Meet Your Makers back away from that dragon.
And one thing that's really scary off the entire exchange and MYM taking the first turret is, in all of their LCS games to date so far, they've taken the first turret every single time. It's normally a little bit earlier than this, but still, they're 4-1, and that might be a sign.
Yeah, even against Alternate, the game that they lost, they did take the turrets first. I remember it well, and that's like I was talking about. They went aggressive, and we'll see what they do now, because now that they've taken all those towers, there's just the top one remaining, they'll generally get in and ward the hell out of the opposition jungle. So we'll see how it follows. There is only one ward picked up. There's a Seeker's Ruby side zone actually being picked up there.
And that's the thing. I really like how you pointed out how Meet Your Makers like the ward up and be aggressive, is that against every team, they like to control the pace. Kuban might get caught here, though.
It's going to get dived on. Wicked's there as well, Snoopy, but just off to the side. He's got Charu. Look at the damage that game point down there. He repels away back on towards Snoopy. Snoopy's going to get taken low. Does use that Glacial Prison. Charu comes in. He cleans up, picks up one. It's going to be the absolute zero coming out. It's going to hit absolutely zero. Wicked just about avoided that one. Charu didn't bother following.
Oh, wow, Kuban again 1v2. Now Makla's going to head against Froggen here. And Froggen, that should be an easy kill.
It should be an easy kill, but he does flash away to his turret and safety there, and Makla has managed to escape. So every time a fight develops, Meet Your Makers have an answer for it, and now there's a 3-man push in the mid lane.
Okay, I can see what's happening right now. It's the fact that Meet Your Makers, they like to control the game. They like to take the first turret. They like to control when they get out of that laning phase, etc. But Evil Geniuses, they're the ones trying to take control of this game. And the only team that was successful to do it against MYM was Alternate. Just the fact that MYM would ward up their jungle, they would be like, no, we're not going to fight in our own jungle. We're going to push you back to yours. And it's just a clashing of these two teams of not wanting to give that aggression up. And MYM, their continuous aggression, trying to take away this red buff from Snoopy.
Yeah,
they've done it before. But it looks like Snoopy's just waiting out, expecting something to happen.
Well, Snoopy caught them, a glimpse of them in the river, so he knows that they're around there somewhere, but we see the fact that the ward is on that bush. Charu may well come back to this one, I'm not too sure. Yes, he is. Charu's heading down here. Has got his ultimate available. Will he try and get in and get the steal? Or more importantly, pick up those kills? We see Libic in there. Puts the Glacial Prison down. It is going to be Snoopy that picked it up, though. And they are going to back away. It was the Aqua Prison, sorry. But Makla's in trouble. He is dead, surely. The wave comes across. Froggen does pick up the kill. He's going to have the reset. Will he be able to jump away from this one? No, he will not, because the charm comes out from Charu. And again, every time they pick up a kill, it gets responded in kind by Meet Your Makers.
And Krepo's so close to get in there. He popped the ultimate on a Froggen, but it just wasn't enough. But still, in the meantime, Evil Geniuses, they're going to push up this mid turret here. They should have the damage for it. Instead, they're going to back away. Makati's actually going to catch Snoopy here. Or actually, it might be the other way around, as there's more members of EG in the vicinity. And just constant action of these teams, just going head to head.
It is aggressive stuff. 8-5 in kills and just 2,000 gold between them at the moment. We do see that Kuban defended off that turret very well, but look at Charu. Look at him already. He's got that Zhonya's Hourglass. He's 5-0-0. He is a machine. I said, when all of these teams qualified, just how goddamn good all the mids in Europe are right now. All 8 of them are absolutely astounding. And as soon as we saw the likes of Charu, the likes of Pharrell and the likes of Nuke Duck all stepping in and replacing, it was like, God, this is going to be a fierce battle in the mid lane.
And what makes it more scary is, he never runs Ignite. I'm just imagining how many kills and how aggressive and how much control you'd have over a lane if he did run that. But he uses the teleport as like a selfless thing just to help his team out. But the Inkster Makers, they're going to go for a 4-man push here, a 5-man push here, and right now Wicked is not positioned, neither is Froggen.
Yeah, they're well away from this one, and the Meteor Makers, they're going to take this turret down. There's nothing they can do about it. Blood Bowl goes on towards Makta. They're chunking it down. They can see it's already half dropped. They do manage to land one bit of damage. They've spotted out the fact that they'd stopped pushing the top and the bottom, actually, which is why they just backed away from this one. They didn't want to get caught by Let's Bounce from Wicked. Put the ward down and say hello.
Speaking of wards, 7 wards
Actually,
down right now for Meteor Makers.
What's Polish for hello? You got to know this one.
I only know Dziękuję, which means like thank you.
Well, okay, we'll do that one then. I'm glad you could have gone for the other one, because we know what that one is.
Yeah.
We best not say that on air. We might be in trouble with the big bosses. It's going to be the Aqua player. Prison actually landed on Crepo. The wave comes out there. They haven't really fully backed it up, but Snoopy's had the wild growth put on him. Sharu does come in. He mops up one. Will he go for a second? That's going to be Wicked jumping in towards him. Sonya's Hourglass comes out there. Absolute Zero will pop, and that will be Wicked going down. Yellow Pete tries to close in, though. Can they have? They got the damage. Frogger's going to try and jump in, but he's straight on towards the turret. He will go down, but it's going to be Yellow Pete picking up 1 kill. Can they chase on towards him? They need to try and get Makta's ultimate to give him the eyes. It's going to be Makata taking very low. There's the eyes that they needed, but everybody else from Meteor Makers backing away from this one. Trishop Barrage goes out. Will it catch anyone? No, they were all just off to the left, and you know what? I think he may have got them.
That's not the ace in the hole that we saw out of the NALCS, but my God, Charu, do you miss a charm? Like, I have to ask him this. He does not miss anything because that charm was so perfect. Froggen jumped into the back and he just charmed him, saved Libic's life, and they just were able to control that fight. Just so well done by Meteor Makers. The 7 wards they had down are finally diminishing away, but this aggression is really hard. Evil Geniuses, they don't really seem to have an answer for it. I mean, they're trying to be just as aggressive back, but it's not working out for him.
It's all in the hair. He is Prince Charming.
Yeah, it is fat. I wish I could grow my hair like that.
I could imagine
it just gets
you with
curly.
hair like that. That would be interesting. Any caster, honestly, with a I wouldn't say mullet. It's not quite a mullet. He's got the sides on there and everything. But any caster,
I think we're just digging a hole here now.
That would be funny. It would be funny, honestly. Kalaris is the only one I can think that comes remotely close. Daniel Klein. Yeah. It's not the same. He's got some proper metal hair going on.
Does.
It's almost like death metal sort of stuff he's got going now. But nevertheless, we're completely avoiding the game. 11 kills, 7-0-1 for Sharu, and 0-0-7 for Makata. He's been there every time that things happen, and Kubon, he's kind of been all on his own in this top lane, and he kind of all on his own again. He's going to have Makata joining him. They're going to have to dive him here. And honestly, what are they thinking? Is Froggen going to go for this one? He's gone into the tri-bush. Still think they're going to stick around. Makata has backed away from this one. Now he's just going to simply go down the bottom. He's going to see them pop out. He's putting all his wards down. While this is all happening, though, they are driving down the mid lane. Oh, look at this.
That's a lot of time, though.
There's a lot of time to stick around. They're going to jump on towards Kubon. Repels away. He's got minions to go to. And does he go to them? Yes, he does. In comes Makata from the side. If they die this, they are going to be in trouble. It's going to be Let's Bounce coming out from Wicked. But, well, now it's Let's get the hell out of there because Absolute Zero comes out. He's going to turn around. 6 to Fangsing. Makata picks up the kill with the Absolute Zero. And now Libic comes in. Kubon, Froggen's in trouble. Oh, dodges out the way. The Cocoon. Libic picks up another kill. And now, wow, Meteor Makers. Honestly, from absolute a skank setup from Evil Genius there, turn it around once again, counter them completely. It's 13-5 in kills.
Demon, that is the 3rd time Evil Geniuses have tried a 2-man gank against him in the top lane, and that is the 3rd time he was able to pick something off of it if he didn't survive completely. And now Meteor Makers, they're going to go for Baron here. Honestly, it looks like a pretty easy one for themselves.
The mid lane, though, Charu is coming around. The rest of Meteor Makers are picking up the Baron, but it's going to be the mid lane that are in trouble. Here he comes again. Froggen just getting absolutely melted. Oh, does miss the charm. Would you believe it? The hair is not quite working for him. It's going to be the flash coming out there. Snoopy taken so low. There's the Baron pickup. Has got flash if he really wants to go for this one, but as soon as Wicked shows himself, he will back away. But Sharu effectively 2v1 in Snoopy and Crepo.
That damage was ridiculous, and he probably has the money right now to buy something. Yeah, 1,600 gold to spend. He's going to have that DFG really soon, and I don't think anyone on EG would survive that damage. And Wicked right now, look at how hurt he is in items. He has a Negatron Cloak, Sword Boots with Home Guard, and a Haunting Guise. Like, he doesn't have anything right now. He's sitting on 5,000 gold, and he's supposed to be like their tanky man to go to, like him and Snoopy, and he can't even afford to jump into the back line.
Wow. So at the moment, there's objectives being gained all across the map. Meteor Makers taking all the outer turrets, taking the middle inner turret. They have just lost their first turret of the game, which was that bottom lane. Froggen he's still desperately trying to build up that Muramana as well. And yeah, look at the AD actual difference, but it doesn't really matter because frankly, Makler has the help and support of his team. It's 181 to Yellow Pete over 132, but simply put, Makler, you know, it doesn't matter. He's got the gold. He's still actually even with him, despite the fact he's 50 CS behind.
Yeah, and that's because of all these team fights, and he just completed a major item. He just got Infinity Edge done. We see a death cap actually coming out of Charu. So that damage just skyrocketed, not to mention that Fiendish Codex. Look at all these items just being picked up. If you look at the score, but they're just popping up everywhere. The Runic Bulwark done, Swiftness Boots done for Makade. They even have a Giant's Belt picked up for Kuban. So just the items they have, they just completely outscale Evil Geniuses right now. And I'm hard-pressed to find a way for EG to get back in this with just how far they're behind. And not to mention, the big thing is that Blue Blood Ezreal's come about quite a bit now, right? You see him quite consistently. But the major downside to him is if you fall behind early on, then you're going to kind of stay behind. You need that some sort of little bit of advantage to kind of get your foot in the ground. And he hasn't been able to do that. Yeah, he has a CS advantage, but he doesn't have the items completed that he needs.
Evil Geniuses are positioning here. They know that the dragon has spawned, and honestly, I think they realize that this is kind of last chance saloon for them. They know they're a long way behind, but Snoopy's going to try and come in and steal this one away. Aqua Prison goes down, actually does land, as does the charge on towards Makata, but look at that, slow comes straight out from Makler, and they immediately disengage from this one. They're diving in, they're throwing everything in there. There comes the wave straight away, and in comes Charu. He throws out a couple of shots on towards Snoopy. Snoopy's still trying to be aggressive, but they're just losing the health here, and they are just having problems. While this is all happening, Kuban, he's on the inner turret in the top lane, and he's taking it down. He's got no problem at all at the moment, and the rest of Evil Geniuses, they are now running away from a 4-man Meteor Maker's chase.
And look at that beautiful picture-in-picture, so we can keep track of both parts of action that's happening. And Makade, with those Swiftness Boots you saw right there, he could not be slowed by Snoopy. He was able to completely run away from that with the help of Nami. So EG, after that entire engage that they won for, they come out losing completely in a 5v4, and not to mention their top turret.
And they may even lose the bottom turret because the rest of Meteor Makers are continuing on here. They're going to wipe out the wave, and Evil Geniuses, every time they try it, they just fall against the counter of Meteor Makers. And look at the poke. Kuban is now pushing on towards the inhibitor turret. He's keeping the pressure on in that top lane. Somebody has to deal with him, and that is going to be another inner turret by Meteor Makers. So well played, all off the back of simply trying to push the dragon.
And the thing is, like you're saying, Kuban pushing top, then they have to send someone to deal with him, but as we've seen before, it takes more than 2 people to deal with him because he can kill one and escape. So EG, they can't even do that, and yet they tried to make a play happen, just like you said, pushing into MYM, but the great disengage out of them was just phenomenal. The Nami ultimate, especially, just to hold EG back from going for any sort of engage, and Makler was just ulting away, getting them lower and lower.
And that is the dragon picked up. And wow, look at the goal differences now. You can see it's 2,500 to Charu over Froggen, which is something you just don't often see. 10,000 gold overall in the top lane, of course, as well. That's just about 2,300 gold. The jungler's got a huge difference. Makata, he's at 2,000, nearly 3,000 actually closing in on. That is enormous in terms of differences between those two. Even the support as well, it's a 2k difference nearly for Libic. So overall, all those objectives that they have gained, 6-1 in turrets, the dragons they've picked up, the kills they've picked up, everybody has been there getting those assists, and it's put Meteor Makers in a massive power position over Evil Geniuses. They desperately need those Muramanas completed.
I will say this though, we saw Evil Geniuses in this position last week. Them versus Lemon Dogs.
Was it Lemon Dogs? It was, yes.
And we saw Lemon Dogs go for Baron, but in the end, oh my god, he's doing that cheeky ultimate just to get rid of the wave. But in the end, EG stole away a Baron from Lemon Dogs, almost got back in the game, but when they tried to take Baron themselves, Lemon Dogs took that away and ended up taking the victory. So Meteor Makers, I'm not sure if they're going to go for anything similar to that this time. Maybe they'll just finish it themselves. And what's funny enough is, in the spring split, the new teams that came in, you know, from the usual 4 or 5 that we know, they had the toughest time closing out games. But every new team that's come in to this split has the ability to do that.
Yeah, and they've not hanged around. Let's put it that way. Like you say, if they smell blood, they go for it. Alternate with the drivers in that. Meteor Makers have been doing the same thing. If you think back, like you say, the start of the spring split, so many teams were struggling to do that. Even the top ones as well. We're not just talking about the guys that got demoted effectively. Libic just coming around, puts that ward down. Will he throw out that Aqua Prison? No. EG do turn around and take that ward down. No, they don't. It didn't quite get the last hit on it. And now it's a siege time, and well, what a better to have in a siege than Cogmore that can fire from
Charm lands on towards Froggen. That's going to be the wild growth, but he is down. The wave comes through, and it's Wicked that's surfing in, and Snoopy's going to get dropped incredibly low. The rappel comes out. Kubon goes diving in. Wicked gets dropped. They're going to stamp on those globules. That is going to be a very big Dane dropped on towards the floor, and Kubon will claim that one out, and it's going to be the inhibitor turret going down. The inhibitor will follow, and Meteor Makers are demolishing Evil Geniuses here.
All it takes is that one charm to come out, and they just pile on top of that and just blow them up, and it looks like Crepo might even be a victim of it.
Oh no, the charm again, the Aqua Prison lands, and it's just sinking the fangs in for Kubon once again. It's actually Makata that picks up the final kill. The ball goes down, and Yellow Pete, well, he's on that turret. Oh, and the fountain, he goes down, and that is going to be Meteor Makers taking home the victory over Evil Geniuses in commanding style. Froggen's going to come out and do what he can, but he just gets charmed up again, and well, Sharu is just being a beast once again on Ari. You've got to ban Ari against Sharu. 9-0-5 once again. Meteor Makers, they didn't even sweat for that game. They just dominated it. And Evil Geniuses, they just seemed lacking. Every time they tried something, MYM were there.
They had an answer for it every single time, like you just said. It was just amazing to see just how well coordinated they were. I mean, we've seen them in the past where they've sometimes been hit or miss, but ever since they got an LCS, it's just been like a completely new team to me. And honestly, they deserve that win. That was just so well executed on every single level.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. We are, of course, going to pass over to our analysis desk. This time around, it is going to be Joe Miller, of course. Alongside him will be the man in a beautiful scarf. It is Ocelot.
Thanks a lot, guys. And Ocelot, an amazing performance once again from Meteor Makers. These guys are not messing around, and we want to just talk a little bit about some different areas of that game. First of all, the top lane, Kubon with Elise. We saw 2 or 3 times where, and the first blood, of course, was the first example of that, where he handled these 2v1 scenarios and came out with kills.
Indeed, like not only when it comes to team play, when it comes to lane domination, they're just wrecking EG. And not only EG, but every team that was in front of them. So in top lane was like the perfect example, you know? I'm getting ganked, you're gonna die as well, you know? It's insane. That was just lane domination, pure lane domination.
Do you think EG, because of the whole bad start that they got off to, fell to that? Do you think that, you know, the whole mindset of, okay, we're behind and we just ganked 2v1, we lost first blood, we got a kill after it, and then we saw again that Wicked died under the tower, Snoopy almost died as well, and Kubon's just sat there saying, what up, I'm a spider with 8 legs and I'm still alive. Do you think that breaks them almost in a way?
There is a point where you might get tilted, and that point comes when top lane is about to 2v1 gang one guy, and your own team dies, and then mid lane at the same time, Froggen was dying 1v1 against Sharu because he thought Snooper was coming mid lane. I'm pretty sure he thought that, and Snooper probably didn't call anything. So Snooper died top, and then Froggen died mid lane. And when you see that, when you're bottom lane, when you're, I don't know, in EG in general, you're like, this game is going to be hard.
It's going to be over, possibly. There was another moment as well where when we were watching it, you said, they just had miscommunication there, which was another, funny enough, they went in onto the top lane. Froggen was there with Snoopy, I want to say, maybe it was Wicked.
No, it was Froggen and Wicked, yeah.
Froggen and Wicked. They went in there, Wicked went in on the turret, and Froggen backed off. And it seemed like EG today just, I mean, obviously Meteor Makers played amazingly well, but it seemed like an off day as well for EG.
I kind of don't blame on them. I would say that Meteor Makers is more like playing perfect, and you really have to commit 0 mistakes to be able to beat them. And I would say that when you're behind, you always tend to do stuff that is way more risky.
Yeah.
So right there, Wicked says YOLO. If I get 1 for 1, it's gonna be worth it because they are winning the game, and I'm gonna give one assist to Froggen. So it's obviously a bad move, but I would have probably done the same, because when you're losing, you are always thinking about, instead of having a chill mind, which is the best thing ever, you are thinking about, I have to come back, and you tend to do stupid things. When you don't have the confidence with yourself, you tend to do stupid things, and that happens pretty often. Not only in that case, but it happens in 1v1s all over the place.
What is it about Meteor Makers that's making them, you know, so strong right now? I mean, this is a team that has been together for longer than you guys, actually, as a lineup.
A little bit.
I mean, what's making them so strong right now? Because they were always a team that were doing well. You know, they'd have a good event where they got towards they get out the group stages, or they'd look like they were going to possibly go on to semi-finals, quarter-final stages, and then that'll all fall apart. What's bringing the consistency in for Meet Your Makers now?
The consistency for them and for Alternate as well. I would say it's just training.
Yeah.
The difference of training between them and the other teams. They are individual skill-wise, they are very high. You can see it. Their team play is really strong because they are playing together for quite long. But let's be honest, the other teams are not being able. They weren't just able to train as much. But of course, there's nothing you can say bad about them. They're just playing way better. And it's everything team play. Absolutely everything team play.
Do you think the whole fact that they're new and fresh and maybe more hungry right now plays a part in it?
They come from not being in LCS, so right now they're like, holy moly, we are destroying every single team that was playing the last year, and we actually watch all the LCS games. We are beating the teams that we were watching some months ago, and right now they are like, they want to eat the world, Just they have no fears, and they really want to eat the world. They think they can win the whole LCS. Pretty sure they do, and I think only the time is gonna tell you if they are right or not. But I think most of the teams that are supposed to be top 5 are gonna bounce back.
Well, while we still got you here, we're obviously going to be moving next into Gambit versus Alternate. Now, Alternate undefeated, 5 wins, no losses. Gambit 3 for 2, not having the best start to the season, not having the worst start either, I guess we can say as well. But they are now in front of their home crowd. Like, how much of a role is that going to play on Gambit's, pressure and nerves here today?
Well, in the history of sports in general, the team that plays at home plays better.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be on their favor. They manage the pressure pretty well, and I'm expecting a really strong Gambit.
Well, thanks a lot for joining us here, Ocelot. Been a pleasure, as per usual, and good luck in your games tomorrow and on Sunday as well. We're going to head over to the main stage, though, where Shox is going to be waiting with Meet Your Makers.
Yes, I'm here with Livik, the support player for Meet Your Makers. Another great victory for MYN now, Livik. Talking about the bans from EG, straight up banning your Zyra, which you have been playing a lot, going for a Kog'Maw Nami lane. Why exactly did you go for that duo?
They banned our Zyra because I played on Zyra. It's so good champion for me, and I always I think so good on there. Then we go after this ban on Zyra. We go for Nami and Kog'Maw because we was feeling too on this. We feeling good on this Kog'Maw and Nami too.
All right.
Шок спросила, какими предпочитает персонажами играть этот замечательный человек, на что он ответил, что играет персонажами, которых зовут, давайте хором, зал, Нами и...
Kog'Maw.
Боюсь запутаться в именах. Перечислил их лучшие качества, и именно поэтому он выбирает именно этих персонажей.
Now, of course, tomorrow is the rematch versus Team Alternate. That was last week, the match for the first place. Do you think you have what it takes to beat them this time around?
Yeah, we are ready for tomorrow. This will be a big day for us. And I think we can beat them, but this is not that easy, I know. But we are ready for this match.
Ну что ж, команда готова к встрече с командой Alternate повторно и настроена на победу. Посмотрим, как это будет завтра.
We're looking forward to that one. Thank you very much, Livik. Now for our final match of the day, it's the local favorites, Gambit Gaming, taking the stage on their home turf against Team Alternate. Now the Russian overlords have one mission in mind, and that is to get the spotless record of the undefeated team in the EU. Can they pull it off, or will Team Alternate provide an alternate ending? We'll find out after the break.
Судя по реакции зала, все именно этого матча и ждут. Команда Gambit имеет большее количество поклонников, искренних фанатов, и я уверен, что сейчас они получат настоящее удовольствие. Итак, друзья, оставайтесь с нами. Очень скоро вы увидите главный матч этого дня.
Great to see that Alternate have come into this league and they've already gone 5-0, and the fact that they've come here in the Super Week and gone 5-0 against the best teams the LCS has to offer is amazing.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, one of the big stories in the European LCS was when Gambit's all-star support Edward left the team to explore the North American scene. And many people wondered who would Gambit find to fill Edward's shoes. And one man answered the call.
Ну что ж, друзья, Европейская лига LCS и команда Gambit All Stars поддерживает. Извините, пожалуйста, за мой французский. Друзья, давайте просто поддержим команду Gambit, ведь именно за нее мы пришли сегодня поболеть.
I thought there was a video coming, but apparently not. So we're going to have the introduction of the teams on stage.
My name is Andrei Klechistov, and my in-game name is Darker. I was former teammate of Alexis, Darwin, and Genja in past, like when we were part of Team MTG, and we were like #1 team from Russia. Like we were stomping pretty hard in online tournaments, but it didn't go any far, and like they found other players later because I kind of disappeared from playing competitive, and they found Diamond and Pepper, and they formed Empire team. During that period, after I stopped playing like really serious, I was playing with them from time to time. I was replacing Edward mostly because he got another time zone, and sometimes it was hard for him to play, or he was tired or something, so I was in contact. It's not such a surprise for me. Of course, I didn't expect that Edward is gonna leave team completely and like move to USA, and now I'm gonna try to play this Gambit roster as their support, and will do my best to make them proud and to not disappoint them.
All right, it is high time to meet the teams. First up on the blue side and currently ranked #1 in the league, Team Alternate. And on the red side, your home crowd favorites, it's Gambit!
А мне кажется, что вы можете встретить эту команду еще громче. Гамбит!
What a fantastic matchup to close out the day here. And to lead us through the final match, we'll have for the English stream, Demand and Jason, and for the Russian stream, Olsi and Seisha.
Thank you very much, Shock. So up next, as you've just seen and heard, Alternate are 5-0 up. 5-0. I don't know where I got Nero in my head. I've got a bit of Star Trek going on in there or something like that. 5-0 up and DreamHack, and they were fantastic. But, and it's a big but, they are up against Gambit. I know what you're thinking because you've got a horrible mind.
No, what are we talking about?
They are up against Gambit Gaming. They are the home team favorite. So let's check out the teams.
Not to mention, we haven't heard a crowd like this for Gambit ever.
No, we haven't, because frankly, this is the first time that they've got to play in front of their home crowd. It's the first time we've ever had the LCS in Moscow, which is fantastic. But they are up against 5-0 Alternate, and as you can see, this is the ELO kings of the world. It is Kerp in the top lane. He has been fantastic for them, and he's been deadly for them as well. His KDA is off the chart right now. Aranea in the jungle. He's the man that's qualified twice for SK Gaming and, of course, Alternate. Pharrell, he's the man that got them here. That 3,000 ELO shockwave that just sent everyone packing. Everybody, not even people that were playing, that had to go home because after they saw that one, because, well, frankly, it was the last game of the day. That's why. Creaton, well, he's at 28.7 KDA right now. He is the highest in the world. And, of course, the support player, which I didn't quite get to or give him his intro, it is J-Ree alongside him, who has been fantastic. Let's check out that graphic once again, because we haven't even talked about Gambit Gaming yet, so it'd be nice to get it back on the screen.
And of course, for Gambit Gaming on the red side, we have Darian here in the top lane. Diamondprox will be in the jungle. Alex gonna be in the mid lane. And of course, Genja and Darker, spotting exactly what his name is, really dark on his picture, will be support.
He's just a shadow of a man. So last weekend, of course, while we were at DreamHack, Alternate had the perfect start, Jason, going 5-0. Look at the crowd right now. They are chanting for Gambit. They had some very impressive teamwork, and honestly, that teamwork is going to have to be used because they managed to pull out multiple team comps. Look at that crowd, though. They really, well,
I can't see them
You
anymore,
can't see it because they've gone dark. We're keeping them in the game of darkness that we like to, but eventually we'll get a little spotlight on them, and they'll be like,
the light, turn it off. But anyways, yeah, Alternate, we have to talk about them because they put on a stunning performance for these 5 games. They sported a new composition every single time, not to mention a very diverse champion pool in these each different games. You already mentioned Cretan with that 28.7 KDA after those 5 games. He has the highest KDA, the highest GPM, the highest total gold out of all of Europe, and not to mention every single member of Alternate is in the top KDA of their roles.
Yeah,
4 out of 5 of them.
They were just amazing.
Yeah, and 4 out of 5 of them are in the top KDAs overall of LCS.
Well, we saw it at the start of the day. The start of the LCS show was that play. That Pharrell coming across, getting all 4 of them, layered straight over the top with Aranea popping his, the ball coming in with the fear. Actually, no, it was on Hecarim, I tell a lie. Yeah. Hecarim getting in there. And it was just, everything just exploded. And actually, Creaton didn't really play a part in that one because there was nothing left to do. They were just boom. And it was a 5-man Shadow Dash, if I recall, as well. It maybe came out from Kerp, I think.
It was enough to make him win the game in that fight.
It was enough to kill them in seconds. And that was against Meet Your Makers, by the way, who we just saw destroying Evil Geniuses.
And one thing I love that the KDAs tell us is that when Alternate plays, when they go for a kill, they have it planned out ahead of time. They're not just going in there like, oh, maybe we can pick up a kill and die. They're like, hey, we're going to go in, we're going to get this kill, it's going to work, and then we're going to back out. That's why they have such high KDAs and such low deaths. Not to mention, the man in the middle, that Elo King Pharrell, the guy who got in there with the Orianna Ultimate, has been playing so selflessly, which I really want to praise him for, because back when they became a team, Elo Blade, he honestly played selfish because he was still in that solo queue mentality. Yeah. But his Lissandra was just out of this world. Every initiate he pulled off was so selfless, so perfect, and he was able to make his team win those games. It was just...
And it's something we talked about last week and talked about way back in January when they didn't actually qualify. You know, like, these are amazing players.
Yeah.
If they ever get that teamwork gel working, they are going to be tremendous, and it proved last week. But of course, let's look at their opponents. It is, of course, going to be Gambit. They did have a bad start. They lost to Fnatic and Evil Geniuses, but they managed to turn it around, and they are now 3 games on the win streak.
Yeah, and there's something we have to point out is that when they picked up Darker, they only practiced for like 1 week. I mean, they played like, what was it, 200-300 games?
Yeah, they played a lot. But that's probably
1 week.
I think that was like 5v5 rank queue, stuff like that. That's actually generally where Gambit do practice.
Yeah, that's actually what's really interesting about it is they don't play against like the top teams or the teams in LCS. They do it that way. But from that week, they pretty much doubled that time and have now been together for 2 weeks as a team, training really hard. And we've seen Gambit in the past. Think back to Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, where they come in day 1, got stomped, got through barely based off time. Day 3, they come back in the playoffs. They stomp a Azubu Blaze, they stomp a Azubu Frost at the time, and that's what practice can do to them.
That's because the belt came out, man. That's what it was.
Don't get me started on
But of
that
course, you know, the fact that it is Gambit Gaming, they are in front of the home crowd. For the first time ever, Gambit are the favorites at a tournament.
And I'm really scared for Alternate because if they do beat them, like you mentioned before, if they do beat them, they might get like crowded by them and just mugged or something like that. But if Gambit wins, if Gambit wins, they have the crowd behind them. Just think of that energy it gives you, that motivation it gives you to really perform well.
It's something we saw at the All-Stars when China were up against Southeast Asia. They get the Garena team, and the atmosphere in that place was just going crazy. Wasn't the same for the finals when Korea shut them down, which is kind of what Alternate need to do here. They need to shut them down early.
And we have to do one more thing on. Oh wow, we should do some cosplayers there. Is that that's Leona? Is that Diana as well?
Yeah, Leona and I don't know what else is behind them.
Just people, just fans. They're cosplaying fans.
Cosplaying fans dressed up as gamers.
But one thing I really want to point out, since we do have such a major change of Edward, leaving the team, Darker coming in, is the new champion pool Darker brought in. Because you saw Edward on Lulu, you saw him on Zyra every once in a while, you saw him on Sona mostly, even Terra a couple times, but Darker, he's brought in Fiddlesticks, he's brought in a very strong Zyra. We even saw, Alex spreading out his champion pool, playing, APE again. It's really kind of opened up more possibilities for Gambit.
Yeah, and of course, they did have one of the highest finishes of the LCS, but it wasn't the highest because Fnatic did top them.
Yeah, but still, that's no easy feat to be placed that high in spring with all these amazing teams.
And when you think they started off, 2? They started off 0-2 at the start of spring split as well as the summer split. Actually, tell a lie, I think they went 2-1 in the first week.
I think they had the same start after the first 2 weeks that they had in the summer split as well after the first week.
But nevertheless, they only lost 7 games overall, so 2 of them were in that first week. Well, they've lost 2 already. If they lose only 7 in the season, it's not bad.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I think it was Fnatic. They were like 23-4, if I'm not mistaken. 23-5. Yeah. They had the highest actual record out of all of LCS, including North America.
Well, we've talked about the players themselves, but let's talk about 2 key players for this match, which for me, honestly, is Creaton. We can't talk enough about this guy because, frankly, he's got 28.7 KDA. Every game that came around, we were like, Jesus, this guy has just gone 10-1-14 or something. And the next game, he's just gone 8-2-13. It's like, what is this guy's KDA right now?
Yeah, it's too many deaths already. You have to cut him back a little bit. The KDA will drop. But, I mean, Aranea has always talked about him as saying, I have the best AD carry in Europe on my team. Yeah, I have the best Ezreal in the world on my team. And according to the stats, he's pretty much right on that one.
He's proven it, yeah. I think Ezreal alone, he's got a 32 KDA over 2 games.
I remember one time I had that KDA back in the bot games. Good times.
Back when you played the bots. But he's showing, it's not just Ezreal that he's stuck to either, because even if Ezreal gets banned, he's pulled out Vayne twice.
Yeah, and that's what's really important, is to show your consistency on other AD carries. I mean, we mentioned Tabs from Lemon Dogs, how he might just be good on Caitlyn. I mean, he's proven a little bit against that, but still, you have to be good with so many different champions. He's played Ezreal twice, Vayne twice, like you said, even Varus once, and obviously they won every single one of those.
And absolutely, but his opposition in this game, it will be Genja, and he's a player that we've talked about a lot. The fact that was Edward carrying him, now he's got obviously a new support alongside him, and actually something he's come out with just in the last week is you've got to support your support because they'll leave your team.
Oh,
I know.
Too soon, Genja.
I was like, ooh, that's a bit harsh. It was like a backhanded compliment to Edward as well, I feel.
Well, yeah, I mean, we never fully know the intricacies of the AD carry and the support in terms of like how they interact day-to-day life, how they interact in the game, how they play together as a team. And I mean, honestly, Darker, if he's able to really step up, which honestly I think he has quite a bit, that just shows like how quick or how much him and Genja really click. And we have to remember that Darker isn't necessarily a main or a permanent role in the team yet. He's still a substitute as far as I know. But also one thing about Genja is, if you think back to Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, he played very aggressive. Very aggressive, caught everyone off guard. We were caught off guard like, wow, what is he doing? He's actually like pushing into the team by himself. And Edward's like, what are you doing? Genja, wait for me. I'm usually the one doing that.
Yeah.
But he went defensive straight after that back in LCS. Now he played Vars 4 times out of his 5 games. Extremely aggressive. Like he's a very strong Vars.
It was only after day 2. Day 1, he was very passive, and we're like, oh, he's back to the passiveness. Day 2, I don't know what they'd said or what they'd threatened him with, but frankly, well, it may well have been that belt. It's actually, there's a secret about that belt that I may let people in on now and again. I'm not too sure if Groove wants to let that cat out the bag yet, but I was completely put off with the point. What I was saying is the fact that he was completely aggressive on day 2 only. So something overnight happened with Gambit, and if you think back to day 1 of DreamHack, they were all really not happy about being there. And it showed. They lost two games straight away. But then the first game of Sunday morning, Alex sat there with a big grin in his face. Darian's doing things to the camera.
He was doing like this. He was like behind the monitor, like,
yeah,
you can see my thumb on top of my head.
And then Diamond was even like putting his thumb on, which just didn't happen in Season 1, honestly. But I will say, so Spring Split, look at the Gambit chant that's going on as well now.
That's in Italy.
It is in Italy, and there's someone trying to chat her up.
Trying to get her number, probably.
Gamers. Oh my God, it's a girl in a dress. Whoop, straight in it.
But we do have to point out one thing about Genja is, because it's really important to me to point this out, talk about the goods and the bads, is that back in Season 2, this is when Gambit pretty much brought the rise of the Guardian Angels. It's like everyone in a team pick up a Guardian Angel. We turn this 5-on-5 to like a 5-on-9 kind of fight. And if I remember correctly, Genja was always the man to initiate a fight. Not always, but a majority of the time where he would... Gambit Gaming.
Well, that says Moscow 5, something about Moscow 5. Gambit Gaming.
Oh, they crossed Pepper off.
Cross Pepper off.
I don't know who that is. I don't know Miss Edward.
Gambit for the win. TW. Interesting enough, Alternate saying it's all right, guys. We've got Heaton and Libic on our side.
Yeah, those are extremely big.
They're going to protect us.
But to go back to Genja, it was in Season 2, he led his team in a lot of his fights with his GA because he would use that pop of it, that extra resurrection, to start off the fight, like you do with Zhonya's now kind of thing. And it was really kind of changed the way Gambit worked because he doesn't do that anymore.
No, we just went in for Gambit to actually join the game. It's I think it was, you just saw actually Genja that disappeared under the desk, so he managed to...
Diamond Prox saying to Arne, hi, hot Spanish insect, because Arne was playing Lee Sin quite a bit.
Yeah. You should see the German insect we had to scrim. There's a lot of discussions going on. Did you see the American insect yesterday? Was it really Sim played last night?
I only saw one game. I saw Cloud9 versus CLG.
Yeah, you're about the same as me, and that was just like, I need to sleep.
Pass out.
It would pass midnight here in Moscow, so it's we are on quite a bit later time zone. I think we're
plus 11 from PST.
Yeah, there's a bit of a time difference, so unfortunately we haven't had a chance to check out all the North American LCS just yet, but you can check it out, of course, over at lolesports.com, which is the same place that you can actually vote for this game. And honestly, I'm never quite sure in this one because we can see 56% are for Gambit, 44% for Alternate, which tells me immediately, if you would have done the vote for this game before the season started, that would have been about 90%.
I think even higher potentially as well. But it shows you that the Russians woke up like, yeah, support my team, vote for him this time. Going to go to the actual event and going to cheer them out. And like I've said before, I'm really scared that Gambit is just going to blow us all away, and Ultra's going to be like, what just happened? We lost in 5 minutes? How is that even possible, kind of thing?
Well, we'll see. I mean, they're just still talking about it. Darian's in there, so Darian's happy to get going. They're talking about Cloud9's Lee Sin, by the way, so it was Cloud9. Well, it had to be. If you're talking about Insec, who else is it going to be? I suppose it could be Zed, technically.
Oh, yeah, I remember Zed. It was pretty good.
You remember Zed?
Yeah, no. Back at Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, we had Michi Makers and CLG EU there at the time, and they saw CJ Entus play Zed in the jungle. And I remember CLG and MYM saying, what does Zed do? And no one knew, so they just banned him out.
Was that Insec?
Yeah.
It was SK Telecom, Team 1.
I'm pretty sure it was Insec. No, it was CJ Entus. CJ Entus was there. It was Insec.
No, they weren't in Cologne.
Yeah, they were.
No, they weren't.
I can.
Oh, Blaze. Yes, they were.
Not Blaze.
No, Blaze.
Not Blaze. The original CJ Entus team.
Oh, yes. See, now you're confusing me because, yeah, it is CJ Entus. You are correct. It was, actually, yes. Yes, I bow to your greater knowledge on that one.
Trust me, you have me in so many other areas.
And actually, there was quite a few people. Actually, I do remember Evil Genius as being one of those teams going, what does he do?
Yeah, and they just banned him out because they don't want to go against
in Europe right now. Yeah, it's just like, we're banning that one.
Well, speaking of bans, though,
Speaking of bans, we are going to get the picks and bans underway in a moment. We're just waiting for the players. They had in-ear problems, the Gambit guys, so they probably want to hear over all the cheering they're expecting to get.
They had in-ear problems because they could actually hear the crowd cheering for them for once. So like, wait, this can't be normal. There's got to be something broken.
Yeah, what's going on in my headset?
I don't mean disrespect from that, but
the crowd are cheering for me. It's true, though. It's true. We got sirens in there as well.
Oh, gosh. They have to outbait them and outsmart them, Demon.
Well, that's what Darker said last week, and maybe that's what's going to happen. The fans still with their boards, keeping everybody entertained. It's pretty warm in Moscow right now, by the way. I was coming here and I was expecting maybe to have my snowshoes on, go with the stereotypical Russian thing, but no, it's really hot. And honestly, it's a good job the camera's not on me right now because this is really quite warm with these lights on.
I can see like a sweat drop just rolling down your forehead right now.
Definitely warming up here. The teams are now all in there, so we're just waiting for them to get themselves readied up. Of course, we're panning on down the alternate team right now. There is Araned, the second person to qualify twice for the LCS.
Actually, was he?
What's his third, technically? Because Voyboy, Yellow Star, and Arane. Yeah. There is Genja. Now we are starting to see the Gambit boys, which is why we're seeing to hear those cheers. Which is also why... Oh, they've got new funky headsets with Gambit on them.
So nice.
They're not bad. Yeah, not bad. I love to see these gamers that are starting to get their proper gear. Everybody's starting to get named out. And as you mentioned, the fact they could hear the crowd, they're like, this is something wrong with this. Something wrong with this one. We're just waiting for Gambit to be ready. Alternate are ready. They're ready waiting to go. What are we expecting picks and bans from this one?
I am 100% expecting a Lissandra ban.
Oh, God,
alternate.
Yeah. Get away from Flame Lord.
If it gets through, that is a guarantee that Gambit has a counter for that they haven't told anyone just
yet.
They
allow it through, yeah.
And then Kurt, take away Shen. We've seen how strong he is in Shen. He's actually strong, well, obviously to be the second highest elo in the world on so many different champions, but you want to get alternate out of their safe zone. But the problem is, how do you do that with 3 bans? And you can't really do that. So what you kind of do is you take the lesser of all the evils and you let them play champions that you have a kind of counter for, that you're prepared for.
And on the Lee Sin thing, 3.8 kind of pulls Lee Sin back into it pretty heavily, doesn't it?
I'm actually, okay, honestly, I don't know. Because I keep my mind on the current patch we're playing on just so I don't mix things, across. But how do they change it?
Well, here we go. Picks and bans are about to get underway. It is more about single targets, that's why.
Okay,
and the ganks are going to come out thick and fast now because it allows for it. This is the discussion with Snoopy, by the way. This is not my opinion, so don't listen to what the hell I say. Evelyn, Kha'Zix, and Jace have been banned out. Nunu, Twisted Fate. Lissandra is available. Will they use it as their final ban, or will it get through? Gambit are on the last decision. And there's discussions about it. It is going to be Thresh. That means Lissandra is available. Will they use it as a first pick, though? I would doubt it. I think they're going to let it through and say, Gambit, do you want to use it? I think with Nunu banned out, it does mean that Shen is available. And, of course, Kurt will take that.
Yeah, they gave him the whole, you're going to choose Shen or you're going to choose Lissandra here. So maybe Gambit would actually pick him up because Darren, the very strong Shen player, has been playing it quite a bit, played it last week.
I was just about to say Darren played Lissandra last week as well.
Oh yeah, he did. I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry, but yeah, him and Soaz both played it in their own solo laners, so maybe they are going to lock this one in. And you would think if Pharrell Lord's been playing Lissandra this much, has been playing so well, that he knows exactly what to play against her.
Well, he had Orianna before as well, remember, and still managed to land about 4-man shockwaves. Those 3,000 elo shockwaves, they're scary things. It looks like Dark has been talked into pulling Sona out, though. I don't know whether it supports like playing Sona or not, but nevertheless,
she's just so strong.
See Gambit. She's so strong. That crescendo is just wow. Look at that. Boom. Instant.
Do it. Do it. One time, I swear, they're gonna lock on Teemo.
Oh, that's gonna be crates on the
Yeah.
I was thinking Jungle Ez. Arane is gonna come up.
He was one of the first people to do it.
No, not gonna happen.
But one time I hope that they're going to hover over Teemo and then accidentally click lock in, and then they're like,
oh.
And then they'll win the game.
Can we remake? No. No, you can't.
Oh, no, my computer just crashed. Alt F4.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I think that will be definitely Cretan on Ezreal. And so far, I'm a little surprised that they actually decided to pick their AD carry over their support first, since they already know exactly what Gambit's using for support, but it looks like they don't want to let Genja possibly pick Ezreal up, which we have seen him play, I believe it was a total of once.
Yeah, and he went for Varus 4 times, so chances are he's probably going to pick Varus right here.
And that makes me think, depending on the support that...
That's the jungler then, which...
Okay. It makes me think that, depending if they do go for Varus, will Alternate go for a lane swap? Do they want Cretan and Jerry to go up against that Sona Varus lane, which has so much poke? Obviously, assuming they do go with Varus, but... Genja going back to his roots.
Going back old school into Moscow 5 days. In fact, it was before that.
Yeah, that's how he climbed solo queue. Was it revive, teleport Ash or something like that?
I've gone a blank. I've drawn a blank. I can't remember the damn name of the team. What were they? Empire. They did an Empire. God, I was just like,
it's the heat. Don't worry.
I was confused. I was just like, how did I forget this?
I think that's going to be a GIF right there of your mouth just.
Yeah.
But anyways, we do have Nami being locked in, and we do have Hecarim. So Arne, going to go back to that horse. It was quite amazing, as we saw during DreamHack. And then the Nami, which I'm still not 100% like convinced of.
I am. Every time I've seen Nami, he's done fantastically well. Just did fantastically well in the last game.
Well, NIP Fnatic. That's like what I look at.
Well, NIP are not playing the best right now.
That is true. They are not the best right now.
That's the cleanest way I can say that Deficio didn't do too good on Nami.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean,
pretty sure we're not going to get Warwick, by the way.
One thing they do have, though, that actually fits really well with Nami is the whole Ashe initiate. She has the best initiate in the game, hands down. So if she does get an arrow off, the Nami wave, not to mention the Aqua Prison, can completely get you out of that. So you're not too worried in the end from it. But Darker, he's still hovering over that Warwick. Okay, that seems a little bit better.
Karthus, okay. This will be the mid lane, of course. It will put Lissandra up against Kerb. Or will it? Will they go for the lane swap? The lane of Ezreal and Nami is pretty strong.
Wow.
They're switching
that
it
means
to...
Alex is going to be on Lissandra.
Indeed, it does mean Alex will be on Lissandra now. Now I'm excited. I was excited before, guys, but now I'm really excited.
we have the all-star AP middle of Europe, and we have the highest ELO king, guy, man, bear pig in the world going head-to-head against you. How can you not have a good game?
Well, we'll see whether they switch or not first. There it is. Yeah, I think that's how it's going to change. I don't think they're going to switch around anymore. We also have Aranea, the jungle man that's really been pouring himself about lately. We'll see how those ganks works. Diamond Prox, of course, playing Shinzao, is not really a counter to anything they have there. I'm going to see him going in and Shadow Dash is going straight across him.
One thing that I'm worried about is the BDS. You and Trevor got the ball delivery system. I shortened it to BDS where it's easier to say for me. The whole BDS for them. So they have Shen to potentially do it. They have the horse, which you cannot stop. Like, he will ult into you, and the ball's going to get there no matter what. So it depends on how well he's going to place the ball down, but that is a strong combo to go up against. Hecarim can do a lot of damage. Shen can do some pretty decent damage. But how do you stop that? The Xin doesn't really counter that in terms of you're not a team that wants to fight in AoE, like a Kennen kind of thing.
Absolutely. We can see the crowd there. Pretty sure I know what they're cheering for. Don't think, unfortunately, it's for Alternate. Pretty sure Gambit are definitely going to be the house favorites here.
I feel bad for the one guy in the audience right now that's cheering for Alternate. Surrounded by Gambit or Gambit fans.
The one and only manager that's in there. He'd be the only guy with an Alternate shirt, and they'll all be staring at him.
Oh man! But this is going to be a very exciting game. We have Alternate defending their undefeated title right now against Gambit, who is actually the highest is the highest standing in Summer LCS out of all the previous teams.
Well, can they be the one and only team to have that perfect score so far? Of course, we saw Cloud9 going up against Counter Logic Gaming last night, and they did take their first defeat, went 5-1. It does also mean that, well, Alternate, actually, I tell a lie, I don't know what they went in the end, but it went 5-1 at the time. More importantly, it's Alternate. Can they go 6-0? Or what are you looking at? Something's quizzically caught you
that
on Gambit.
Really threw me off. Darien has 8% armor pen and 8-5 magic pen.
Okay.
He's Elise.
I know.
That's really confusing me right now.
Maybe I wonder if he's picked his wrong runes.
It's happened before. It really has. I mean, we've had people not pick runes
as well.
But I mean, it's even happened in EU LCS before. But that seriously really worries me. Is that unless he's going like AD Elise, which has never happened before in LCS. Oh man, that horse. Oh, that's like a horse. That's the fish.
J-Ree, the fish. Loving it, but they're not even going for it. The rest of Alternate was sat ready and waiting for invade, but Gambit not looking for it. In fact, they're not looking to invade at all. They're in full passive mode, so they want to stay well away from any fights.
You know, one thing I'm really interested to see is how well Alex does on Lissandra, because he plays these like assassin-heavy AP middles, in my opinion, or just assassin-heavy middles overall with Kha'Zix, with Zed, and Lissandra. You know, once he picked up the Yi, I said it really wasn't up his alley, but Lissandra is totally up his alley, and I want to see how well he's going to pull something off. But as you said before, there's no invades coming out, and we do have lane swaps coming. So we're going to have, it looks like, yes, so we're going to have Genja and Darker in the top lane. and we're going to have Jerry and Cretan down at the bottom.
Well, we'll see where it works out for them. And honestly, okay, so if they're going to be switching like this, which is Gambit that's forcing the switch, whether that's the case of they don't want to be in the 2v2 lane, or they want to pin out Kerp.
Well, I think it's the first one, actually. Because you're on the blue side, so you have the double gold advantage. This is still 3.7 to keep in mind, guys. We are not on 3.8 like North America is. But they don't want to go up against an Ezreal Nami lane where Ashe will... Well, Ashe doesn't win that, let's just say. She doesn't really win any lanes 2v2 anymore, so she's going to force him into a 1v2.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Ignite being used on Kratos there. Darian wants to get that straight down. So simply just to get the ability power on him. I'm not too sure what to scare him out there.
That's also weird. That makes me think he definitely has wrong runes, considering he only has 5 AP now because of the Ignite Mastery. So that really worried me, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, if anyone's to make something like this work, it's definitely him.
Well, we'll see about that. Of course, he did start off with the flask, so he's going to be chugging down their pots. They knew exactly what they were up against, and we do see Aronair taking down that blue buff. He's now double buffed up. We'll see whether he goes towards the top. I don't think there's really any ganks on there. It may simply be a case of just to clear out that little bit of farm for Kerp. Remember, Kerp, he got dived 3-on-1 by Evil Geniuses. Backfired horribly on them, so I'm not too sure whether Diamond Prox is going to be doing the same sort of thing. We do see Kerp, of course, just defending off this wave. Aronair is still lingering, but I don't really think there's anything to go for. The mid lane's probably where the action's about to happen.
Yeah, that's just weird considering they have a ward covering that spot anyways, and they know exactly where Diamond is, but it looks like Aronair will back away in the end. Kerp luckily going to be able to pick up all this experience, and we do have actually engage on the middle.
They are going to come around there. He's going to try and dive towards him. Frontline will get caught out. Is it going to be enough? They're going to hit him 3 talent strike. He will go down. Diamond Prox picks up the kill, and now Aronair is in trouble. You cannot 2v1 them, and now you can see Diamond going back in towards Aronair, but more importantly, it was Gambit that got first blood.
And I have to point this out. Alternate, wow, as you hear the crowd from back here, Alternate has only lost out of the entirety of all 5 games 1 first objective, and that was against Mitri Makers with first turret. Now they lost first blood against Gambit here for the first time in their LCS career, and this might be like a new Gambit in terms of what we saw from last week, or at least on the first day.
And there's also powerful stats to back up. If Gambit get first blood, they generally go on to win. We'll see whether it works out for them. That was all about Alex Ich kicking off there. You're looking at me quizzical. I know these things.
Okay, I just trying to remember back to my notes.
You're trying to think back to your own little database, aren't you? That's what you're trying to do. Don't question me on this. Trust me.
Never question.
Just trust me. Darker, though, getting the poke onto Kerp and forcing him away from this one. Aronair was trying to pick up anything he could from that. The Wraiths was all he could go for. He's going to have to go back to buy Spirit Stone, already been picked up by Diamond. Well, I guess Aronair is probably going to do the same. Standard path between them. There it is. Of course, picked it up. So we did see an interesting pickup last time with the Spirit Stone. Well, actually, double Doran's Blade been picked up by Alex Ich. Doran's Ring, Doran's Blade. Now, that would be interesting.
80 Lissandra. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Lissandra is with her passive, it's after a certain amount of time, you will have a free spell cast. So as long as you're last hitting, as long as you build that little bit of extra health, considering you have to get in their face since you're a medium range caster, it helps you out overall with that instead of just going towards like a chalice or, going towards a tier.
We're going to see a dive and reward placement coming out from Diamond in this mid lane. He's still sticking around, hasn't gone with the ward placement on red yet. We're at the 5-minute mark, so I wasn't sure whether he was going to try and mark that one out. Maybe they've decided Frenlord is the target they want to get on. That volley coming out on Kerp. Aronair comes up simply to protect and help out clearing that wave, just to prevent any potential ganks coming out from Diamond Prox. It does, of course, mean he's going to back away. Wards being placed in the river as well. They are still getting Diamond Prox up here. He doesn't care that there's 2 there.
Yeah, but look how low Aronair is from just sticking around. He's actually... Oh, he's not going to spot him here. Diamond does see him. If Kerp backs, this is going to be a dive.
This is absolutely, and you can see he's going to go, and now Aronair puts that ward down. Is it going to be too little too late, though? 3 talent strike on him. He can't quite get the second hit. The Audacious Charge was already used, and he just trots off laughing. He may have been laughing. I wasn't. I was just, quoting on that one. I didn't see it. I can't see a big grin. He's just in the distance on that screen in the corner there, but they always come back. What on earth are you doing, Aronair?
Well, he thinks he's amazing because he's a horse, but I mean, still in the meantime, Gambit was able to deny at least a full wave over to Alternate. Looks like they're going to take the turret here, so not going to deny anything else.
He's coming back again. He's going to go Wolves instead. Kerp is going to come in just at the end as Genja takes down that first turret. So now, with that turret down, you're going to have a stat for me, aren't you?
Oh, well, just that. No, but yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I had to look over my notebook. So Gambit actually, on average, including Spring LCS, got first turret at 10 minutes and 57 seconds. That's why I looked at you like a little weird, because it's relatively late to take a first turret. But this is the first team to ever take first turret and first blood against alternate.
Thank you. There we go. That's the one I was waiting for. I knew you had the stat in here somewhere. I didn't want to steal your thunder or anything. So the moment gold is, of course, 1.4k to Gambit. That was first blood and first turret already picked up. Diamond Prox being the initiator on both of those so far. Alex is getting that farm going in that mid lane. And look at the difference, 53 CS to 38. Bilgewater Cut is just being picked up by Creaton. That's his first item. So he's going Blade of the Rune King, first item on Ezreal. We'll see how that works out for him. Genji, meanwhile, has rotated round along with Darko. Now they're going in towards the bottom lane and now pushing on towards the Dragon while Alex takes down the blue. This is pretty ballsy play from Gambit.
Yeah, they're going to have to back away from this, definitely. It's already down to half health here, but as you see, it is healing up already, and the rest of the members of Gambit are there, though. Kerp is level 6, so he could come down for this fight. However, right now, Cretan and JB are not there.
Well, we'll see whether RNA can get in. That volley shot keeps going off. This time, Genji is going to be using it. The ball delivery system's available. They're not going to go for it, though. Dragon picked up by Gambit and secured as they force everyone away.
And if you look at what Gambit's doing right now to alternate, it's something no team's ever done. It's met their aggression level and surpassed it even further, and that is Gambit. They're just so aggressive overall, but they've managed to make it even more aggressive? I can't think of what I'm looking for.
Well, actually, you know, it's funny you should mention that because that was exactly how we talked about how you had to beat Gambit all those months ago when they first broke into the scene. In fact, 2 years ago now, effectively, it was you had to match them for aggression, and it was very hard because they're a team that was just so good at it. As it stands, though, Tear of the Goddess, Blue Ash coming out here for Genja, and now Creaton's actually going aggressive on Darko. One more shot will do it. He flashes away, but that's going to be the flash for Creaton. Use the barrier as well, picks up the kill.
Oh, Darker, he went back in because he wanted to ignite Cretan just to scare him away and just for Genja to possibly be able to pick up that kill, and then he does go down. He gives over first death to alternate, first kill for alternate, and Brown Lord going low.
Brown Lord's going to go low here, but he can see the ball delivery. Is it going to come in? The shockwave wasn't enough. Kerp had to simply use Stand United to protect Pharrell Lord and force him away. It does mean Pharrell Lord will pick up that blue buff, but aggression from Alex Ich all across the map. Gambit really trying to push it to alternate.
And I'm looking back at this tier right now that just keeps stacking on the scoreboard for Genja, and I'm out of lots of words, to be honest. I mean, we haven't seen blue build on any other champion just yet.
I do know about Blue Ash, though.
You do know about Blue Ash?
I do know about Blue Ash from internal of Riot because they have been saying Blue Ash is strong, so
Can you enlighten us?
No, I'm not going to enlighten you because I don't really know the great deal about it.
Okay.
I just know that it's definitely a legit build. So we'll see how well it works. Certainly, Genja, he's one of the people he was using Triple Dawn's play. Didn't quite work out for him last week, but we'll see how Blue Ash works.
The thing is, like, how do you get past a volley spam out of an Ashe? So you have the mana to obviously work for it. If you go for some cooldown reduction with the Iceborne Gauntlets, which you don't necessarily need since you has a soul, but...
Exactly, that is the point. It's similar to Blue Ezreal, but you don't need the gauntlets. Saves an item, you get more damage in it.
Do you go for a CDR item still, though, to volley spam, or do you just depend on your amount of mana?
Well, we'll see exactly how Genja wants to build it because he's the pro gamer and not me.
True.
Simply put. We are going to see a potential gank in this top lane. Kerp does actually use the Shadow Dash across there, and you can see the Audacious Charge comes out. Diamond is going to dive towards this one. There's no turret, remember. Darian's going to dive in, sinks the fangs in, and that's another kill for Gambit.
And that honestly confuses me, like Kerp was that far out. And no offense to Darian, but that's typically what we see him do, just push out with no words. But now Darker getting very low in the bottom lane.
And there's going to be the Aqua Prison. That will be the end of Darker. Is he going to be able to turn this one back around? The exhaust goes on towards Genja. And, well, I think J-Ree wanted another kill there.
That was actually a perfect exhaust out of him because Genja could have picked up the kill on a Cretan, I'm pretty sure. If he just would have chased him down, he could have sustained against the damage of J-Ree. So great job by them. And now we're all tied up 2-2 here. And you look at Gambit, they have such a huge gold lead already because of that dragon, because of the first blood, and also because they're farming quite well.
And the big difference here is the fact that Diamond and Darian are beating out that top lane. Kerp's normally Mr. Dependent in that top lane. It's actually forcing the rest of Alternate to come across and counter because normally it's Aranir. He's dashing around the map, speeding around, which is why he's got this horse, so he can get in and create those kills early on. Instead, he's having to play defensive. And look at the damage coming out from Alex Ich there. Just one combo on towards him, nearly dropped half his hit points.
He said, look at the damage. I looked at his items, I'm like, what? Because he only has the Negatron cloak right now. And 2 Doran's rings and the sword boots, but yeah, so much damage coming out of him, and he's only going to get stronger as the game goes on here. And the problem is that if Alex does go into the back line, does lock down Pharrell Lord, which to me is the person they're going to go for, and you have Diamond go in as well and separate them with his ultimate, they can kill Pharrell Lord before he's able to do anything, before anyone's able to save him.
Well, we've just seen a very strong elite from Soaz earlier on, and Darian, looking to match that. We are going to see a potential gank coming in here as you see the horse coming charging through, and that was a great escape there. Is it going to be enough though? The fear goes off, but he's not really got anyone with him. Kerp is not close enough, and in comes Diamondprox. They're going to try and turn this one around. Darian comes back in there. True Shot barrage rattles past from Creaton, and that forces everyone to back away.
I am so confused right now at Gambit's playstyle, because this is, if I'm not mistaken, this has never really happened in terms of Diamond always countering stuff that comes over at Darren. But we do see Frello getting low again.
Again, they dive on towards it, but he manages to pull the shockwave off, gets the defensive ball. There comes Kerp. Last stand is enough. Can he get on towards Alex Ich? They're split targets. They don't really know where to go here. It is going to be Alex Ich going towards, but they turn it back around. Kerp gets the kill. Now it's a one-on-one. Top laner versus jungle. Darker is going to come in, though. He's going to have to try and avoid them.
He doesn't have mana.
He's got to shadow dash away. Can he get in towards it? Aaron Nair is going to come in. He's going to protect them, force them away. Little poke from Darker there. Tries to slow him down, but Kerp does manage to escape. Both mid laners go down.
It seems like Diamond's playing on another level right now. I was trying to mention earlier that usually Darren's the one that overextends. He gets caught, and Gambit makes plays off of that. They take a turret, they take a dragon, they take whatever they try or whatever they can. But right now, he's like, yeah, I know you're gonna go for Darren. I'm gonna be there waiting and turn it around on you every time, or at least create kills for that. And it's working out so well. Cretan's engaging a little bit onto Genja. And Genja, he does actually, in terms of his items, he does have a BS sword now. And that bottom turret will go down for alternate. Good job of trying to deny as many minions as possible.
Yeah, trying to keep down as many minions, keep them away from Genja, which is why Creaton wasn't finishing off that turret. Diamond, though, is starting to look towards, coming down towards his bottom lane. Genja and Dark are also there, so if Creaton continues to push, Blue Buff's going to get started off. Are they actually going to go for this one? Are they going to give it Alex Ich, or are they going to give it Genja, which I feel they may be doing here? No, it is going to be Alex Ich's. They're going to have to stick around for this one. Diamond's going to have to start running around in a couple of circles like, Alex, come on, man, come and get this blue buff.
And speaking of sticking around, they need to push that top or bottom wave out really quickly, because Dragon's coming up in about 10 seconds here if they want to go for that before anyone else has a chance. In the meantime, though, Kerp's actually ditched top lane, it looks like, and he might be heading down to middle to go for an aggressive push here, or at least prepare for Dragon.
Yeah, they're definitely getting in position. Dragon is up, like you mentioned. And we do also see Kerp actually there, dodging back and forward. And they pinged it. This is going to be a 5-man fight. Who is likely to come out on top?
I have to give that over to Gambit, to be honest. I mean, because of the control they have in these fights, they should be able to lock someone down and blow them up before there's anything they could do about it. Because of that Ash Arrow initiate followed up by Alex. But Alex is missing his ultimate as it just comes up. And we might see that engage happen.
They may well see him. Can they get on towards there? It's all about the shockwave, all about them. Cocoon's being poked from the side there. And don't forget that crescendo. The way that alternate are grouped up right now, I would not be surprised to see Darker flashing in, trying to get that crescendo down. J-Ree getting caught up, a little bit of poke there. It's actually Darian he went to. He's repelled in, and now he's got J-Ree right in front of him. Creaton's actually been caught by the crescendo. We'd see Aaron Air getting the fear on towards him. Darker taken down very low. Creaton Trope going to keep the poke. He's just off to the side. He takes down one, takes down two with the True Shot barrage. Creaton gets dived on. He finally goes down. It's Alex Ich that picks up the kill, but Ferelon, he's still got all the hit points, tries to get in. Alex Ich taking low. J-Ree, finish him off, man. He doesn't scope for instead. Now Ferelon's backing away. Genja manages to get the shot across, comes in there. Is it going to be enough? Ferelon's going to chase on. He's got the slowdown, gets another ball down. He's got no mana. He can't go for it. He turns it back around, but Alex Ich comes in and finishes off. Wow, incredibly close. I know it went down, and that was a 3-4-2, I believe, overall. Nobody picked the Dragon up either. I think we're going to get a repeat performance in a minute.
Wow, that fight was just so intense. It lasted so long as well, and just such great micro out of both teams right there. Genja sitting inside that blue cove, just attacking as much as possible so he doesn't get engaged upon, and the whole fight started with Darren engaging onto J-Ree. He landed Cocoon, he followed up with some damage, and Cretan popped right into his face. And of course, Arne followed up with some great protection of him. It wasn't enough to save him, but either way, 4-1 right now on Ezreal. He's still going towards that blue build, and Genja hasn't completed an item just yet, but it looks like he might be going for a Bloodthirster, which honestly, it would be a little unique on Ashe, but it would definitely work out.
Alex is spotted out there, and again, as I mentioned, we're going to have this dance once again. And that was a very close dance. Creaton actually was the one that got caught. Genja's arrow is available in just a couple of seconds. That may be the initiator. Remember, Crescendo is not up, though. So I think Gambit want to hold this one off for a little while.
And it's getting so tense right now because you know both teams, like, they don't want to let this Dragon go for free. They want to make something happen. J-Ree's, he's putting down pink wards. He's trying to gain vision here. In the meantime, alternate just in turn just go middle. They're like, forget Dragon, we're just going to push your middle and force you to come to us.
They're going to try and take some damage on towards that turret, and it was enough. You saw the Hawk shot come across there. Diamond Prox is leading the charge. Is it going to be enough, though? No, that ball control again. Just keeping the position, keeping them at bay. Kerp has actually backed off a little bit here. He's simply just going around the bush, and it does look like Alternate have turned the Dragon dance into a tower push.
And what's really different about Gambit right now is the fact that Genja's not off by himself farming. He used to do that all the time.
He is now.
And he was never there. Just as I mentioned that.
Because...
But he never used to do that. He would always be farming bottom lane and let the rest of his team deal with the fights. But it looks like he will be interacting a little bit more now. It looks like Dragon is backed off by both teams. And Alternate, they're not going to be able to get this middle turret here, so they're going to back away as well. But Alternate, they finally have positioning on Dragon. They haven't had it just yet, so they might be able to make a play off this.
Yeah, they just pinged on towards Genja saying, look, he's down here. We're in a 4v1 situation right now. All he can do is simply arrow from downtown. No enchanted arrow. Instead, he now...
Oh, it might come.
Be careful. Alex is just simply just going to try and protect him and keep him away here. And actually, Genja started off the Dragon.
There's no vision right now for Alternate, so they're going to have to run by the side to actually check it. Actually, they do have a ward in that bush, but still, Gambit, they got to be careful here. We have all ultimates coming up very shortly. Actually, no, ultimates are available, as Alex, he wanted to make something happen. Crescendo is available right now, and this could be another major team fight.
And this is all Gambit needed. They just needed to delay for that Crescendo to be available. Ball on towards Arena's head. We'll see it's used to deliver in there. They are keeping away from range here. The Dragon's still up. You're going to see Arena going in. He gets the smite down. Is it going to be enough? Will he try and escape from this one? There's going to be a Stand United coming out. Now they're going aggressive. Darker gets caught, and the shockwave pulls in three of them. Can they turn it on the head? Gambit's still going aggressive. He's on to Kratos. Kratos taken very low. Gets popped straight down. Manages to get away from that. Arcane shifted into the pit. He is going to get taken down by Darien. Darien now targeting there. Diamond Prox goes on towards Kerp. Kerp trying to shadow dash across. Has to flash in there, but Darien continues to sink the fangs down. Ferellanord is with him. Has he got the defensive ball down? Have they got enough on towards Darien? He just needs to stun him. Yes, he does. And Ferellanord picks up the kill. It's a 3-for-3, and the Dragon, more importantly, went to Alternate.
A 3-for-3, and that was the most micro-intensive fight I have seen just yet. You saw Arne, he got into the back without the ball, which was the key point. He got into that Dragon. He was able to smite sealed away, and then you just saw that 4-man, 3,000 elo shockwave come in that completely caught Gambit off guard, but you saw the focus off Alternate. It wasn't on the right targets. Alex Ich went down, but Genja wasn't touched. He was allowed to just do free damage the entire time, was able to pick up a kill as well, as he's now 2-1-4, and Dragon, I mean, it's finally taken, so we're going to get a breather. We're not going to see Dragon action for another 6 minutes, but wow, these teams are butting heads like it's like there's no tomorrow.
They're absolutely going for it. Bloodthirsts are being completed. More importantly, we saw Alex go in for Kratos. They know that he's the target they want. They wanted to try and pop him down, but he getting shifted back into the pit, and he was just like, damn, he's gone. can't keep up with that sneaky little bugger. But instead, he does manage to go down. We do see Alex Ich. He's going to pick up this blue buff. And I'm wondering what is going to be the next focus target.
What I want to point out is that actually Genja landed an arrow onto Cretan, but it looked like there's a little bit of mistiming. Alex wasn't able to follow up right away. But with that blue buff picked up, we have an Abyssal Scepter now picked up on Alex. So he's going to be relatively tanky here against the damage on Ferellanord. But looking at it, I don't know if Ferellanord is necessarily the target he has to be worried about, because he's going to be the one ahead of his team, while Ferellanord sends the ball into the back line to group up everyone else, so he pretty much has Alex by himself. I talked about that actually in DreamHack, where if you can separate Lissandra from the rest of her team, you can kill her before she was able to do any other major damage. In the meantime, Alternate tied 9-9 right now, down only 600 gold. They're going for this middle turret.
Yeah, they're going to push in towards it. They're going to get a good couple of hits in there. It's actually Arenair they're going to focus on. Alex Ich is going to follow it this through, and they're going to use the ultimate. Arenair will go down, but the shockwave comes back out. Alex Ich gets caught out in that one. There goes the wave. Finally, Arenair goes down. Diamond Prox getting taken down very low. He's actually pinned off here. Ferellanord does manage to pop that ball, but look at Genja. He's been plonking away on Kerp all the time, and now Darien goes in, lands the cocoon on Ferellanord. There's going to be the crescendo. It hits 3 members, and Alternate all taken very low from this one, but Ferellanord not done and dusted. Yeah, Alex Ich comes in. The tower gets on towards him. Diamond Prox dives in towards it. Kerp very low as well. We did see Kraton going down. The hawk shot comes off from Genja. Has he got it in him to try and chase this one down? It doesn't matter, because Gambit are going to take the tower.
And that dive in by Alex, it gave them 2 more kills. Yes, he died, but in the end, they were able to pick those up, and you just hear the crowd. They're loving this, and you know Gambit is loving it, having the crowd behind them. They're going to go for another turret here, and they're going to pick this up.
21 minutes gone. It's 22 kills, and the gold lead just started to stretch. Gambit now, it was just 1,000 between them, but quickly, just like that, 2 towers down, they managed to get a 3,000 gold lead, and they are 3-1 up in turrets now. There's a big wave on that bottom lane, and we're going to see Genja probably disappearing straight towards there. Let's start looking through the items, Jason. What are we going to start seeing developing here, apart from the home guard boots on Alex is charging for that bottom wave?
Home guard boots. No, so we're going to see Kerp, he has a Sunfire Cape coming up really soon. It's gonna give him that extra bit of health, that extra bit of tankiness. But the thing is, I don't know, to me, it's not that what's killing him. It's not the attack damage just yet, obviously. It's the magic damage that's coming out, which RNA is already responding to perfectly with his Runic Bulwark, only 400 gold away from being completed. We look on the Pharrell Lord, he has his Athenes and Holy Grail. He's going for an Abyssal Scepter as well, because he knows he's susceptible to the damage that Gambit's putting out. You look over at Cretan, he doesn't build a tier on his blue build Ezreal, which is like blue-purple, which I don't know what color that makes, if any. But he's built it a little bit differently. But he has the Blade, the Ring King for that extra snap lifesteal that you need when Alexich goes in, and then he can potentially get away as well. And over on the other side, I mean, we have a Nisi Large Rod picked up for Alex. I'm not 100% sure what that's going to go into just yet. It could go for a DFG if he wants to try to burst Cretan down. It could go for a Zonia's, so it gives him that extra escape, since he's been pretty much taken out of the fight right away in every single team fight. But we do have the Mira Mana completed now on Genja. This is going to be really interesting. You said the numbers are really high on blue build Ashe. I want to see if that's actually true. Well, I mean, obviously it's going to be true if it's numbers, but I want to see it in action.
We'll see how it works out. Kerp at the moment, though, he's not been able to split push ever so far, because A, he kind of lost out the lane to Darian, and B, the fights are just happening too quick that he's not even got that Sunfire Cape yet. He's not really built any items. He's just trying his best to get some farm, and he's only at 90 CS 22 minutes in.
Actually, it's a relatively low CS game just for everyone, minus Alex, who's at 172. I mean, usually around this 22-minute mark, you see about 180, 200, maybe even 220, maybe 240 if you're frogging, or no, 300 if you're frogging. But they're having a tough time because it's all about team fights. It's not about farming up. It's not about letting you get to a point where you're comfortable with your items to win a team fight straight out. It's about calculating everything perfectly and outplaying each other. And by not letting Kerp split push, which is honestly a very valid point, it's because Gambit, yeah, they're just forcing these fights over and over, as we do see he's going to catch J-Ree here.
He's going to go for J-Ree, and we're going to see Alexich is going to come in as well. He's going to dive in towards her, finds himself a Pharrell Lord. He's in a little bit of deep trouble here. They're going to turn in. RNA tries to go in. The Shockwave comes out. He popped his ultimate to counter that one. Stan United comes out. True Shot Barrage rattles across. Alexich taken very, very low. Is that crescendo enough? No, it isn't. J-Ree's also getting taken down. Puts a defensive ball on him. Pharrell Lord's going to get taken by the Ignite. Diamond in comes on towards him, but look at Kraton. He comes in the backside, takes down one. Can he come across? He's going to come back in towards it. He doesn't want to get involved in this fight. The cocoon on Kerp is going to be enough to take him down. Kraton just has to run away from this one. The volley shot comes out, and that's going to be Darian diving in towards Kraton. And that was a 3-for-2 fight and a net gain. The aggression from Gambit is proving vital in their success.
And look what Alex did yet again. First one in, first one dead, but he gave his team a 3-for-2 team fight right there. So well played. He's going to be able to pick up an item relatively soon. It looks like Dragon is available right now. But wow, did you see the damage Genja was putting out with that Mira Mana? It was ridiculous.
Are you impressed yet?
I feel bad for people playing solo queue tomorrow, but yeah, I'm impressed.
Solo queue tonight, I think, is where it's going to start happening. This is the final game of the night, remember, and blue buff is going to get starting off. That's going to be given across to Alexich, I assume. Or will Genja just take it for himself? He'll be like, nope, I'm having it. It's me. I need it for my Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and therefore I am now the key man of the team.
Yeah, it's very smart, because you know he's going to keep volley spamming. It's like a poke comp minus not really a poke comp, where he can just harass you with volley over and over and over. Look at this game, which is honestly, it's been action-packed this entire time. One of the few games in LCS where we have more kills than minutes have gone by. But I think, honestly, we might have a little bit of a lull here. Just a little bit of some farming time, a little bit of time for people to complete some items and really get in here. But wow, I mean, it's in favor of Gambit pretty heavily right now. 5,000 gold, 25 minutes in. But in comparison of compositions and what can really happen, I think Alternate definitely in there. So there's no way they're out at all. They're already 5-0, but they haven't been able to get a team fight that they've wanted, if you know what I mean. Like, they haven't really set up the entire team fight that they wanted to in the correct order. They haven't gotten their combo off. As you do see Arna going in on Darker here.
Shockwave used, but really only onto support. And honestly, there wasn't a great deal to follow that up. That was an ulti wasted.
Yeah, exactly. That was a huge mistake. That might be the key for Gambit to say, hey, you know, that's down. We could probably engage on you right now. But luckily at Friendlord, he does have his 40% CDR, as you can see on his ultimate icon. It's already almost halfway up again. It looks like Alex going to push bottom right now. Again, just following him from the side. He was not spotted by a ward here. They might be able to pick up a kill on Cretan.
They're going to have to land that arrow, and that's what Genja's doing. Look, he's waiting for his time. Stays hidden out of this one. They might be able to go in. There's going to be the ultimate Kraton, followed by the arrow. Just gets stuns up. Does manage to flash away from it, though. Does avoid the damage, but has two ultis used there, and Kraton only used the flash.
I think that was a little bit of mistiming on just the amount of CC they had, because they could have locked it down with obviously the, I believe it's the E, no, it's the W out of Lissandra. But still, in the end, I mean, you blew the flash out of Cretan, which is huge for Gambit. I honestly, I think that's probably worth it for them, to considering how quick, you know, the ultimates are going to for Gambit. Getting that flash down, that 5-minute cooldown, which has been allowing Cretan to kite away and pretty much prevent himself from dying right away in these fights, is now gone. And that's like Gambit saying, hey, we'll take that. We're going to fight you again very soon. Whoa. And we're going to try to kill you.
He's dead.
Oh, no.
He dead. I don't know where he's going to go. Friendlord, actually, Kerp has managed to stop. So they're going to continue pushing this one. The rest of the team, Alternate, are starting to follow up. They're going to try and react to it. They may be pushing to their death. Where are they going to go? The rest of Alternate are going to try and close in the gap. And they are pushing in towards the base. Now they're going to see the ward goes down. They may be able to cover off themselves an escape route here.
But look how split up, though.
Aranea, yeah, it is going to be very well split. It's a case of how they deal with this. Oh, they've gone on towards Genja. They've caught Genja out here. Can they get the Shadow Dash? The Shockwave pulls him in. If they can take him down, that would be vital. The Ignite comes down. There's the barrier. Alex is going to try and come in and finish this one. The Crescendo goes in there. And now we're going to see he tries to use the ultimate. Ferelord now caught out. Everybody else is split. They need to get Kraton in there. Finally, he's going to join the fight. He's going into Alex, but Alex just turns around, pulls the ultimate down on Kraton's head. Kraton in all sorts of trouble. He gets Alex down, but that's the damage gone. There's no more damage allowed. Genja's going to try and take him down. Aranea does pick up the kill. Ferelord still getting out of the back of this one. It's a 3-for-2 in favor of Genja. And technically it is in favor of Genja. It's Gambit the Skull that managed to pick it up. They're going to try and repel towards Ferelord. He's going to be able to escape. Oh, flashes out of the cocoon just in the right time. But that was all play created from Alternate simply being out of position, and Gambit with the wards noticing it.
That was also Genja just being a boss. Just like, yeah, taunt me. I'm going to survive you with my lifesteal, with Darker healing me on Sona and my barrier. It was just fantastic play out of them. They come out ahead in that entire fight. But Demon, there's something we haven't actually focused on just yet. Look at Diamondprox's score, 7-0-7. In every one of these fights, he hasn't been focused, and he's been cleaning up kills left and right.
More importantly, the KDA is going south of Kraton. He's 6-4-6 right now.
Is that the most deaths he's had in the entirety of LCS?
I think that maybe all of them added up together so far. But he's definitely been the focus target for Gambit. No doubt about it, his Ezreal is very strong. But you talked about it, Blue Ezreal, if he starts to fall behind, and with 6 kills, he's still up there, 6-4-6. You've got to wonder, how far behind is he on Genja now? But Genja's not really been playing to fight him. It's been Alex that's been on him every time.
It's been Alex and Darian, to be honest, sorry, not Darian, Diamond, because he's just jumping in right for him, and just, it's pretty much, he doesn't have enough escapes to get away from every single CC that Gambit has. That's the problem he's running into. I mean, obviously the flash is still down for a while, but there's just so many ways of locking him down, and there's not enough protection on his team to save it. The Nami isn't saving him, and because Gambit isn't grouping up for an Aqua Prison, they're getting hit by the Nami ultimate, but it's not that bad for him.
Yeah, it's not working out. Gambit doing a great job of disengaging away from the main ultimates and then getting straight back in again. Kurt was actually pinging on towards Diamond. They wanted to try and focus on towards him, and they couldn't. And I mentioned it earlier on, Kerp, he's not been able to get his split push going. That's what's created all that fight. He's trying desperately to get across the side, trying desperately to get farm going, but every step of the way, Darian's keeping up with him, and more importantly, has died less, got the items now, and he's starting to become a real problem. And Kerp, he's trying to be that tanky man that goes in, dives onto Genja, and as you just saw in that last fight, hasn't really got anything to deal with him yet.
Yeah, that's the really unfortunate part, and it all goes back to like something I think I said actually last weekend was I asked teams like, why do you let Shen through? Like, you know how strong he is, you know how much of a nuisance he is, and they always say, because you know exactly what he's going to do. Like, you know how he's going to play it, there's nothing really wild cardy about him, and you can kind of counter that, and Gambit is showing exactly how. Just by constantly fighting, having, you know, the low cooldowns, well, Lissandra has low cooldowns, period, but having a blue buff consistent on Genja, so he has multiple arrows up, with Darker, who has a little bit of CDR, not to mention with his locked on Solari, like, they're forcing these fights left and right, and they're not allowing Kerp the time to split push in terms of his ultimate will never be up in time.
And that was a fast Dragon right now. Ferelnord's actually on the top lane. He's trying to get that one turret down. And that would actually only be the second turret of the game for them. He may be careful that he doesn't get caught out of position, but they don't care. They're going to go straight for the inhibitor.
And Darren actually is on the top side. He's pushing that back out, so he's thinking Ferelnord was going to stick there. He's not going to be able to help out here, and this might be a 5-on-4. So this might be what Gambit's actually, or not Gambit, Alternate's waiting for. They have the Shen ultimate available, but but they do actually engage.
Aranea comes diving across. Who does he catch on towards? Simply tries to force him away. Kirp did actually get in there, got the Shadow Dash. There's the crescendo. Not really doing a great deal. This is all disengaged right now for Gambit. They may be able to get it. The ball delivery system on Kirp, you can see it's on his head. Has got Shockwave still available. Instead, they don't go for it. They did defend off the turret. They took about half their push. Kraton goes aggressive. Alexis wants to get towards him. He dives away from it just at the right time. Now Kirp's in trouble. He's going to get a call out. The Shockwave there. Alexis goes down. Darian's going to be the next focus target. Meanwhile, we do see Kirp at the side there going down. It's a 1-for-1, and it's going to be Alexis down. But look how low Darian is. Look how low Darker is. But they can't follow it up. They can't chase it. Kraton's taking low as well. And, well, everybody backs away. This may be the time, though, that Alternate get that middle turret.
They should be able to get it easily based on the health that Gambit has. And you saw Creed in there. He baited that Lissandra ultimate. He baited Alex in because he knew if he went in right now, he would be able to get out just in time. Using that flash yet again, that thing has been on cooldown more than it's been off cooldown the entirety of this game. And it was an overall great play because once Alex died, once Cretan escaped, no one was there to kill him and he was there to clean up.
Fantastic play there, and that's actually brought Alternate back into this a little bit because now the gold lead is a lot closer. We did just pick up those two turrets, the top and the middle turret. And well, 19-15 the kill score, 32 minutes into this game. A very, very tight matchup between the top of the league, Alternate at 5-0, and Gambit, well, they're only at 3-2. I believe they are joint third.
And as I mentioned, before, Gambit, they're just countering an Alternate with this extreme aggression. And there's one thing that you have to point out is that Alternate is the second fastest Baron taker. They've never had, or first Baron taker, they've never had Baron taken from them. Gambit's third, but those are about 25, 28 minutes into the game, and we're already 32 minutes in, so it's pretty much Gambit saying, no, we're not going to fight you over objectives, forget those. We're just going to fight you head-to-head, and we're going to win those fights flat out.
Well, we know who the crowd want to win this one. The question is, have they got it in them? Because Alternate have managed to counter the last few fights, and actually, I think it started to give a problem for Gambit. We saw how quick Alex H went down while everybody else focused on Kirp. And Kirp, he's going to get stronger. He's going to get tankier. He's got that Giant's Belt on there. That's probably going to get built into another fat item. Whether he's going to go Warden's Mail maybe to deal with Genja, because Genja's becoming a problem as well. He's now got Infinity Edge on. He is going to be doing tons of damage.
And just as you mentioned that Kirp, he's only going to get stronger. Genja is going to get only stronger, obviously, but a lot quicker and a lot more. I can't think of the word. He's going to get a lot stronger, a lot more quickly.
He's going to give more. That's all he's going to give.
But because of the items that he's going for, like, Kirp will get tankier, but a Last Whisper will counter that, so it won't matter too much. He's going to be able to do some extreme damage to Pharrell, not to mention Cretan or J-Reef if they do catch him. But with this Oracle picked up by Gambit, it looks like they might potentially want to bait Alternate into a Baron fight, where Gambit does have the advantage of position here. And if you look on the map, Alternate, where are their wards? They are non-existent at this point.
And that's why you see J-Reef's just gone back. He needs to get them wards, and that's what he's done. He's tried to pick them up. But honestly, they're not really in a position to try and fight in that middle area. The middle ground that Gambit has full vision over. The Oracle on Diamond Prox is clearing out all of the Balan. They've taken every single little spot of vision away. And they may well start this one off. Genja actually just plunking a shot off to him.
What?
Quickly getting healed upon Darker.
Who procced it?
I think Genja did, then he shot as he passed.
I was going to say, like, Baron just randomly hitting people.
Oh, they know where they are. Hawk shot comes off. They spot Aranea. He's actually going to go face checking into it. His Diamond Proxer goes in. Have they got a defense, though? And the ball goes straight in towards Aranea. Runs away from that one. They have got a ward in that bush, and this is going to be a close fight.
And look where Kirp is. He's not positioned to get in this fight. Someone's going to die before he gets there.
Stand United will be available. Is Ferenlord that actually got caught there. There's the wave coming back. That's going to wash up, but that is an ultimate burn. Aranea is going to go in for this one. Still not really catching it. Shockwave on towards Alex H, but the damage is not following through. There's going to be the crescendo on towards Aranea. Can they get on towards him? Kraton, he's going to take him very low. They do manage to get Genja down. Now they're on towards Diamond Prox. He needs to get away from this one. Arcane shifts away. Tries to get away from this one. J-Reef's got the Aqua Prison available in just a second. Flashes away from this one. Where are the Ross? Alex H survived. How the hell did he live? It doesn't matter because Kirp's gone down, and that so far is a 3-for-1, and everybody from Alternate has to back away.
And Alternate committed every single amount of CC they had for Alex H. You saw the 3000 ELO Shockwave come out, which honestly looked like a med wave just because it only hit Alex. They wanted to kill him, and he's like, that's cool, I have Zonias. And then Zonia's where it's like, that's cool, I have my ultimate. Like, you cannot kill me. He survived the fight, and because of that, you just saw the rest of Gambit just hammering down Alternate, killing the tankiest members.
And that's going to be a cocoon landing on Kraton. He's going to be able to get away from this one with Arcane Shift. He's trying to bait them in a little bit longer here, trying to keep them around. Doesn't want them to go for that Baron. and does manage to get damage down. Wow, this game right now is definitely one to watch. Tell everybody that is not watching and just wonder why. Because it is 22-16. High-scoring game, 47.8k to 53.9. Still pretty close in the goal, 6,000. When you talk about percentages, it is not above the 10% mark. Very, very close.
And we're coming into that point of the game.
It is above 10%.
Don't worry, I followed you into that. I still believe you, even though the numbers prove that wrong.
Say it convincingly. Everybody believes you.
Exactly. But we're coming up to that point right now, Demon. 36 minutes in. People are hitting level 18. Well, actually, there's already quite a few 18s, but people are hitting that point where if you die, you're going to be dead for a while. All set, they're going for Dragon here. This will be their second one of the game because they did smite steal one earlier. No one in Gambit's in position to stop this, so it should be free for them. But if someone dies, like you're dead for 40 to 70 seconds, let's say. And that is a lot of time where anything can happen, especially since Gambit already have everything down the middle lane down except the inhibitor turret. So that would be a guaranteed inhibitor. And honestly, most likely a guaranteed win if they do get a clean ace against Alternate here. And for Alternate's side, they've only gotten 3 turrets the entire this game. They still have the inner turret to take down, the inhibitor turret to take down. But if they survive with enough members, they have the damage they need to just push through.
This though, the Gambit normally always on that the moment it spawns the Dragon. If they are starting to get a little bit shady on their Dragon control with their timers, are they starting to get a little bit flustered here by what Alternate are doing to them? Curb backing off in that tri-bush, almost got face checked. It would have been probably safe to get away from that one. The rest of the team are showing themselves in this mid lane though, and Gambit, they really want the Baron now. They're trying to bait Alternate into the Baron dance because they know this dance.
Yes, they do. I mean, they've done it how many times in the past already, and going back to what you're saying about Dragon, to me, I actually think Gambit, they just don't care about Dragon anymore. Like, the thing is, they're not going to lose because of an extra couple hundred gold. Like, they're not going to lose because of that. What they're going to do is, if they're going to beat you, it's going to be in mechanics. It's going to be just the facts of how they outplay you in a team fight. And that, 1,000 gold is not going to really mean much in the end to them. So it looks like they're just trying to, get over towards Baron. Like, you mentioned, also they went for Dragon, but that gave Gambit the free control over Baron.
Well, that Ironborn Gauntlet, it's starting to do work there. So Darren getting caught out. And now with that on, is that going to be enough for Kraton to kite around? Because he's been the focus every time.
Oh no.
Despite the fact he's the focus, you see Kerp, he's been continuing to split push, has got Stand United available.
That's the thing, that's why I said oh no too, he's split pushing now. So Gambit, their aggression, they realize it's that point in the game where if we can't keep fighting over and over, so we have to time these fights or calculate these fights perfectly, and Kerp is able to start split pushing, so this might create a big problem for them. He's still only at 160 CS after 38 minutes, and Genja was the one forced to pretty much control him here, which you need him there. Like, look at his items, he has the damage. He's sitting on 2,300 gold as well, so he'll have that last whisper when he does go back. And this is really going to be intense here, Demon.
Is he going to go last whisper, or is he going to go for attack speed? He is going for last whisper.
Yeah, so with Ashe, like the old way you used to build her was like an IE last whisper, because you didn't need attack speed since you could kite. So he's not really going to go for that, not to mention he's blue build anyways, or green. What's blue and red?
Yeah, it's not really blue. It's like
blue, red, and yellow.
But the ice is going to be Araneo. Actually, Darien goes in, misses the cocoon out. They thought about turning that around, tried to bait out the aggression from Alex Ich. While this is all happening, by the way, for Relenlord, he's continuing to push that top wave. He's going to have to teleport back, but he's in vision of a ward.
He has home guard boots, so it's okay. So he'll be back in time and here for the fight if when they actually do finally get to this turret. It's all about, they haven't gotten a perfect combo off just yet against Gambit, and that could be the one thing they need to win these fights. We are going to see potential engage coming in.
The turret very low. Araneo, actually, the ultimate used from Alex Ich. That may be a mistake. The shockwave missed. The shockwave missed from Ferrello. They're going to spot that. The crescendo, though, will only call one person as well. Kraton goes in. It's going to be the standing down, trying to dash towards him. Will they get the shadow dash across? Everybody backs away from it. And well, you see Gambit, he's looking to try and get in there. It's Gambit, just one person. It's going to be 5 people trying to get in there at the moment. But Alternate do defend them once again. That inhibitor turret's so low right now.
And you look at who won out in the end of that fight, and I have to say it's Gambit, even though the Alternate's pushing because of their cooldowns. They're a lot quicker for them, so they're going to be able to fight relatively soon. But Kerp, he's going for this. He wants to apply this pressure, and right now, if you look on your minimap, Genja and Alex Ich are nowhere near this, but they might flank him. They might be there on purpose.
Well, they may be, but remember, there was a lot of ultimates used there, and it's actually Alternate that have got the better ultimates available just right now, which is why they're being more aggressive. You can see Alex Ich, he's still sticking around in that bottom river. He hasn't gone back yet. He is going to try and flank them like you mentioned. He's going to come around the side. It's actually Kraton. He wants to get on towards Kraton. Has been caught a little bit there. RNA has to go defensive. They're going to go straight in towards Alexic. He's stepping off the side. Which one's it going to be? He's just stayed. He's like, where am I going to go? The hawk shot used. That's perfect. And he's just going to back away. He's going to go on towards Kraton. He catches on towards him. Hasn't got the damage though and forces him away. I cannot believe they didn't find Alexic there.
Oh my gosh. My heart stopped when I saw that hawk shot coming in. I was like, oh, okay, that's his own team. Whew. They're not going to see him there. But it looks like now they're going to be setting up at Baron yet again. They still have an Orc on Darker, though he's low on mana at this point. His Crescendo's not up just yet. The waves, in terms of lanes, are only pushing towards the top side right now. And look at Darian's items, like he realizes what the damage is. He has double Negatron cloaks. Baron's being started for Gambit. SLG's going to come in. They're going to spot in here, and also they're going to try to stop this. They have to.
Barrage comes across. RNA comes in, gets the fear proc on everyone. Is it going to be enough? Aqua Prison doesn't really land. RNA is going to be the focus target. They want to get rid of that smite. They're trying their best to get rid of it. Genja does take down Ferelilord though, but look at Darian and Darker. They're taken solo. They're having to back away from this one. Diamond Proxy's being kited. Kraton's trying to get on towards him. They use the wave. They manage to knock him back, but still, Alternate have to back away from this one. It was a 1-for-0 fight, but they're not done yet. They're continuing to chase.
Alternate, unfortunately, I went back and looked at the replay really quickly. Ferelilord missed his ultimate. He used it on no one on accident because the ball popped right back to him when we saw RNA go in. So that might have actually completely turned the fight around. That could have won in the game, unfortunately, like it did, or not fortunately, fortunately, like it did in the Summer Promotion Tournament. But luckily for them, that also had the damage they needed to push Gambit away, and they didn't allow him to take that Baron. So that mistake's going to be brushed over. And then again, it's not really about the ones you hit. It's usually about the ones you miss.
Oh, Alexic getting interrupted by Kraton there, actually. Trying to push on towards him, but it is going to be Gambit starting off the Baron this time around. Alternate not really in a position. Ferelilord is still down. It's going to be a 4v5 if they engage for this fight, but there's still a lot of ultimates. Crescendo is available. We see RNA once again going in there. Diamond Prox tries to go in towards him. Kraton comes around the side. Kiting on towards him. Is Kurt they're going to dive in towards. They may have the damage. Tree Shot Barrage comes back across. Alexic's taken very low. They're going to try and turn back on towards him. Sonya's Hourglass comes out. Diamond Prox gets the 3-talent strike, knocks RNA in the air. He will go down eventually. No, the stand United comes out from Kurt while this is all happening just around the back. Ferelilord's back involved as well. Kraton's trying his best to kite on towards him, and they're going to see, he gets the stand United, dash on towards him, Shockwave back in there. Kraton goes down eventually though, and Ferelilord, he's got nothing left to do. He's all on cooldowns. He's got no blue buff. He's going to get dropped down. Gambit are going to clean up. Genja manages to pick up the kill. It's now 26-16. This is a bonkers game, and it is going to be Gambit that pick up the Baron.
Oh my gosh, everyone is so low at this point. RNA, he's trying to come in, he's trying to go for a steal here, but honestly, he cannot afford to die. He's just trying to lure them away. Alex is pretty much guarding them, but he has no mana to do anything anyways. Obviously, he has that free spell cast Gambit. They're getting the Baron ever so much lower, and RNA's not positioned to get in there.
RNA is in no position. Is he going to try it? No, he's not. Alexic, well, he's got no mana. He's going to try and run in, but instead he's too late. He's going to have to use that ultimate to get out. The Ignite takes him down from Alexic. Full control now for Gambit, and that turns the gold advantage to 8,000 gold, but more importantly, they have 4 minutes of Baron buff.
On all 5 members, that's the key point right there too. We had also 2,000 gold plus on 3 different members of Gambit. We see a Morello Nomicon actually picked up right now for Alex, so he has that ridiculous cooldown reduction. And I'm curious to see what the rest of Gambit's going to pick up here. Is Genja, he's sitting on 2,400 gold himself, so he actually, I think he's going to go for GA.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. He kind of needs it. Oh, well, where do we go from this one? Alexic is going to pick up the blue buff. We just saw earlier on, blue buff was picked up by Genja in that fight and kind of was needed for Ferelilord. He just got that for that fight a little bit too late. And honestly, Kraton went a little too deep on the aggression as well, I feel. Maybe, just maybe, they should have stepped away from that fight, but it doesn't matter because Gambit, they managed to capitalize on it. And Kraton, we see down the bottom, they just have to keep those waves clear. They have still got the inner turret in the top lane and bottom lane, remember, but it's going to be that middle inhibitor turret that is almost certainly going to be the focus of target. Focus of target, whatever you'd like to call it. That was what I was aiming for.
Oh man, this is starting to remind me of a game of COG Dignitas in week number 1 of NALCS where the fight, it just lasted
We're not going to get 72 minutes.
No, we're not going to get 72 minutes,
no
but
chance.
Just constant fighting. And Gambit, 5 members pushed up with this Baron buff. They have a GA now on Genja. They have Zonia's already on Alexic. They get the first inhibitor turret here. Is Ultra going to defend this? I'm pretty sure they're going to have to give it away.
They're going to have to back away from this one. There is a Baron up Gambit. And how many times have we seen Gambit take that first inhibitor and finish the game within 2 minutes? A lot.
I was thinking like how many, but it's not very easy to come back against Gambit.
You could have just come out with a number. Everyone would have gone, wow, he really knows his stuff.
It's actually like 90% of the time that Gambit takes first inhibitor, they'll win against you.
This inner turret, I honestly don't think Alternate want to defend this one. I don't think they can. They have to try and shove back in towards their base. And how many minutes are left on it? Oh, look at that. It's about 80 seconds still on the Baron buff. So there's a long time for Gambit to siege this one out. They're going to try and keep them at bay, but they can tank it up. They've got the minions, and again, you see Alternate, they have to step away from this one. Every time this is an advantage, an objective, and gold all going towards Gambit.
Thing is, though, they have to defend this inhibitor. Every inhibitor you lose reduces your chances to win that or to come back from the game significantly. So they're going to have to go for a fight here relatively soon, and RNA delivering that ball might be the engage.
That's going to be Alexich going in, but immediately the Zondas had to be used there. They do try and force them away, but the shockwave comes out. Alexich is going to go down. Is it enough? The turret's still fighting. Can they get up towards Diamond Prox? Diamond Prox is taken very, very low. Alternate can do it. The cocoon comes in though. There's going to be the ball on Genja. Genja just turns around and smacks him in the face with an arrow. And that is going to be Genja taking down the turret. And Alternate quickly turned the pace of the fight. It's 29-17. That was a 2-for-1 fight. But more importantly, it was an inhibitor for Gambit.
And Genja, he had something to say about Alternate getting back in that fight there. They got Alex out right away, but unfortunately Fernlord didn't survive that because he can't go up against the damage that Genja has, who's full build right now. I mean, obviously he can sell his boots for like a Zephyr or something, but in the meantime, Gambit, they're going to push towards the top side here. Darian's actually over towards the red buff of Alternate. And Gambit, they're backing away. They have 2,000 gold on Genja. They have 2,000 gold on Darian. They have 1,500 gold almost on to Darian. Sorry, yeah. Anyways, so they're going to be back in, picking up a couple more items here. And it's at the point where, what else do you pick up? And wow, even Alex Ich went for a GA.
Well, he has been the focus target, and he is the man that's been throwing himself in there, so why not? He's actually, to be fair, he was one of the first that always used to have it, so we're not really too surprised by that one. But Alternate, they're having to clear up the mess that is their base right now, and they have to try and sit this one out for as long as they can. Baron buff will have worn off from Gambit, and honestly, the fights were still very close, but the fact that they have super minions knocking down the middle and the bottom lane is going to cause a problem. We see the blue buff, that's going to get taken away. I think Alex or Genja's going to be having this one. Genja's coming into focus, so he will be taking that one away, and it's a matter of time before Gambit just bide it. And they're probably going to follow in the super minions. They're going to take this top inner turret first, though.
But you hit the nail on the head, though, that Alternate is still having a chance in these fights. And this is going to be it. This is going to be the final fight. Well, the final fight if Gambit wins on this inhibitor turret, because they cannot let this one go, period. They have to engage before the super minions get on those Nexus turrets, or they're going to lose. And Gambit, all they have to do is disengage and then rinse and repeat. Just do some extra turret, back away. So, if anything, we're going to see that ball delivery system coming in relatively soon. And Fronlord, he actually picked up a Void Staff. So he's ready for this. They're going all out in this last fight. They're trying to defend this turret as much as they can. And with the blue buff Ezreal, it's really helping out. And Gambit, they're just buying their time. They're not even trying to take this turret down.
Oh, the shockwave was used. It only caught Darian, and that's surely going to be the trigger to go for Gambit. They do manage to poke them back. It was Genji he wanted, but that shockwave is down, and is going to be down for at least 80, 70 seconds. And Frenlord, he's just going to have to run back to base.
That was 2 volleys that took him down to half health. That is ridiculous. And incoming solo queue, blue build Ashe, but here they go. They're going to go for some inhibitor turret.
They're going to dive in towards it. It's Diamond Prox once again starting the charge. They get the knock up. There's the wave coming through. It caught absolutely no one. True Shot Barrage comes in. Alexis jumps on towards Frenlord. The arrow comes out from Genja. The crescendo comes out from Darker. The dive comes out from the audacious charge of Diamond Prox. They're going to go on towards Kraton. The Fang sinking in. Kirp's using his ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. And Genja manages to take down one Texas turret. He'll take down the sick defeat for Alternate, who do not go the perfect score and end the week 5-1. We'll see how they can do tomorrow, but instantly that winning streak is broken.
And just listen to that crowd, Demon. They've been cheering Gambit for a good portion of this game, but so well deserved. I mean, Alternate, they played fantastic the entire game, but that unmatched aggression that came out of Gambit, that is a scary thing to see. That's something you wake up in the morning to sweating, just like, oh man, I don't want to see it ever again. But that is the first loss for Alternate, and that means we have 2 teams now tied at first place at 5-1.
And that meant a hell of a lot to Gambit, you could see. And, you know, you've got to give Alternate credit because they were brilliant there. They really took it to them. They gave them the aggression. And fair play to the crowd. They are cheering on that shake of the hands. It's good sportsmanship, and it's great. RNA and Diamond Prox with great sportsmanship. It seems the bonds here in the European LCS are very strong. These teams, they all get along so well. There's not really any nastiness that so far that we've seen, but fair play. Gambit came here. They knew they've got a lot of pressure on themselves. You know, the pressure of being 5-0 up was big for Alternate, but the pressure also being the first game in front of your home crowd you've ever done is enormous for Gambit. And, you know, they're going to be happy with that. I would not be surprised to see them win every game this weekend.
Yeah, especially after that first win. The momentum it's got to give you, the crowd going insane for you, it's got to make you so proud of yourself, proud of your country, proud of all your fans being here to support you. And wow, what a way to do it in that epic match. That was 49 minutes long with a 32-17 score in the end. And Creedon, I'm sorry, but that KDA is going to be disappearing as he finished off 8-6 and 7.
Yeah, and Genja finished 11-3-9 as well. So fantastic performance from honestly both teams. And you've got to wonder, I mean, alternate, despite the fact they lost, they still look really good.
And they have to, I mean, honestly, they have to feel good. Yeah. I mean, obviously you're not happy when you lose, but that wasn't like a major loss. That was like the most intense fight ever.
And let's not forget, they are still top. They are joint top with Meteor Makers, but of course they beat Meteor Makers, so they have that top spot still, 5-1. That also takes Gambit into 4-2 as well. And like I said, that's the 4th game on the bounce that they've won now. They lost the first 2 and gone 4-0. So they are actually closing in on the winner record of 5-0 already. Could they pass that this weekend, maybe?
It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, especially for another home crowd, but they're still now ranked the highest. This is hard to say. Like, it's hard to verbally say. Is that they're still the highest ranked out of all the previous LCS teams from the spring split?
Yes.
So that kind of shows that, like,
well, why not? I mean, they won so many tournaments. If you look back at it, you only need to look at their website. They've got their tournaments right there, showing in their face. Intel Extreme Masters, they were undefeated until the last World Championships. That's the first time they've ever not won one of them since Kiev back in 2012 January, which is a long time ago, yeah. And there's not many teams that can dominate that for that long. TSM obviously had their little dominant period in North America, but as soon as the European boys came in, they had all sorts of problems at IPL.
Yeah, they did. And Gambit, I mean, can it only go up from here? I mean, because I said before, like in the pre-match, that they only had like 1 week to practice together where they played like 200 XS games. Now they had another week, so pretty much doubled their training time. What are they going to look like in another week from now, in a month from now? Like, if they stick with the same lineup and keep like getting this much better?
Well, we will see. Of course, we are going to go over towards the main stage. It is going to be Shox alongside Alex Ich.
Thank you very much. As I'm here with Alex, and I'm going to let Vitaly ask him a question in Russian.
Как говорится, дома даже и стены помогают. Помогла ли тебе вот поддержка зала, которую мы ощущаем и слышим до сих пор? Зал!
Ну, конечно же, поддержка помогла. Сразу чувствуется как бы напор, чувствуется, что нельзя это проигрывать. И даже если как бы что-то идет не так, то все равно воодушевлен. И ты как бы говоришь все время, и в игре игра сразу налаживается. Ну и как бы сразу чувствуется напор на противников, то есть видно было, что они сразу поджались, и им было очень сложно играть в этой атмосфере. Наконец-то они почувствовали, каково это нам, когда мы играем за границей и все время поддерживаем наших противников.
Есть шанс сказать спасибо тем, кто тебя поддерживал.
Спасибо вам всем, спасибо тем, кто нас поддерживает здесь, онлайн, везде. Я думаю, сейчас, после того, как все это закончится, мы постараемся дать как можно больше автографов и сделать как можно больше фотографий для вас, ребята.
All right, now Alex, of course, a couple of words for your English fans as well. Maybe first starting with the game. They really focused you with those 3,000 ELO shockwaves. So how did the game go from your perspective?
So I stole hero from Fallen Lord, so I think he was angry and wanted to kill me every time.
Okay, now Alex, alternate, they had 0 losses up to now. You beat them. Does this mean that the road is wide open for you guys to take the top spot?
I think that alternate are really good prepared about their strategies. So overall, they increased really hard because they know what to do. So they got like team comp. They try, I think it is some kind of Chinese team comp with Hecarim and Oriana. But we knew what they will pick. Like every day pick was predicted. So we decided that we want to steal out Lissandra that can just catch people off guard like Oriana. And the only problem was Shen, but we could handle it.
And maybe in English as well, of course. What was it like playing here in front of your home crowd, and what do you want to say to them?
I want to say really big thanks to all our Russian fans. So, as I'm speaking in English, I want to thank all our fans all over the world because a lot of people watching us. And I want to say that now enemy teams will feel how it is for us to play somewhere.
All right, thank you very much. Another applause for Alex Ich and Gambit, guys. And as for us now, it's time to go over to our commentators for one last time to take us through the standings.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and thank you very much to Alex Itch as well. It's great to see the words, and it's great to see him interviewed and able to talk English and Russian to the same crowd.
He looks so proud to be up there too.
Absolutely.
Like, his, like, home
he looked really
country.
hot as well. It's very damn warm in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went the other way with that one.
Well, it's pretty hard as well. I'm sure his wife would agree. Let's have a look at today's matches, though. We have only had 3 matches in the LCS today. And, of course, let's just remind you, it was Ninjas in Pajamas. They went up against Fnatic, and Fnatic were dominant in that matchup. Then Evil Geniuses, well, they came up against a brick wall in the form of a tiny Charu. And it was Meteor Makers that picked up that result. That's not how he speaks, by the way.
He actually has a very deep voice.
He does.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like Diamond Prox, yeah. He's got like a baby face and goes, "Oh, hello, how you doing?" It's like, Jesus, that's not right. Gambit, though, we just seen them, and what a fantastic match it was. They do take down Alternate, and that, of course, does put them in a great position. So let's check out the standings for the league right now, because honestly, they are different. I mean, Alternate, you can see Meteor Makers both 5-1 after a fantastic weekend at DreamHack. We do see Meteor Makers with that win today. Alternate, though, also with that first loss of the day. And again, Gambit, they're still in 3rd place, but they are 4-2 right now. Fnatic, of course, they did go down, picked up that win. They are now 3-3.
And Lemon Dogs, they dropped down to 5th place here. Well, yeah, officially 5th place now.
They haven't played today, so it's.
And then, of course, EG Raycall going to be in 6th place as they're 2-4. Lost to Meteor Makers earlier, as we mentioned. SK, who unfortunately weren't able to play today, 1-4, so they're still really far down the bracket. And Ninjas Pajamas, which, you guys, this is not Spring Split. This is not the Ninjas Pajamas from them. It's not Copenhagen Wolves, who went 0-9, 1-5, and they, they're still a very strong team. I think just they need, I guess, prepare a little bit more. Like, I talked to them after the game, and they're like, just wow, Fnatic completely caught us off guard. We weren't prepared for that, and that was just phenomenal play. But honestly, it's anyone's game. This is the summer split of LCS. We've seen teams that we didn't expect to beat teams happening left and right. We've seen just that epic match between Gambit and Alternate. Anything can happen, and Demon, I am so excited when we get into playoffs.
I'm excited to see how this season is going to develop, but of course, that is it from myself and Jason. Let's head over to Shocks for some final thoughts over on the stage.
What a fantastic opening day here in Moscow, with Instruments of Surrender securing their spot in the CIS final, and the LCS teams Fnatic, Meteor Makers, and Gambit racking up a win.
Ну что ж, сегодня был замечательный день открытия. Наши любимые команды сыграли, те, за кого болели, особенно активно болели, победили. Не без вашей помощи, друзья. Надеюсь, что завтра мы продолжим в том же духе.
Now tomorrow we'll start the day again with the 2nd round of the CIS regional action, as Good Team Multigaming goes up against Gaming Gear EU in another best-of-3 series. And then we'll continue with 5 LCS games, starting with Lemon Dogs versus SK Gaming, followed by Fnatic against EG, the Lemon Dogs versus Ninjas in Pajamas, another clash of the Titans as Team Alternate go up against Meteor Makers, and finally Gambit taking on SK Gaming to finish out the day. The show will start at 2 p.m. Moscow time, that is 12 p.m. Central European Summer Time, and 3 a.m. Pacific.
Ну что ж, друзья, возвращайтесь завтра. Те команды, которые только что Шокс перечислила, именно в таком порядке завтра сыграют друг с другом. В 2 часа пополудни по московскому времени мы начинаем обратный отсчет. Ну что ж, друзья, до завтра. И завтра будут потрясающие полуфиналы. Надеюсь, вы придете.
That is it from us here in Moscow today. From Joe, Jason, Demon, Vitaly, the Russian casters, and myself, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. До свидания.
Bye-bye.
Days are flying by.
Alex, ich nehme das.
Sorry, I don't speak Russian.
It's okay.
Jetzt hier neben dem Boot ja, du musst nicht was ausmachen.
Englisch ist schon bedingt. Ich habe nur gesehen, was die
rein.
Können die nicht einfach anbleiben?